It's the style. I look like Cam Newton. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia.
His shirt's inside out, just so y'all know this. Landfill.
Apparently my shirt's inside
Dudes
out.
got dressed, came all the way to work. I said,
Landfill fashion
his your
maven.
shirt inside out, he goes, it's the style.
It is the
That
style.
is not the damn style.
I'm dressing like Eminem from 8 Mile all weekend to get in my Detroit mindset.
He never dressed back
all
with
he
his
did was wear
out.
inside out flannel.
Nah.
You go watch 8 Mile again.
Nah, bro.
Because he was poor and couldn't do the laundry.
That's
so
not a flannel that you have on right now.
He flipped them inside out. Thermals.
That's not a flannel.
Thermals.
You said flannel.
Jeff, don't I look like Eminem from 8 Mile right now? I'm in my 8 Mile phase. I'm getting my mind right for Detroit. I'm going to sleep in a trailer
You actually thought
tonight.
that thing was all right, did you?
I'm going to sleep in a trailer tonight instead of the dope-ass hotel I have set up. Landfill, I think I look pretty good. And I got a flannel jacket like Eminem
On
from
a
8
scale
Mile.
of kid, yeah, you do.
I think I'm locked in.
I've seen you look worse.
Thank you.
I'll say that.
For you, that's a compliment. And Landfill is a serious fashionista.
At least
That is
you don't
correct.
got on the big white New Balance.
That is Air Dads. But everybody wants to be so ironic that Air Dads are now like stylish. Since we're talking style, my good friend Johnny Cakes Allville presented me with a gift. And if you're looking at the stream, you can take a look at this. This is a Redskins program from September 29th, 1996.
Wow.
Yeah. Redskins. I think this is that famous game against the Jets that was so god awful.
No.
The 3-0 joint?
No, that was like 92-3.
Okay. Well, you're playing the Jets at RFK. B. Mitch is on the cover. And shout out to Hex. Anybody remember Hex? Look at my man B styling and profiling in the Hex ad. If you're on the stream, look at B. Mitch. It's a starter.
Where the hell
ad.
Cakes pull that from?
He said somebody gave it to him. So, you could get the starter jacket that I had as a kid that I loved so much. I had the black one. B. Mitch is showing off the burgundy one. You could get that for $100 at Hex. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised by these prices for 1996. How much you think a dope Redskins Russell Applique fleece sweatshirt cost in 1996?
Probably about $69.
$45.
45? All right.
This jacket that you were in the lay down pose in your modeling career, I swear to God, my boy Debo was wearing that last week.
Debo?
Yeah, my boy from Louisiana. It looked like the exact same thing. I'm also going to tweet this photo out if you'd like to see it. And B, just to make sure your family got it, I texted a copy of that to Maya.
Oh, you did?
I did.
And she's probably laughing her ass off right now.
Good morning.
Look at that.
How you doing, dude?
I'm good, man. Had a little boy wake me up early this morning.
Oh, you get grandbabies are
Oh,
here,
yeah.
huh?
Oh, boy.
What time did he come in?
Well, he's moving around. So, he gets up and he wants to come say hello. And grandma gone, so he came to me.
Well, I'm guessing Bria just brings him right in, too.
Oh, yeah. It's Bryce. I'm like, well, I don't hear Bryce. I hear Bria said, give me a break.
Oh, I believe that, man. I believe that. It's funny, dude. I've had a productive morning. I had to do a hit for NBC4 in the morning show this morning, talking with those folks, and I caught a lot of grief from one. Sam Weiner was the first one to text me. Also, Weiner, me and B are in studio.
You didn't wear that on TV.
I did not.
Okay, I was just making sure.
No, I did not wear an inside-out
Because if
thermal.
they had let you wear that and didn't say that to you, then I was going to talk trash to them.
No, that's not why I got caught grief. But let me say this, Weiner, if you're listening, apparently the good folks at Metropolitan Moving and Storage B, they got us more waters. And I think they got us dope quarter zips.
Okay.
One for me, one for you. And Weiner said he was just going to leave it in the studio. I said, well, that's the best way to make sure we never get it.
Yeah.
if you leave anything in this room,
grab it and keep moving with it.
if it's
people think stuff in this radio station is for everybody.
I think you're better off. Now, to that point, I did have a couple of mini chicken biscuits that somebody sent to Junkies, so I did help myself.
We all share food.
Okay. Bang. I just got my quarter zip. This one's got to be for you, B. That's the XL. We'll see if there's a large. I don't know what Jeff. Yes,
it
Jeff?
was like a card and a quarter zip left for both of y'all.
That's just one.
Where'd they go?
I think Weiner has them.
No, he left them in there yesterday. That's why I was puzzled when
So
I seen it
someone
out there.
they for them.
Somebody took the other one.
Who's been in this studio?
I don't know because
Oh, boy.
y'all had cars that definitely said
See, we need to
D-Mitch
find out
and
who
Philly.
the hell come in the studio because I'm actually getting pissed off because whoever comes in here,
They make a mess.
somebody need to tell them stop making a mess and stop touching ish that's not theirs. I almost said the real word.
We'll deal with that. But my wife still has a Christmas tree up.
Uh-huh.
And it's the little tree we have on our porch. It's outdoors. And I said to her last night, I was like, yo, I'm doing the morning show. Do we want to take this Christmas tree down? And she's like, I took all the Christmas stuff down. I just think it looks pretty with the snow because it's snowing outside. I was like, okay. And she's like, if you want to take it down, take it down.
In other words, JP, she's trying to tell you that's your damn job.
Well, the Christmas tree was there this morning, and I got Weiner texting me, my boy McBride texted me. A lot of people had a lot of comments about still having a Christmas
the
tree
damn
up
tree
on January
down,
17th. We've been a little busy, Brian. I'm not used to working
You
this
haven't
late.
been that damn busy. I took down all my stuff.
I didn't do it.
I took it down.
You took it all down?
Yes.
You were taking ornaments off the tree.
I put them on the damn tree, so I take them off the tree.
You put the ornaments on the tree?
Yeah.
Really?
I put up the whole damn tree.
What is Monica and the girls doing?
They were like not trying to do anything, so I said, got tired of it. I knew the grandkids were coming. I did it.
Oh, look at Christmas spirit over here.
I got a question.
What?
How did you decorate the top of the tree?
The same way you would.
You got a little
I
step
got
ladder.
a damn step ladder like you would. Jeff, you're not 6'7", dude.
I'm 6'3".
No,
No,
you
you're
6
not.
feet tall.
All right, I'm
you're
six
probably
even,
6'3"
okay.
round. Yeah. Yeah, you are.
I can reach the top of a Christmas tree though.
You can't reach the top of mine, I promise.
So, B, this morning, beyond hearing from people that were just ragging on me for still having a Christmas tree up, I also got a bunch of texts and a phone call from a current AFC assistant coach and 2 texts from former players from around the league. I really think they got a chance this weekend. And the closer we get to this game, I really think they got a chance this weekend.
Listen, man, I'm going to tell you when I thought they had a chance. One thing I've learned about Dan Campbell, about the Dans, both of them, they're very similar in a lot of ways. They shoot straight. They don't BS you. When Dan Campbell said he's dangerous, he poses a threat, that's when I felt they had an opportunity. Because at that point, that coach is telling you, look, man, y'all can say what y'all want outside of this game. That kid's special. And you said it yesterday about how Joe Witt has been so fantastic in making adjustments and being in the second half. If they can do that, they're good. As long as they're close, that's all that matters. They can't go out there and, like I said, when you watch them in games that they've lost, they shot themselves in the foot with penalties, multiple penalties, turned the ball over. If you don't do that, you win games. So they got to take care of that business. That's all.
Yeah, it's crazy to get to this point where they just have to get some stops.
Yeah.
If a couple things can go wrong for Detroit, you think they're going to be able to compete and kind of keep it going. Like I just think offensively, they're going to be able to move the football. And I think when you have that, when you're able to do that, it opens everything else up. Obviously, you're going to need contributions from all over the field. One huge story that I'm not sure we've talked about enough, frankly, is Kevin Zeitler for the Lions. It's their starting right guard.
Did he practice yesterday? Because he didn't practice the other 2 days.
He has not practiced, and now they're saying he's out. Like yesterday, it was, we'll see. Now he's out. They're going to start a rookie at right guard, the dude Christian Mahogany. And
like that name. I just say this here. With a name like that, he had to fight a lot, so he might be a badass.
I think he started one other game this year and played well by all accounts.
See, and that situation
but
right
still,
there.
it's just you're talking about a 6th-round rookie is starting for you in the divisional round of the playoffs.
I understand that, but I would look at that situation just like I'm looking at us having a chance. You could be a veteran or be a player thinking, oh, he's a rookie, I'm going to handle him. That rookie might be a rude awakening for you. So I think you got to still view it like, look, this kid, if they're going to start him, if he was the backup of the first string guy, he could play. They think they have something in him. And we know how Dan Campbell makes his guys practice. They've gone through the ringer. So if the kid is there, he should be able to play. But still, you give him respect, but you should think that our veteran guys should have more know-how than he does.
Well, I think this is not rocket science. I'm not reinventing the wheel, but the best way for them to disrupt a dangerous Lions offense is with interior pressure.
Yeah.
And I think being down a guard, and you are completely right. The way this Lions team is coached and developed, and frankly, the way they have absolutely smashed the draft and free agency, and Brad Holmes, the GM up there, deserves a ton of credit. And I think it's entirely possible this dude steps in and is just awesome, right?
Yep.
And I think still, though, Zeiler's good. I mean, he's a plus player, and I think that that's going to make a big difference.
It should throw off their timing because, you get a chemistry going when you have veteran linemen in there. So it should throw it off. But as I look at it, Detroit's good. We look at their offense. But we're averaging more yards than them rushing, which is weird as hell to me. Think about that. So we look at Detroit, we go, oh, they're potent, they're running game. We're averaging more yards per game than they are.
Over the course of the regular season, the Commanders were third in the NFL, averaging 154 yards per game. The Lions were
at 140-something.
Sixth in the NFL at 146.
Both of them are good, but I'm saying when you look at the teams running, would you have ever thought that based on just what you see?
I think the tricky part with that one, honestly, and we talked about this, I think, yesterday, is Washington's stats, and these are regular season stats, so the entire regular season counts. I mean, they were running, they had a stretch from week 4 to week 7, so 3 out of 4 games, they went over 200 yards on the ground.
Yeah.
And they went for 200 yards week 2. I mean, they had some really big rushing totals. Dude, against the Titans, they went for 270 on the ground.
Yeah.
So Washington had really big games on the ground that have driven up their rushing statistics. And then over the last month, kind of since the bye week, you've seen them struggle to move the ball on the ground. And I think people have probably incorrectly at this point separated the run game from what Jaden's running abilities are. And I don't think that should be the case.
Listen, Brandon, people that are doing that are just trying to look at stuff in a traditional manner, and they're trying to push what the analytics say. You win the damn game by doing what you need to do when that opportunity presents itself. And if your quarterback is a guy where they drop off and he can get yards and he gets them, that goes into your stats because he has that ability. How many Jared Goff, they're not expecting Jared Goff to do nothing like that because he doesn't run. If Jared Goff ends up with 35 yards on you, damn sure losing the game.
Right.
Because if he does something, that'd be out the ordinary.
Right.
But
and odds are that'd be a big play.
A guy like Jaden, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, that is a part of their offensive game plan.
Totally agree.
So when they get it, why would people want to take it out? Makes no sense.
Do you know how many yards Jared Goff ran for this season?
It's under 200, under 100 probably.
56.
That's what I'm saying.
In 17 games, he had 35 carries for 56
But
yards.
see, this is what that tells you. This game today,
he's averaging 1.6 yards per carry.
It's not played in a traditional manner where quarterbacks drop back, put their foot in some cement, and let it just stay there. But if you are a quick thinker and get delivered the ball quickly, you can still work in this day too. That's what Jared Goff is. And people don't like to give him his respect, but the dude is badass.
Totally.
So the ultimate thing is when you get out there, what do you do and how well do you do it? It's all that matters.
It's interesting looking at these rushing totals. The Commanders, including last week, had 4 games this season. They were held under 100 yards.
Mhm.
Detroit only had 1 all year, and that was against the Bills in Week 15. The Detroit run game, much more consistent than Washington's. They didn't have a single 200-yard rush game, whereas Washington had 3 of them.
Mhm.
But they only had, like, Detroit's run game, I say, just looking at the numbers, and I feel like we watch a lot of Detroit this year because they were on primetime a lot. Yeah. I think their run game was a very steady B+, A-.
Steady Eddie.
They're 6th in the NFL. You know what Montgomery is. You know what Gibbs is. Whereas Washington's had some volatility to it.
Mhm.
Washington had some A+ virtuoso ground game performances.
And they had some below.
And then they had some duds.
But let's be real. What matters is when and how.
Sure.
What if they go out there, Detroit, with their regular and get 140? What if Washington have one of their grandiosos? And if you look at people against Detroit, they were averaging, I think, 90-something yards, 80-something yards for the game. But there were games, I promise you, when they had a mobile quarterback where he had some yards. Because what do they play in coverage? Man-to-man. And what's a quarterback that can run? Favorite thing, watching guys back to him. So when he breaks it, hell, he's running 15 yards for it. He must notice he's running. World of difference.
You know what's been so fun is all week just going so in-depth on this one game and knowing how big of a game it is and how worthwhile it is to – I mean, we just did 5 minutes on Detroit's right guard. You don't get to dissect stuff like that throughout the regular season, and that's the difference.
Well, not in the past.
Right. Okay, Glover Quin is going to join us next. Of course, Glover was a Pro Bowl safety for the Lions. Give us the latest. Maybe he knows what's up with this kid, Mahogany, that's going to start at right guard, and how healthy is David Montgomery back on the field for Detroit this weekend. Nobody go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Logan Thompson issues a second straight shutout. The Capitals, after 60 minutes of silence, get a moment of brilliance from Alex Ovechkin, scoring the game winner in a 1-0 overtime victory over the Ottawa Senators. Overtime, though, was not as kind to the Maryland Terrapins, tied at 74 inside a second to play. Northwestern beat the buzzer.
Here's the fadeaway at the buzzer, and they got it. Shot made by Martinelli, catch and shoot, and Northwestern wins it in overtime. How can that happen? 76 to 74.
Johnny Holiday with a call on the Team 980 as Maryland's road struggles continue in a 76-74 defeat. And at Capital One Arena, the Wizards fall short to the Phoenix Suns, 130 to 123. Former Wizard Bradley Beal missed the game due to an ankle injury. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
You know, sometimes I wonder when we have guests on that have never been on the show before, and then this song's playing, and maybe they don't know the vibes on Friday, just kind of what they think. But here we go. It's Scotty's Vodka Red Bull
There you
Friday.
go. Oh, yeah.
Glover Quin joins us now. Glover is a former Detroit Lion and host of the podcast Believe in Lions. The Believe Network is available on all audio platforms, including YouTube and the Believe Football Fast Channel. Glover, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
We're good, brother.
We are we're gearing up to go to Detroit, man. B and I are both on flights this afternoon. What are the vibes out there in Michigan with a really good football team that fought their way to the bye week and now is hosting a hot Washington team?
I mean, I'm actually gearing up. I'm flying out tomorrow, actually. But I mean, the vibe is always good in Detroit, man, especially during these times right now. They're winning. They're playing great. They're excited. The fans have been excited. Been waiting on this for a really long time. Downtown is popping right now. Basketball season is going. The Pistons are playing well. I mean, it's just a great time to be in Detroit right now, and I know the city's going to be on fire this weekend, and you guys are going to have a great time out there, man.
Glover, this team has lost so many players, but still, they played at a very, very high level. But, you know, sometimes when you always have those games when you have that many people where they have a dud every once in a while. Is anybody concerned about that dud happening in the playoffs?
I mean, I don't think you could be concerned about that at this moment. I mean, I think right now everybody's just excited to be playing. Whoever's available, you know, I think when you're going through the regular season, you get towards the end of the year and you're just trying to win those key games to continue to position yourself and win division titles and things like that. You worry about those things, but right now this is their first game. They had the first week off, and having that bye week, you know, you get to sit back and watch the other teams play. You get to see the level of intensity that's in the playoffs, and I think they'll come out. They'll be ready to go. They'll be fired up. They'll be at home, and I mean, we know it's not going to be an easy task with the Commanders coming in, coming off a big win. But I think the Lions would be, you know, ready to go, executing at a high level, and playing really fast.
It's a fascinating matchup because obviously the Lions have been great all year, and they won their way to the 1 seed by just dominating Minnesota rather in that regular season finale. I'm curious though, Glover, what you think in the last 5 games of the season from December on, that Detroit defense really struggled. But then against Minnesota, they looked really good. Is that a byproduct of Sam Darnold ran out of magic juice, or is the Lions defense kind of getting back healthy, getting back to a really aggressive unit?
Well, I think it's a little bit of, I don't want to say a little bit of both, but I think, going through those last few games, the Lions were dealing with a lot of injuries, had a lot of guys out. The linebacker, Alexander Loney, was out. Michael Rodriguez went out. Then on the D-line, the whole D-line almost went out from the start of the season. And so I think you started getting a bunch of young guys in there, a bunch of new faces, and it just takes a little time for those guys to get on the same page, to get enough practice reps, enough game reps with each other so they can play at a high level. And so I think the offense really had to carry them for a couple of weeks because the defense wasn't playing very well. But I think what you saw in that Minnesota game, I think the defense played really well. Yeah, there were some things that Sam Darnold could have done to have been better. But I think that's just a part of the game. When you're playing in a high-pressure environment, you're playing in a stadium where it's electrifying and the defense is flying around. Sometimes you miss throws that you typically would make. Sometimes you miss reads that you typically would make because the pressure is high. You're thinking it's a lot going on. And so that's just part of playing on the road and playing in these high state games. And that's what it's going to be on Saturday night. And so Jaden Daniels, being a rookie, although he's looked very paused and very calm, and everything that he's done, he seems to be unfazed and unbothered by a lot of these situations that he's been put in. But Ford Field is going to be rocking on Saturday night. It's going to be an environment. The defense, I think they've been playing better. The secondary has been playing pretty solid the last few games, and so if they can hold up in coverage and allow those guys to be able to get some pressure on Jaden Daniels and keep him in the pocket, I think they'll be okay.
It's going to be fascinating. How big of a deal is Zeitler being out? The right guard. He didn't practice all week. I thought they were going to make it a game time decision, but I've now read that they've announced he's out.
I mean, that's a big deal. Obviously, the O-line is a strength for those guys, but they got a very tough unit, strong unit, veteran unit. Those guys have been together for a while, so I mean, I'm sure they'll have somebody in there ready to go. But I think between Penei Sewell, Graham Glasgow, Frank Ragnow, Tim Decker, I mean, I think those guys will be ready to go. I mean, they may even slide Big Dan Skipper into that spot. He's kind of a versatile old lineman for those guys. So I think they'll be fine. David Montgomery's coming back. Jameer Gibbs. Those guys have been carrying it the whole season. So I think they'll be fine from that standpoint. But, I mean, you never want to lose when you're starting no lineman.
They said a rookie, last name Mahogany, should be playing. You know anything about him?
Nah, I can't say that I do.
Okay. It's offensively, Detroit can beat you in so many ways. And obviously, they beat the hell out of Minnesota 2 weeks ago. I understand that. But Goff did throw 2 picks. How do you get Goff rattled? He seems so poised most of the time. But if he starts spraying it a little, where does that come from?
I mean, I think sometimes when he gets pressured and he's not able to get the ball out of his hands immediately, I think he gets a little rattled because he's not a very mobile guy. He doesn't run very well. I don't think he really even looks to run. He really wants to throw the ball. So if you're taking those passing lanes away early and getting pressure on him, he tends to hold the ball, take a couple sacks, and then get a little rattled. But that's why it's so important for them to be able to run the football, because you can run the football with Jameer Gibbs and David Montgomery. You can keep the defense off balance when you're working in your play action pass and you're not getting put in obvious passing situations. So they got to do a great job on first down. But as you know, with Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, you're not defending 3 downs. You're actually having to defend 4 because if there's anything close, they're going for it on 4th down. So that definitely plays a factor and a role in how you call plays defensively and how you call them offensively.
The 4th down stuff in this game, I'm honestly,
it may be no punts.
Washington is building something that they kind of want to look like Detroit. Just a very aggressive mindset and speed and violence all over the field. Talking with our friend Glover Quin. If you want to check out his podcast, it's Believe in Lions. Get it wherever you get your podcast. You could also watch it on YouTube or the Believe Football Fast channel. Washington's strategy, if you will, has been to keep games close and then let Jaden Daniels win them late. What do you think the odds are of this being a 3-4 point game in the 4th quarter?
It could happen. I mean, the Lions' offense is pretty explosive. I will say that, but the Lions do play better, when the game is close or when they are ahead. And so I think the beginning of the game will be able to tell a lot. The Lions are coming off the bye week. The Commanders are coming off playing the game. So if the Commanders come out a little hot and they get the ball and go down and score and produce a turnover or get a stop and score again, and the Lions find themselves down early in the game, that could be trouble for the Lions because, you can get yourself out of your own game plan because you're down.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Lions can control the game early, come out with some great energy, get stops defensively, and then go down and score, I mean, they got the ability to run away with this one. So I think, the first quarter would be very telling of how the game goes. But I think both teams are actually comfortable playing in close games. And one of them is the Commanders, like you said, with Jaden Daniels being able to scramble and trying to kind of control the game and the clock and get first downs and continue to move the chains. I think that could be a huge factor in this game because sometimes the best defense is a great offense. And if they can continue to get first downs, move the chains, put together 10, 12, 15-play drives, and come away with touchdowns in the red zone, that could smell trouble for the Lions. But then the Lions got, the same thing. They can hold the ball, possess the ball, and get first downs with the plethora of weapons that they have. So I think it's going to be a very good game. It just going to depend on how they can control Jaden Daniels and keep him in the pocket, and if we can have some explosive plays on offense.
Like defensively, they missed more players, I think, on offense. Aaron Glenn's job he's done this year. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I thought he's done great. Coming in, he's had, like we said, he lost his best player early in the season, and Aiden Hutchinson. He was off to a historic pace. Lost him. You lost your other defensive end, Marcus Davenport. I mean, you've lost your whole D line for the most part. They paid Aleem McNeil, lost him. You got a rookie starting corner in Terrion Arnold. You got a second year guy in Brian Branch. So he's done a great job with the pieces that he's had. Those guys play really fast. They play really hard. Yes, they've given up some yards and things in certain games, but they've done a pretty good job of keeping teams out of the end zone when they get in the red zone. And they've come up with the big plays in the moments that you need them. I mean, the offense is great, but to win 15 games in the NFL, you need some defense too. And I think they've done enough to make key plays in key situations. Even though they've given up some yards and things like that, I think they've done enough in the key situations to be happy with their performance. But I think, as the season has went on, they've gotten better and better. And then they went through the lull when more guys went down. And I think the last couple of hours when they went to San Francisco, I thought they played fairly well. They was able to turn the ball over. That was something they had been missing for the last, 4 to 5 games before that. So Kirby Joseph being able to get 2 interceptions, he's leading the league. Well, he led the league in interceptions this year with 9. So they've done a pretty good job of turning the ball over in the secondary. So I think defensively they've done enough to complement very explosive offense.
It's going to be a fascinating matchup, and you're absolutely right. If you win 15 games in the NFL, sometimes people get way too caught up on stats, and you're ignoring that the defense plays a huge part in 15 wins. You're not getting there unless something's going right.
Totally.
Right.
Glover, thanks very much for the time,
Appreciate
man.
you, brother.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, man. Appreciate you guys.
All right. That is Glover Quin Jr. Give him a follow at Glover Quin Jr. Quin. Woo! I just stumbled on a little statistic I want to share with the group.
What's that?
What if Detroit's not that great against mobile quarterbacks, Brian?
That's what I'm saying. Like I mentioned earlier, a quarterback's best weapon is the favorite thing to see is backs to him when he breaks the pocket.
Maybe got back.
They run a lot of man, brother.
Let's look at some numbers. Now, everybody, You've heard me talking about a better appliance and how they repaired my dishwasher when it was messed up. Then they got me a new one. They also did the same thing with my dryer, just wasn't drying. It is a terrible time of year to have your dryer not drying when the kids are going out in the snow and everything is wet. Better Appliance has really saved the day for me and my family. Well, now they have their showroom open in Kensington, Maryland. Check out their brand new showroom to see all the major appliances from the brands they carry, like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Maytag, Speed Queen, and Samsung. They are currently running specials on KitchenAid for up to $3,000 in rebates. That's what I got. I got a new KitchenAid dishwasher. Now is the time to replace your appliances if they aren't quite working, and you can take advantage of these huge savings to start the year. They are also hiring major appliance techs. Contact them for details. You need a job? Hit them up. Better is a family-owned small business specializing in major appliance repairs located in Kensington, Maryland. Whenever one of your appliance breaks, you never know who to call. Call Better. I did. It worked out for me. BetterAppliance.com. That is BETTAR. Better get better. BetterAppliance.com. I definitely did not see this song performed at a tent in Coachella at like 5 a.m. in 2010. I definitely did not do that. All right, B. Here's an interesting stat for you. The Lions only lost 2 games this year.
Mhm.
That's pretty damn good. Like, I want to be clear. In no capacity am I doubting that Detroit is good. There are people out there trying to do that. I think that's dumb. Detroit is good. So is Washington. In their 2 losses this year, B, both opposing quarterbacks ran for a touchdown.
Mhm.
In a week 2 loss to Tampa, oh, by the way, transitive property, Washington just beat Tampa. Tampa beat Detroit. Just saying. Anyway, in a week 2 loss to Tampa, Baker Mayfield went 5 carries, 34 yards, and a touchdown. Now, Baker is a good little runner. He's slippery, but he's not like a runner. He's a scrambler.
Yeah.
You know? Now, in a week 15 loss to Buffalo, Josh Allen is 100% a runner.
Yeah.
It's weird how people separate. It's okay for him to run and everybody else is dangerous, but whatever. He is a big unit of a guy, but still, he runs a lot. Week 15 loss to Buffalo, Josh Allen went 11 carries for 68 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. I think I watched that
Jaden's
one.
legs are absolutely a weapon this week.
Totally. And that's why all the people that they keep mentioning about the running and how it's done, it doesn't make a difference how it's done. If that dude can get loose, dude. If they get everything in a traditional running manner, cool. But if not, to the hell with it. Make sure you get the yards because this is now a tournament. You win, you go forward. You lose, you go home. If his legs gonna keep us going forward, dog.
Dude, this is the time to go all in on everything. This is empty the tank, dude. If Josh Allen in week 15 went 11 for 68 with 2 touchdowns. Oh, by the way, the Bills won by 6. Like, you know what happened in that game? They needed it. They needed all of it.
Yeah.
They're going to need everything Jaden can give them this week. And you don't slow that down for anything.
By no stretch.
Now, you'd also love to see, there's a lot of things you'd love to see here. But certainly part of that would be an ability to get the run game going. We've talked about it at length. I don't know that it's just going to rebound. You know what I mean? But I think if Jaden ends up being your runner, that's okay to me. And whatever it is to get time of possession taken care of, it is how this is going to go. I tweeted out the photo of your Hex photo shoot wearing the Redskins starter gear. One, it's remarkable. I feel like prices are about the same. Now, some of this stuff might be more expensive because of, the unique, like it's harder to get now.
Because of the price gouging?
But just in general, I feel like a sweatshirt for a football team is about the same cost it was as 1996. But I just saw Cody's tweet. He said, I wasn't expecting to see a B-Mitch thirst trap this morning, but I'm here for it. All right, we've all seen the photo. I just posted this on my Instagram. You can only pick one. I am picking the windbreaker. I think the windbreaker is fresh as hell. I had that coat as a kid. I had the black one, so I don't think I wouldn't feel right getting another version of that coat. Landfill, if you're picking one of those 3 in the photo, which one you like? You going crew neck?
Absolutely.
Just the old-fashioned Redskins on there?
Yeah.
I miss that Redskins font. Whatever that font is called, how they used to write it, it makes me think of Frank Herzog, makes me think of RFK Stadium. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. That call was
so cool.
Iconic.
Yep.
Jeff, which one you picking?
I'm going with the crew neck, too. I look cool in crew necks with the bald head, man.
Who asked you about how you look?
Nah, that's why I'm picking the crew neck, bruh.
You actually look like a big old damn apple sitting there with a crew neck on.
Hey, shiny red apple, they get bought. I don't know what that means, but it sounded cool.
It don't even sound cool. It sounds weird as hell. You worried about your apple head.
Jeff out here stunting on people.
Jeff all thirsty for himself. Damn.
That made me laugh. All right, White Brian, what about you?
I'm gonna agree with Jeff.
Everybody's going crew neck. Nobody likes the windbreaker. You guys are nuts. Biggie,
Not-
do you? Now,
Just it looked fire, dog.
I've been giving B a hard time. He has gotten more Skins Commanders gear in the last 6 weeks than you have in the last 10 years.
6 weeks. I've been getting this stuff all year, dog.
But every time, especially in Ashburn, every time I go to the bathroom and come back during the break, you're like, yo, I might order this. Now,
Nah,
there are
I
a
just-
lot more variety.
I have
now.
to see stuff, and then I just have to reach out to certain folks, and I can get things.
I understand. But if you got to pick one of those three from your modeling days, which way you going?
All right.
How much modeling did you do back in the day?
Man, I ain't do no modeling. That was just like a appearance, a deal. I did a windbreaker.
All right, so me and B are going windbreaker. The aquarium's going
What? Where's the crew neck?
the bottom right.
Bottom left? You mean?
No, the bottom left is the damn coat.
You got 3 different coats there, Jay.
Bottom right is a crew neck sweatshirt.
B, that's a sweatshirt,
A
bro.
regular old sweatshirt.
That's a crew neck sweater. Cause you got your hoodies, then you got your crew neck.
Well, I would not do that one.
Yeah, I don't know when it happened, but for younger people younger than us, crew necks are like the rage. Like they don't even like hoodies; they like crew necks.
Because Jeff cannot pull a turtleneck over his head.
I'm saying beyond just Jeff. Like if you
Danfield
ask,
can't pull a turtleneck over that big ass head either.
if you ask like Mike Marr or Cody, I'm trying to think, Stallion, like young dudes,
They like the stuff that we used to like way back.
like Haney. If you ask,
Like when I
Haney,
was 14, I would pick the crew neck.
right.
Like that was like in the 80s.
Quick question: what photo shoot is better, B. Mitch in the Redskins gear laying down on the AstroTurf, or the old school Sultan of the Swamp photo, where he's wearing giant boots standing in the bayou?
That one's pretty great. But
Definitely the boots.
was this the AstroTurf that Dan Snyder refused to get rid of for 20 years?
What did I have, 96?
Yeah, probably.
It probably
Or
was.
was that old Redskin Park still?
Because we moved over, Old Redskin Park had, I think we moved over there in 7? Off the new facility. I can't remember. 94, 97, 1 or 2. 97 was was 97 FedEx?
97 was when FedEx opened.
So they moved to that place in 94. So yeah, it was the new one. It's that same turf, Landfill?
It's gone.
I
She's
like it.
gone.
It's gone now though, brother.
Maybe it was the turf that really finally exercised everything. Maybe it was getting rid of that damn turf. Who knows? But it's different now. Shout out to Hex. Nobody go anywhere. Actually, we're gonna open the phone lines up. We got some OV to talk about. We got some Madrid to talk about. Maybe some South America to talk about. But the rest of the show is going to be packed. We got Governor Moore at 1, Peter Rosenberg with great news. Jeff Walker's hype song at 11:45. Dan Miller, Fox Detroit's going to join us. Voice of the Lions. Phone lines open now. You can ask B. Mitch anything. We can just talk ball. The boys are talking ball, and ain't nothing better.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Well, it was supposed to be a return for Bradley Beal to Capital One Arena, but Beal missed the game due to an ankle injury. His Phoenix Suns did get the best of the Washington Wizards 130-123. The Wizards got a strong night off the bench from rookie Keyshawn George, who scored 24 points in the defeat. The Caps and Ottawa Senators went to overtime scoreless in the Canadian capital, but Alex Ovechkin whipped a wrister home on a 2-on-1 in the extra session to lift the Caps to a 1-0 win. Ovechkin is now just 21 goals shy of passing Wayne Gretzky. And Maryland falls away from College Park once more. Northwestern hitting a buzzer beater at the end of the extra session, dooming the Terps, sinking Maryland 76-74, the final. This month only get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Everybody, shout out to Odyssey system updates. They only want to start right when we open the phone lines up. That's the Odyssey system updates know exactly when the phone lines are open and when I need the computer. Obviously, it's the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Listen, man, it's divisional round weekend. It's cold as hell. It's Friday. You ain't got no job. You want to pull yourself a Scotty's right now? I'm not judging you. Here's what you need to do on Saturday, though. Join 106.7 The Fan for the Burgundy and Gold pregame show starting at 6 at Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. It'll be hyped for the Commanders-Lions game. That's Honor Brew Company in Sterling, 42604 Trade West Drive. Landfill, that's very close to your house.
Are you going, Landfill?
My first Ask Me Mitch Anything question is, will Landfill go to Honor Brew Company in Sterling for the Burgundy and Gold pregame show?
It's absolutely wild, but it just so happens that I have plans at that time.
What are the plans?
It turns out this is the only time that the grocery store will sell me baked goods, and I just got to pick some up.
So last time they sold you vegetables, that's the only time.
One time it was ham.
Goods.
Yeah.
I think you can't come to
I think you lying to us.
You can't come to 106.7 night in Leesburg because that's the ham sale.
And that's when they sell me herbs and spices.
Vegetables, he said.
Herbs and spices.
It was vegetables last time.
Colonel
for that.
Sanders?
Yep.
Here's what I can tell the people. Burgundy and Gold pregame show starts at 6 at Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. Landfill may or may not be there. But
I'm going to go with may not.
I bet Denton's going to be there. Is Rooster going to be? Rooster might be going to Detroit. I cannot confirm or deny. If Rooster's coming in.
If he's driving, he'll get there at 8:05.
I have $25 on
3 suitcases.
I have $25 on a bus ticket for Rooster to get to Detroit.
Nah. He'll have the ticket already. He's not going.
I just got information from a source, from an Ashburn source. I'm not going to name names, but I'm going to tell you what it says. Ready?
Okay.
Insider info. According to the lady that cuts my hair, Jaden is getting his hair cut in the room next to us.
Ooh.
This is Ashburn information. All right.
They can't wait to say stuff when you go, oh, you know Jaden Daniels over there. Get his hair cut. That's why I stopped going to the cleaners I used to go to.
There's probably people driving around Ashburn now that are just going to drive to all the barbers.
That's not why you stopped going to the barber.
The cleaners, I said.
No.
I said the cleaners. I shaved my head in 1993 and been shaving ever since.
No, you have hair in this 1996 Hex photo shoot.
No,
Yes.
that's an old picture.
No,
It has to be an old picture. Cause we,
All right,
we
Lansdale,
shaved
new
with, no,
mission,
it was
find some
96.
other pictures
It
from
was
96.
It was training camp in 96. That's what it was.
I mean, you clearly have hair in the
That's
photo
not.
shoot.
That wasn't in training camp. That was in off season.
Okay. Why'd you stop going to the cleaners? The dry
Because
cleaners?
the
you're
lady
saying?
had to tell everybody I'm coming in. I said, listen, man, if you're gonna be advertising me coming here all the time, you need to give me a damn discount. Oh no, I can't do that. I said, well, I can't come to you no more. So I started going to the other spot. They give me a discount, and then I must tell everybody I come there.
All right, so we are doing Ask Me Mitch Anything. We're also just opening the phones. Like, we're going to have a packed show. This is probably our only real phone call conversation time.
Yeah.
So the phones are open now for a while until Jeff's hype song at 11:45. I also want to hear if anybody's going to the game this weekend.
Oh, that's a lot of people going.
I'd like to hear from you. One thing I'm curious
How much
about,
are the tickets?
dude, pull up White Brian. Give me ticket prices again. Rally Captain looks like he is on a plane right now.
Rally Captain is already there rolling. He got to get there to set up everything, man.
Tailgate Ted sent me a photo this morning drinking a Bloody Mary. I don't know if he was at the airport or what. Ted, what up, man?
What's going on, boys? How you doing?
What's up, brother?
Good. How are you, dude?
I'm good, man. I'm out here, a couple Bloody Marys deep, just listening to you guys.
Are you in Detroit?
You in
Where
Detroit
are you?
already?
Yeah, no, I was on a 6 o'clock flight out this morning.
Damn.
Oh, my God.
Was Santana on that flight? They said Santana caught a 6 o'clock flight.
No, I didn't see Tana. I was at a GCA. I'm not sure which one Tana was going out of.
Gotcha.
All right,
But
dude.
there were a dozen other Commanders fans, Washington fans on the flight. So we're showing up out here.
Yo, can I ask how much you paid for tickets? Tickets are expensive as hell, right?
Yes, they are.
4 digits. I'm not proud to say it, but like I told you, JP, I've been saving up 19 years for this.
Yeah, I love that.
There was zero chance.
I think
I'm
you've got
messing
the
up.
right mindset, Ted, because, it's an expensive ticket. But one, you can afford it. It's not like you had to take out a second mortgage, right? And two, if you think about it, you haven't been buying a lot of playoff tickets lately, and you sure as hell haven't bought a
No,
divisional round
much
ticket.
of none.
And so the costs are the costs, and if you can swing it, and if this matters to you, go for it. Don't be
baby.
embarrassed by that at all.
No, even if I couldn't swing it, there was no way I was missing this. If I am breathing, I'm going to be here. I'll figure it out.
Sound like you're barely breathing, though,
Yeah,
dog. You
sounds like
feeling
you
all
can't
right?
talk, man.
The voice is coming back slowly. I'm just trying to rest it for the game.
If you already drinking Bloody Marys already this morning, your voice is not going to be good.
Yeah, I'm making bad decisions, B, but, we'll see how
And
it
he's
goes.
supposed to be in charge of Drew.
You act like you hanging out
Is
with
Drew
JP.
out there yet?
No, Drew's at the airport right now. He's getting out here in about 2.
All right.
Yeah, I
Good
think
deal.
we're going to meet up, and then a bunch of other Washington fans are already on their way, like Rally Captain, you said, and we're going to pre-rally before the actual rally.
All right, here's what I'm going to tell you, Ted. I'm just going to be very honest about this. You're on your third Bloody Mary at 11 a.m. I land around 8 p.m. We're not going to meet up. You're going to be in a different time
You wanna
zone
put
than
it
me
back?
by then.
Man, Ted is a
I might be
veteran
in
at this
Canada,
stuff, man.
Don't
This ain't
go
my
to
first
Canada,
time,
bro.
JP.
He won't sound like he sound right now, though.
Don't go to Canada.
He
man.
won't be talking.
Appreciate you, Ted. Have fun. We'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
You too, boys.
You better wrap that voice up.
Yo, and something is going around, too. Tischler got sick. Grant is sick. Ted doesn't sound very good. It's the middle of winter. There's snow everywhere.
Yeah, the team is good, and people are drinking more than they often do.
Our guy Russ is on the line. What up, Russ?
How y'all doing this morning?
We good, Russ.
Hey,
What's happening?
not too much, man. I'm on one of them Bloody Marys, I think.
Pour some
But I'll
Scotties,
tell you
baby.
What? Hey, we're two games away from the Super Bowl, fellas. What do you think about that?
I like that thought. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
You're
So I'm
accurate,
thinking-
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 games. Yeah, I'm hoping. I was gonna ask you, B. Mitch, about Monty Coleman, man. He used to have a hunting shop down there in Chantilly. I took my deer hunting rifle down there one time. He worked on it, but Monty was such a cool person. I wonder how he's doing.
Yeah, mine is. He's in, got some little medical issues right now, but he's doing well. So I'm at the alumni weekend. He's back in North Kakalaki. No, Arkansas, not North Carolina, Arkansas.
In Arkansas.
Yeah,
that's awesome, bro.
Yep.
Well, I
Monty
just wanted to
Coleman
say,
is an all-time Redskin, man.
Oh,
They used
bro.
to have.
yes, he is.
Thank you for the call, Russ. Appreciate you, buddy.
Hey, y'all have a great trip. Take
All
care.
right, man. Take care.
They used to have this photo of Monty Coleman. What has now become you know how they have like another locker room for the female officials now? That used to be like this little VIP area. You know the room I'm talking about across from the locker?
Yeah.
Across from the actual locker room? That used to be this like weird VIP area. I don't know who or what went in there, but we used to record the podcast in there sometimes because by the time we'd be doing that, it was the whole stadium was empty. And they had this photo of Monty Coleman hanging up there. It was just one of the most badass, like iconic photos. Looked like after a tough kind of rain game. And it's this picture of Monty holding up his helmet. You remember that image?
Mm-hmm.
And it was in black and white, though. It was just so dope. Monty Coleman, all-time Redskins. I love hearing that name. Yeah. I love hearing that name going into divisional round. That's a dude. I mean, B, you talk about a dude that left it all out there.
Hey, man, that dude taught me so much about this league, man.
I remember we had him on, I want to say, like the first week of our radio show. Because I asked you, I was like, yo, can we get Monty Coleman on? And you were like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't have been cooler. My boy Dan McQueen, Monty Coleman's his favorite player ever. That was a good call. That's a good trip down memory lane. You start thinking about a guy that played 16 years in the NFL.
6'4", 251, 36-inch waist, 4'5".
Bro, all 16 seasons in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
He was an 11th round draft pick. That doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, he's 62. He has how many? He was a linebacker.
Yeah.
He has 17 career interceptions.
Dude, I told you.
You know how many tackles he made?
The first time I beat him in a route in practice, I celebrated like I won the Super Bowl. Because if the dude put his fingertip on you, pinky finger, push you right to the ground.
You know how many tackles he made in his career?
I mean,
you know how much Ted said he paid for that ticket?
4 digits.
4 digits. Monty Coleman made 1,002 tackles over his career.
Hey, man.
And how many? I'm honestly asking this because I believe Jacoby's one of them. How many guys were here for all 3 Super Bowl wins and all 4 Super Bowls? Because Monty's one of them.
Monty's one of them.
I think Jacoby, right?
Joe may have been.
We need whoever wants to find that answer for me. Fire away.
Go to work.
Also, I pulled this up. So Rally Captain also has his like events package, right? So where he can get you out there. Listen to the dollar amounts on this. So if you want the complete package, which I guess is travel. Okay, so here's what the trip includes: airfare, hotel, and then your choice of a ticket. So if you want your own room, airfare, and a ticket, lower level is $3,300. If you go upper level, is three grand. If you're willing to share a room, say it's you and your buddy. Or something,
upper level 33, lower level 33, upper level 3 there. I'm going with the 33.
Dude, if I'm paying $3,000, I'm paying $3,300 to be in the lower.
Heartbeat.
It's an expensive trip, man, but I know people are going to be out there. Let's go to Pete in Hanover. What up, Pete?
What do you say, fellas?
What do you say,
What's up,
bud?
man?
B-Mitch, I got a question for you.
What you got?
Back in, I think it was the 92-93 season, it was the season after we won our last Super Bowl. We played a playoff game that you went crazy in. You started as the running back, which normally that never happened.
Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Why? The question is, why that particular game you started as the starting running back?
I actually didn't start. I think Ernest started the game. He got hurt early. And I think Ricky was already hurt. So I ended up finishing up the game at running back. Punt return, kick return, fake punt, all kind of stuff.
You
did everything.
You won the game. You won the game like on your back. We were all wondering why that didn't happen more often, where they let you, take a lead in the running game.
Oh, they said that I was more important as a returner, and my body thanks them today because, not getting hit as many times and carrying that ball as much probably wouldn't be as healthy as I am today and being able to do all the stuff that I do. So I'm cool with it.
Well,
thanks
God
for the call,
bless you.
Pete.
We all love you down here.
Thank you, bro.
Appreciate
love
you,
the show. Love the show.
Thanks, dude. My my time. So Landfill. So Monty Coleman is one of the guys that made all three rings, 4 appearances. Landfill's also told me Bostic, Grimm, Art Monk.
All right.
So when did Jake come in? Was he not there for the Super Bowl loss? We got our crack research team on it. Our guy Lawrence is on the line. What's up, Lawrence?
What's happening, y'all? Man,
Chilling,
happy
man.
Friday.
Same to you, brother.
Listen, I don't think Detroit's better than the Ravens. That might be my personal opinion, but I don't think they have a better offense, and they definitely don't have a better defense. And they only beat us by a touchdown. You take what you want from that. But my question would be Mitch, my 5-year-old son. He's an 818 boy like you. We live in D.C. The football programs aren't like that around here. What's the best way to get him started? Because he wants to play for the Red W's, as he calls it.
The Red W's?
Oh,
to get him started in football?
Are you trying to get him into tackle?
Get him in flag early, and then I'll move from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you guys live?
In D.C. So you saying through D.C. Parks and Rec? Because he goes to Capital City, which they don't have a football team.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a lot. There's a lot of different programs out there, but you just make sure you follow suit, because I know Doc was involved with a place earlier where they made sure all the fundamentals and stuff were taught.
True.
I played youth football for an organization called Maplewood that's based out like kind of Bethesda, Rockville. I don't know how far that is for you. And this is that's tackle football. They probably don't start till 6 or 7 is my guess. But you absolutely learned how to play football the right way, and I stand by that organization. If you want to check them out,
route instead of going like a camp first.
I don't know, man. I would just Google some stuff. Honestly,
yeah, you can send them to a camp, but like the whole thing is like once you go to the camp, you got to take it somewhere.
Yeah.
So and a lot of these, the football programs, they have camps.
Thanks, buddy.
True.
Yep.
Let's get one more in here. Pierce is in Chicago. What up, Pierce?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
Good. Man, this stuff runs deep. My dad and I have talked more over the last 5 weeks than we have in the last 5 years because of the Commanders being in the playoffs. Dad's favorite memory was the 72 championship. Watched the Super Bowl in '83 from Bradford. Man, this is crazy.
I love that, man.
But my question is, line's been susceptible to the run. Gave up 60 to Anthony Richardson and 50 to Kyler Murray, and kind of look back at the stats. Realistically, is Jaden Daniels running for 100?
Hey, I don't know, but I tell you, if they don't keep an eye on him, he's gonna run for something.
He's running us to the championship, and I'm debating on driving to Detroit and spending $1,000 on going to the game. But I don't know. I don't know if it might not shape out that way.
Well, all right, man. Well,
figure it out. Good luck.
If you come, JP will be there. He owe you a beer.
There is a chance the ticket prices. Last week in Tampa, the ticket prices dropped the day of. So if you,
I don't think these are going to drop.
I don't think so.
And the reason I said Detroit have some Rabbit fans, we have Rabbit fans, and it's inside.
Inside helps, and I think nobody in Detroit wants to sell these tickets. They want to go to the game.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a different situation. Thanks for the call, Pierce. Good luck, buddy. How far is the drive from Detroit to Chicago? Couple hours? 3-4 hours? I have no idea. All right. I'm going to try to do the right thing here. I'm going to break on time.
You're already 1 minute over, so you good.
This is on time, bro. If you're on the phone, stay there. We're taking calls up until 11:45 when you'll hear Jeff Walker's divisional round hype song.
Good morning, everyone. Well, the Washington Commanders with a chance to get to the NFC Championship game for a first time since 1991. Now, all they have to do is stun the football world, beating a 15-2 Detroit Lions team that lost in the NFC Championship game a year ago. Can Jaden Daniels and the Commanders keep this incredible ride going? Kickoff tomorrow night at 8 from Detroit. Pregame coverage until Kapsaki, and then postgame with Doc and Toby. Listen on the Fan. The Cavs went 0-0 to overtime, where Alex Ovechkin ripped the wrister home to beat the Ottawa Senators 1-0, a second straight shutout for Logan Thompson. Overtime, not so nice for Maryland, losing at the buzzer on the road of the extra session at Northwestern 76-74. And Bradley Beal was out injured, but the Wizards fall to the Phoenix Suns 130-123. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is 11:30 on a divisional round weekend. Didn't think I'd be saying that. I want to get right to the phones here on the Rude Guest Hotline because our friend Doug Kammerer is making time for us and doesn't have much time. Hey, Doug, thank you so much, buddy.
What's up, guys?
Doug, I'm going to put a warning out there for you real quick.
Okay, bring it.
Jeff doesn't keep anybody's phone number. He saved yours. Watch
That's
out.
what I'm talking about.
Be careful out there.
I don't know. We think it's kind of weird.
Yeah,
Like,
be
he doesn't
careful
save
out there.
anybody's number, and Jeff's like, oh, I got Doug's number, no problem.
Boom. I guess that tells you how the weather's been lately, right?
I guess.
You're his guy, man. So, dude, you tell us what we need to know about how cold it's about to be, snow coming in. Brian and I are both flying back into town Sunday. We'd both like to get back into town. And
What
then
time you flying in?
I'm on a
morning.
10 a.m. flight. I think B's earlier.
I'll probably be here when JP gets on this flight.
Okay, well, at least
Don't you
that's
have a
good.
layover, though?
You know,
Still going to be here. I'm leaving early, dog. Getting up out of
the
there.
earlier you get in, the better. That's the good thing there. But yeah, man, we got tomorrow's not going to be bad. Today, I'm waiting for the sun to come out. Sun's going to come out eventually, and when it does, it's going to be a pretty nice afternoon. And then tomorrow's not bad at all. Maybe a quick shower early in the day, and then on Sunday, it's just we might start seeing snow early in the day. There's the amazing part about this is here we are 48 hours out. Normally, we have some pretty good model agreement between what's going to happen. Right now, I can tell you the model agreement on this storm is not good at all. So to tell you that, normally I'd be able to say, okay, good. We're still thinking, I like a general 1 to 3 inches is what I'm thinking. But I've got one model that's going almost nothing, and I've got another model that's giving us 7 inches of snow.
Man.
Oh, man.
So this is going to be one that I'm going to be, not like I don't watch them all really closely, but I'll be watching this one super close because I'm really interested to see how these models are going to be coming in as we make our way through the next 48 hours. Because the big thing is, it's going to be warm on the front side, so we might actually get a little bit of melting, especially on the roads. We'll get some melting, not on top of the snow. That'll be fine, but if we get a little bit of melting with us, and then as the colder air comes in, because that colder air is coming in on Sunday. That Arctic front comes through on Sunday, and we turn much, much colder during the day on Sunday. And then Sunday night is just brutal. Monday, Inauguration Day, is just brutal. MLK Day, I mean, we're talking about one of the coldest inaugurations in history.
Wow.
And then Tuesday is even colder than that. I mean, Tuesday morning, when the wind is going, and wind's going to be there a little bit on Tuesday, but anytime the wind blows, wind chills could be, between 0 and 10 degrees in the city.
Damn.
In some areas could be below 0. So we're talking about one of the coldest air masses we've seen in a long time. It may even be one of the colder air masses we've seen in the last 10 years. Just some of the information that I'm looking at.
All right.
Wow.
I may have to talk to one of our guys, man.
That sounds awful.
Get on Cumbrix and stay home.
And I think about that Eagles game, coming up on Sunday.
Wow. Yeah.
That's in Philly. What time's that game? Is that a 3:00 game?
3:00 kick. Yeah.
3:00, right?
Yeah.
So they should be having some snow. Snow should be coming down. Temperatures are going to get a lot colder during that game. So I'll be interested to see how the weather, affects that game.
Whatever it is up there, it always seems colder in Philly. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly right. I would agree with you on that one.
I'm talking with Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist for NBC4. You can follow him at Doug Kammerer, Kammerer. All right, so snow's coming. Really cold weather's coming. That snow last night came out of nowhere, dude. It was snowing hard for like an hour.
Well, again, I wouldn't say out of nowhere because we talked about it the day before, but I know what you're saying. I got it. I get it.
He just told you didn't listen to your stuff right there, Doug. Tell me you didn't listen to my forecast.
I knew he was
exactly. I work with this man, and he says it came out of nowhere.
I meant like I was in my car, and it was like somebody flipped a switch because all of a sudden it was just dumping snow. That's what I meant. I was aware of it.
We got you, Jay. We got you.
Yeah, we understand. But that was exactly right. I mean, that snow came down, and boy, it came down really hard for a good, 20 minutes, and then we got a little bit of a break, and then it came down for 20 more minutes, and we got a nice little coating on cars, and nice little coating on top of that dirty snow that we've got out there. But this is going to be coming in on Sunday, and like I said, if we were to get the upper end of this, I really think Sunday could have some problems because we're going to cool so fast during the day on Sunday. So everything's going to start to stick pretty quick. So, Sunday could be an issue. It's a good thing. Most schools and businesses and things, a lot of things are closed on Monday because of MLK Day, because of the inauguration. That's a good thing that they're closed because I do think we're going to run into some problems.
All right, dude. What do you think for Saturday night in Detroit? And I ain't talking weather.
Yeah, buddy. Exactly. When we won this game last week, and I'm looking at Detroit, I'm like, oh man, this is going to be a tough one. But after listening to you, as I do as a colleague, I listen to my colleague. I tend to feel better about this game. Not to say, hey, like you've said before, any given Sunday, and I definitely agree with that. But to your point about so many of the factors that go into this, I mean, our offense is really, really good. And if we could have one of those great games against Detroit, that'd be amazing. Defensively, is this the game that we're going to finally get on top of things? I would love to see that as well. I would love to see, I mean, we all know, Lattimore didn't have a great game last game. Maybe he's able to turn that around this time. I mean, him and Mike Evans, we thought that was going to be a battle. Unfortunately, that wasn't much of a battle that way. We still won that game, thank goodness. But man, I was like, whew, man, what's happening with that one? But hopefully this time defensively we'll be okay. And I loved what you said yesterday. Are they starting that center, that rookie center?
Guard, yes.
Guard.
Oh, okay, guard, yeah. So if they got a rookie that's starting tomorrow for the first time, they're going to be going right at him, maybe doing some schemes to get right at that guy. So that would be fun to see too. So I think we got a chance, man. I mean, earlier I was thinking that we would be like maybe 31-21 Detroit. But now maybe it's the other way around. If we can stop Goff. I mean, again, that guy's just awesome too. We're playing a great team.
Mm-hmm. You right about that?
It's going to be fun.
Right about that.
Thank you for making time, dude. I know you're slammed, and I know you're going to be busy the next few days. Everybody,
and hey, I hope you both get back on time.
Thank you, dude.
All right, bro.
Everybody watch Doug and all the weather
guys.
coverage on NBC4. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, make sure y'all pick up for JP.
All right, I'm going to try to get these callers. And Byron is in San Antonio. What up, B?
What up, By?
What's going on, gentlemen? Hey,
man.
B. Mitch, I got a question for you. When you played Detroit the last time, didn't they have a great record in the playoffs? And Barry Sanders had over 2,000 yards. And I believe y'all held him to 33 yards rushing.
He didn't have that against us. Because,
I'm saying, y'all shut him down.
We shut him down because Richie Pettibone had a way of combating Barry. He didn't have good games against Richie Pettibone defense.
Well, I just hope the front four, if they don't get to golf, that they get their hands up, pop some balls up in the air, and we can get some turnovers that way. But I feel great for Saturday's game. Hey, y'all take it easy, and y'all make sure y'all take the birthday boy out before y'all leave.
Thanks, dude.
Whose birthday?
Jeff's.
That was on Monday. He already took his day off. He had his birthday present.
Look, if you're looking for a spot to hang for the game, check out Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. Saturday starting at 6. Burgundy and Gold pregame show, watch party. That joint is going to be popping. I haven't been there, but I've heard really good things about Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. Mike is in PG.
What am I?
Mike,
I got to take this call. I'm sorry. Hey, guys, how you doing today?
We're doing good,
dude.
man.
Hey, I just wanted to give you some more some information. Brian, I don't know if you remember me. I'm the one whose son was driving for Porsche. So you came out to Chantilly.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. First off, I want to tell you, I'm a 35-year veteran of PG Police Department, and I've been at every home game since '97.
All right.
And I'm a Commanders fan, and to my heart. But what I want to tell you is Jordan just had an interview with a certain NBA Hall of Fame's NASCAR team.
Uh-huh.
So they're starting a road racing, NASCAR road racing. So we might see him working for him next year, but I will keep you apprised.
Oh, let me know, man. Definitely.
I'll keep you apprised because they have NASCAR Europe, which is all road racing. So I think he might start over there and then come over here for a few races. But I'll let you guys know. And I have a great feeling about Saturday night. The Commanders are going to win that game, man.
All right,
Thanks,
brother.
buddy.
Appreciate you.
Let's get.
Remember I tell you about that? I was at Porsche that time. He was.
Yeah.
That window was breaking. I think that window may not stay there. Duke ride, man.
Mama Stu, we got to be quick. We're running out of time.
Mama
What's up,
Stu,
Mama?
what's up?
Question real quick about the game, right? So both of these guys, we know it's the battle of the Dans, and they both go for it on fourth down, right? Yeah. So my question to Brian is, which defense do you think has the most pressure? Because we pretty much have been the best team on fourth down in the league, and we're going to be facing a team that all we know historically goes for it on fourth down. So which defense do you think has the most pressure?
I think Detroit's defense, because they're the favorite team, and all that pressure going to come down on them.
There you have it. Thank you, Mama.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Mark, what you got?
Hey, real quick. B-Mitch, couple callers back, we were talking about the 92-93 season. It was the end of an era. The week after this last caller's game he was asking about, we played San Francisco in a divisional playoff, and we were coming back 13-17. We were coming back, and we had a mishandled exchange between you and Mark Rippon. I remember that game. It was one of the saddest games in my life. Gary Clark went off. Man, that's what I was going to ask. How did you feel? I felt like something was going to change after that.
Well, for years everybody thought I had fumbled the ball. I didn't fumble the ball. But it was I thought we were going back, We were playing against 49ers there. They had that wet-ass turf. Their stuff kept coming up. But
right on the water there.
I'm waiting on the ball. It is a hole as wide as two of those doors. And never got it. So that was a tough one.
Thanks, Mark. We got to run.
All right, man.
Ray, close it out, buddy. Go, Ray. Quick.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Big fan of yours, man. Much love from the 410, man. I have a great feeling. Great feeling. I grew up a Skins fan, man. I have a great feeling. Jaden Daniels, he reminds me so much of Tom Brady, and I know it may be a little reach, but his cool, his moxie. I believe, in my opinion, that they're going to shock the world, and fans like myself, I'm a Ravens fan as well, but fans like myself can stop looking at the 91 yearbook and being all nostalgic and teary-eyed, because these kids got something to believe. They got something to root for. I love seeing all these number 5 jerseys around from all these kids, man. So the Skins or the Commanders are going to shock the world. That's all I got to say, man.
All right, bro. Thank you. When we come back, Jeff Walker's hype song.
All right.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. In moments, you'll hear from Jeff Walker, who's got a divisional round hype song. Well, we might need, this is the first time we might be soliciting a lawyer for the program. Somebody hit my man Landfill driving to work this morning. What happened, Landini? Do we need representation?
Dude was just, I was just sitting there minding my own business at a traffic light. Guy runs into me.
What the hell?
Crazy out here.
And Jeff quickly said, does your neck hurt, Landfill?
It doesn't, but
it's going to.
It might. Yeah, I mean, it hurts now.
Yeah. What about your back? Any spinal issues?
There might be
PTSD.
I feel traumatized.
Jeff, do you have any lawyers?
I'll represent Landfill.
Who's the lawyers for Grant and Denny? Currod and Murray?
No, I'm gonna call Olivia Donahue.
Yo, Olivia Donahue needs to get on the case. Somebody get B. We need Olivia Donahue. I think you should. I'm sure your car's damaged. The underneath stuff you can't see. Listen,
that's true.
They certainly sell you stuff you can't see.
Uh-huh.
So I think that stuff's broken.
It might be.
All right. If there's any lawyers out there, hit up Landfill. He seeks restitution for the damages. Were you spooked when you got hit?
I was, there's always that second, like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're all right. Seriously.
I'm okay.
But maybe not.
Maybe, my neck.
Well, and wasn't the dude driving a fancy European car?
That's true, he was.
B, are you aware that Landfill got hit?
Yeah.
In his car? Don't you think you should call a lawyer?
He should have.
It was a fancy European car.
You let the people leave? You're a damn fool.
You get his information?
I did.
Oh, dun, 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 dun.
I was in the car too.
You get the information?
Jeff said he's willing to represent Landfill in court.
You'll lose, Landfill. Don't do that.
I think you either have to have a lawyer or you could represent yourself. You can't just have a fake lawyer buddy be your lawyer. I'm not a constitutional expert, but I believe those are the rules.
If Jeff was the lawyer, you shouldn't hire him. You're gonna lose, Landfill.
Jeff, you ready, buddy? It's divisional round. No messing around.
Yeah, I'm ready, bro. I'm so happy for tomorrow. This beat and the way I flowed on this is all inspired by Detroit because one of my boys, he's like the biggest troll, and he said the funniest thing. He said, quite frankly, Eminem's not even good trolling the Detroit fans. So I said, I'm gonna rap like a Detroit rapper from today's age. And that's what inspired this song. So let's get into it, Landini.
We in Detroit, right? When the commanders go marching in, we take over your spot. Hey, Trill.
Trill 800.
Let me slide on this beat like a Detroit rapper right quick. Daniels in the Lions Den? He ain't fair. Treat these felines like some kittens. Get blown out. Boy, you tripping. Been a story for so far. Let's keep it spreading. We ain't worried about Rob. We gonna handle business. Step up in the full field. Protect Jaden Force Field. The army running through your DB because that boy don't yield. Boy, I know we can win. I'ma die on that hill. At first it was a dream. Now we feel so real. Now what about the haters? Telling y'all, say y'all season was luck. I ain't worried about the haters, and that's where the JP talking crazy on the net, but that crap don't faze me, cause my trust is in the 53, rocking burgundy, and the gold so bright, so a hater I can't see, and this train moving right, cause the place you wanna be, and you better hop on quick, cause this train about to leave. It ain't no space for no bandwagoners after this year. If you like this team before, welcome back. Left hand up.
I love it, Jeff.
I like that, Jeff.
I think that's my first name drop in one of your songs, too.
Yeah, hey, look, that I was like JP, right? When you said that earlier this week, bro, I was like, he right, bro. Bleep these haters. And that was one of the lines that had to get in there, bro.
I love it.
I like it, boy.
They got a chance, man. You got a quarterback and you got a team full of guts. They got a chance. I'm fired up. Rev T wants to call in. Rev, if you were on the line right now, I'd take you, but I don't see you, so I don't know what to tell you. Rev's sending me messages, DMs. Me and Rev are DMing. Whew. All right, when we come back, Dan Miller from Fox is going to join us. He's the voice of the Lions out in Detroit. Here's how it's going to go. Dan Miller's going to join us. Then Governor Moore is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Peter Rosenberg at 1:30. I believe Peter has some big news to share with all of us. We'll see if that happens.
Little Rose.
I do think we got to run Jeff's song again. I'd like to hear that again.
Yeah.
I am fully aware if people want to know this, they've announced that the Miami Dolphins are playing a home game in Madrid this coming season. Washington does play at Miami. That's the first one of these announcements of an international game where it's possible it could be Washington.
I would love to go to Madrid.
Me too.
Yeah.
I've been to Spain. I've never been to Madrid. I'd love to. I also think South America could be in play. I believe the NFL is still doing, I think the plan is a game in Brazil and a game in Mexico.
All right.
They said 8, so plenty of games to come. Here's what we're going to do, Landfill. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll be right back.
This sports update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Well, let's hit the scene of a huge weekend in DC sports. Now tonight, Georgetown looks to end a brief three-game slide. The Hoyas will host DePaul at Capital One Arena. Tip time at 8 p.m. Listen on the Team 980. We've got Virginia Tech and Wake Forest tomorrow at 2 here on The Fan. The Caps will see Sidney Crosby and the Penguins coming to town. Tomorrow night at 7, listen here on The Fan. The Wizards are out west. They are at Golden State Saturday at 8:30, at Sacramento Sunday at 9. Listen to both on the Team 980. But the unquestioned focus of DC fandom on the Commanders in their pursuit of a spot in the NFC Championship game. Washington will play at Detroit against the top-seeded Lions tomorrow at 8. We have pre-game coverage before Caps hockey and post-game coverage as well. Listen to it all right here on The Fan. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com, because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia, and we are fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Remember, Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Talk to Mr. Dan Miller from Detroit, voice of the Lions. Dan, what's up, dude? How are you?
JP, I'm good. How you guys doing today?
We're doing well, man. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of this, Earl Forsey wanted me to say hello, so I'm doing that for him.
That's been one of the cool things about this week, is catching up with a lot of people, and obviously this is full circle for me with the crew, including B. Mitch there, who I spent some evenings in bars doing live shows with. So this is fun. It's been a lot of fun saying hello to folks.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I think everybody, most of our audience, because you've joined us before, knows that you from here, started here, and then got a really awesome job to move to Detroit and be the voice of the Lions and be on television all over, and have accelerated your career in Detroit, and it's dope. But what that leads us to is a divisional round matchup between the now Commanders and the Lions. The Washington franchise is 3-0 historically against Detroit in the playoffs. Frankly, I don't think that matters at all for this weekend. What are the vibes surrounding the Lions right now?
It's excitement. I mean, last year it was kind of new because we had never had a playoff game in our stadium at Ford Field. They hadn't had a playoff game at home in 30 years. So that was kind of, there was excitement built around, hey, we're back and doing that. This year, I think after the loss in San Francisco and, being 30 minutes away from a Super Bowl and letting a 17-point lead get away, I think that there was a feeling of coming back to handle business, coming back to finish what you started. So I think, look, there's a ton of excitement. It's going to be electric inside that stadium tomorrow night. It's going to be electric in downtown Detroit. But this is where they wanted to be. They wanted to win the North. They wanted to be the number one seed in the NFC. And I think they learned last year the importance of, if you can get there, having that NFC championship game in your stadium. That was their goals. Now they got to see if they can make something out of it.
The injuries, Dan, does that bother them at all? I know they practice hard. Everybody competes. But you have a lot of star players that are not playing in this game.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And that's been part of the story all year long. And, you go back to week 5 or 6, whatever it was, when Aiden Hutchinson went down against Dallas and we lose one of the best defensive players in football. And we're thinking, oh my goodness, how are we going to figure this thing out from here? And it just kept happening. They've lost their 2 best defensive linemen, their best cornerback. They had lost 3 of their top 4 linebackers for most of the season. Alex Anzalone just came back last game. And one of their safeties that they were counting on, Fatu Melifonwu, had been out most of the season. He's been back for about a month now. So it's been crazy, and it's been concentrated on the defense where they have lost most of the players. But to their credit, they've been able to figure this thing out. A lot of times bringing guys in off the street. They had one game where they had nobody left from their 2 deep in the opening game playing in the second half of their game against Chicago on Thanksgiving Day, and it was against Buffalo on late in the season. So it's just been cobbling this thing together, but they've been able to do it. They've been a top 10 scoring defense, the number 1 third down defense in the league. Some cracks late in the season where they started giving up a lot of points. So I do think it's still a question mark, and I think it'll be a question mark till their season ends one way or the other, either, in the Super Bowl with a win or a loss, or somewhere in the next couple of weeks.
I have a theory that if Washington is to win this thing, it's in no way because Detroit lays an egg. Like, I don't see a Dan Campbell coach team coming off the bye flat or rusty. How do you think they will come out in this game after having, 2 weeks off and really some good rest?
Yeah, I mean, they needed the bye. I mean, their bye was early this year, so it's not like they had, gotten a bye in week 12, week 13. Plus, they had that compressed schedule around Thanksgiving where you get the 2 games close, and then they had another Thursday game right after Thanksgiving. So they had kind of been through the ringer in terms of the schedule. So the bye really, I think, helps them. Look, I think there's always a little bit of concern that you come out a little bit slow, coming off some time off. But look, in a game like this, I think your concern is just a couple mistakes here and there. And this is for both sides. I think it's, you don't want to have empty possessions in this game. Mm-hmm. These offenses are too good. And, the Lions, the highest scoring offense in the league, they're an offense that gets on runs like I know Washington does. Well, they'll score on 4 or 5 straight possessions, finding the end zone. And that's what they need to do. And I'll be honest with you, kind of based off what you said, if there's something that gives me pause or concern, it is making a mistake on offense that gives Washington's defense points or gives Jaden Daniels a short field off a takeaway. And I just feel like mistakes are magnified this time of year. To me, how you win doesn't change. You won 15 games. That's the same recipe.
Yeah.
But the ways you lose are the same too. And usually that's mistakes and turnovers.
Talking with Dan Miller here, sports director at Fox 2 in Detroit and the Lions radio play-by-play man. You could give him a follow at Dan Miller Fox 2.
Dan, Jaden Daniels has had an outstanding year, and he's opening a lot of eyes. Dan Campbell spoke very highly of him. What are the thoughts you're hearing from the players about Jaden Daniels?
Well, I'll tell you, not only did Dan Campbell speak highly of him, Aaron Glenn said Jaden Daniels has taken this league by storm. And I think that's about as high a compliment as I've ever heard AG give somebody. And he's all respect for players all the time, but that was really effusive praise for him. And look, these players are cognizant of who he is and how they have to play. And they've at times had trouble generating pressure from the front 4. So they will bring guys. And that's what they did against Minnesota. Now that's a different story, chasing Sam Darnold versus Jaden Daniels. But I'm really interested to see how they play this, because there have been times this year where they knew they had to bring pressure. They'll bring an extra guy. They've had trouble generating pressure with just the front 4. I know sometimes the statistics say something different, but it's just not what the eyeball test tells you. So, look, they are fully respectful of him, what he can do. And they've gone so far as to say, look, we know he's going to make some plays in this game, but we have to be able to rebound from that. You can't let that beat you twice. He's going to break your heart on a 3rd and 7 or a 4th and 5 or something like that. You got to come back and play the next play. So I think they're prepared for what he can do. I think they're doing everything they can to mitigate that, A, with their defense, and B, just rebounding when he makes the plays that he's going to make.
It's going to be fascinating. And then on the what's crazy with Washington, Terry McLaurin's a blue chip player. He's a second team All Pro. He's going to the Pro Bowl. But the rest of it is kind of a combination of parts that seems to work, where the whole is greater than the sum, or whatever that phrase is. When you look at the Detroit offense, it is just full of blue chip players. Gibbs, St. Brown, Williams. Who do you think in a way you can kind of count on all of those, but is there one player that if Washington tries to focus on and shut down that can really have a large impact on the Lions offense?
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I mean, I think you would start, and this is not rocket science because every team will talk about this, is stopping the run. If you can somehow make them one-dimensional, that puts the ball sort of in Washington's favor. It doesn't mean that Jared Goff can't operate that way, but they're so good when the running game is working, and he's so good off play action. That's when you see this offense really cook. When he's in rhythm, drops, plants, and just throws and hits Amon-Ra or hits J-Mo or Sam Laporta or whoever. I mean, I would say running game probably number one, but again, that's what coaches say every week. And then, the guy that they go to when they absolutely have to play is Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, that is the guy that when all the chips are down, it's Ben Johnson calling the play. It's that offensive line that they have built protecting. It's Jared Goff delivering, and it's Amon-Ra making the catch. And I think that he's really the clutch guy that you look for in those moments where you have to have it. So I would say probably him. But the problem is, look, J-Mo's a one-play touchdown guy, and Laporta is finally healthy, and his production has soared towards the end of the season. So there's plenty of other guys on this offense that can make plays. Montgomery will be back as well. And that offense for this team is kind of the great equalizer. When the defense has struggled, they've found a way to score points and score enough points to win. So it is a tall order to stop that defense. That offense. Not many teams have been able to do it. But look, this is a new game. This is a new situation. You got to come out. Everything you've done before doesn't matter. You got to come out and do it again now. What kind of new medicine y'all have up there in Detroit, Dan? Because he was supposed to get surgery, didn't get surgery. He's back this quick.
Yeah.
What the hell can we expect from him? What we've seen, he looks fine. Listening to him talk this week and being around for a couple of interviews, he sounds fine. He's ready to go. You're right. I mean, we were all kind of taken aback because the immediate diagnosis was MCL, done for the year. And then you started seeing some of those Twitter doctors saying, you know what, if it is an MCL, he could be back in 4 or 5 weeks. And that's what it ended up being. So it was confusing. And we were kind of reading the tea leaves when they made some moves that following week and put a couple guys on IR, and they didn't put him on IR. And all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, maybe he's got a shot here. And that's what it ended up being. So, I think it's one of those things that at first glance looked a little bit worse than it was. I anticipate, Brian, that he's going to look fine in this game and that he will look like David Montgomery. I think the interesting thing is, how do they kind of approach this thing? Because Gibbs has been terrific since Montgomery was out. My guess is you're still going to see both of them. How they divvy that thing up remains to be seen, but it's good to have Montgomery when you're in those, 3rd and 1 or goal line situations, because he is tough to bring down running behind that offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, that O-line is so good. We are talking with our friend Dan Miller from Fox 2 Detroit Lions radio, play-by-play man. You can give Dan a follow at Dan Miller, Fox 2. Got Dan via the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Dan, that O-line has been so good. And I was talking with somebody who said it's almost kind of weird. In some ways, Sewell's still their best lineman, even though he's on the right side, which is just a little unusual.
Mm-hmm.
But the news came out, you're not going to have Zeitler now. You're starting a rookie in his spot. I know Mahogany played one game earlier in the year when Zeitler was out. How big of a deal is this? Because that's a big change with a group that's been very good.
Yeah, it is a big change, and he'll be over on the right side. He was on the left side last time he played. So, look, the nice thing is that you have him between Penei Sewell and Frank Ragnow. I mean, 2 top-tier offensive linemen. And this kid, he had mono during training camp, so he didn't take part in training camp at all. But they've they've loved him since they drafted him and thought that he could be, a long-term starter for them down the line. I think this is a little bit of an accelerated timetable, but in his one game that he played, he did great. And I think the team was really, happy with how he played. And like I said, that was between Decker and Ragnow. So we'll see how this one goes. But look, I think as you look at that offensive line, that thing's by design. They built this team around that offensive line. You got 3 number 1 picks up there. You got 3 guys that have been paid with long-term contracts up there. That was one of the things Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell wanted to do. They wanted to build that thing to run the ball, to protect Jared Goff. And that's really what they've been able to do. And you can talk about Goff and Gibbs and Amon-Ra and things like that. In many ways, that offensive line is the face of this team. That's what gives them confidence when they walk on the field. They're going to be able to dictate pace in a game, and they're going to be able to move the ball late in the game, and they're going to be able to kill the clock in a game. So that's really the core of this team. And to your question, absolutely, that is something to watch in this game for Mahogany, who does not have anywhere near the experience that Zeitler does in his mid-30s, coming off a Pro Bowl year last year in Baltimore.
Kind of like another offensive line you used to cover, huh?
Yeah, you know what, Brian? It's that same confidence, and I think that's the way your teams used to feel when you went out there with those guys. I've likened it to this. It's like you're walking in a party in high school with the toughest guy, and nobody's going to mess with you. I think that's the way that these guys feel about this line.
That's how JP feels now when he hang out with me.
That's exactly right. Hey, listen, put chest out, puffed out. No, I think it just that group is what really gives this team on the road, bad conditions, at home, whatever it is, it makes them feel like they've got the ability to win that game. And you're right. It's the same thing with the Hogs. I mean, that group, you always felt like going into a game, that group was going to be able to control the game when you needed them to. And that's the way they feel about this offensive line. And like I said, it's by design. You can see it with the way that they've acquired those guys and paid those guys.
Dan, one thing I think folks make too much of sometimes is the opposing crowd, right? Like, I don't think many NFL players are ever actually intimidated. They're professional football players. But I do think this building is going to be so damn loud Saturday night that it could have an impact, particularly on an offense that changes. Every NFL offense makes a fair amount of checks at the line. I think Washington definitely does that. What are you expecting that building to be like Saturday night?
It's loud. It's really loud. I mean, look, I grew up going to RFK, and I knew what that was like, and that did impact other teams. This building has become, I think, one of the best home field advantages in the league. I think what it does is it does make it hard for you to communicate. It does make it hard for you if you want to do something at the line. You better do it with plenty of time left on the play clock. We've seen quarterbacks come in here and try to change something with 7 seconds left on the play clock, and at that point, you're toast. And we have seen, false starts. We have seen games where teams have, delay of games and things like that. So it absolutely can be a factor. But look, I mean, Jaden Daniels has played in the SEC. He knows what some of these stadiums sound like and look like. But the caution that I would have is don't think you're going to do anything late in the play clock because it's going to be really difficult to do that. And as much as a crowd can be a factor, it will be with this group because it is loud. These fans have waited for this for a long time. And really, you've seen the growth of Ford Field probably in the last couple of years as this kind of regime has taken off.
Yeah, I mean, we were out there. I'm trying to remember what year it was. We were out there during the Ron era, and it was when Campbell was there, and they're starting to turn things around, and it was unbelievably loud. And I think this is not a surprise. I'm not breaking any news, but being indoors contains the noise better, right? Like there's nowhere for that noise to go.
Yep.
But
yeah, it does rattle around. There's no doubt about that. And believe me, they'll open the doors early. It will be loud early. And night games, those fans are looped up and ready to go.
Yeah. They already started the day. You know that.
Yeah. I started half an hour ago. But these guys, it's a fun place. And you know what? Look, the Lions have lost twice at home. They were unbeaten on the road. So it's not like this place makes them invincible, but it is a tough place to play. And, like I said, I would just caution if you're trying to do something late in the clock or communication does become difficult.
Dan, you know the Lions inside and out. You're at the facility doing all the production meetings. But I'm guessing, as a son of the DMV, you keep an eye on what Washington's doing. It's been a special year here. How do you think this thing shakes out?
Well, let me say this. I'm happy for what is happening there. I mean, I know they went through a lot with miserable ownership. People were angry. And there are a lot of parallels between what's happened in Washington and what happened in Detroit. Just getting through the bad years and the gut punches and all the disappointment and getting to the point where you win. And there's nothing better than winning. We've all seen that. We all know that. So, look, to me in this game, so many people are talking about the Lions defense and handling Jaden Daniels. To me, it's about their offense. If that offense comes out and plays the way that it's capable of and goes on one of those runs where they have, multiple possessions where they score touchdown, what becomes a problem is for the other team to keep up. We saw it against Dallas. We saw it against Seattle in some of their games earlier this year. And when the other team has an empty possession or two, all of a sudden you look up and you're down 2 scores, and that could become a problem. So to me, it's about offensive efficiency. They have to score the way they're capable of scoring. Score like you were, in fact, the number 1 scoring offense in the league this year. And I think that puts them in a good position. Where I think they become vulnerable is if you do have empty possessions, if you do turn the ball over. I have no doubt that Washington's going to score points. I think if I map this out and say, how do the Lions win this thing? I would say, again, offensive efficiency, maximize your possessions. Don't want to see Jack Fox a lot in this game punting. And then just see if you can cobble together a couple of stops against Washington. See if you can get a takeaway. That's the Detroit side. The Washington side, as I look at it, is same thing in some ways. You got to maximize your possessions, then see if you can get a takeaway, take that crowd out of it a little bit, and try to flip momentum. And I think it feels like at this time of year, man, mistakes are magnified, and that's where you can end up losing the game. You don't want to be Philly. The Green Bay going into Philly and turning the ball over 3 times in the first half.
Sure.
That's a recipe in this game for a big problem.
Totally.
Yeah. I think this thing to me is turnovers and special teams. Whichever way those breaks go, they're going to win. And obviously, really tall task going up to Detroit and beating a loaded Lions team that will come out shot out of a cannon. But yes. I do think Washington can hang, man. It's going to be a lot of fun, Dan. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Dan.
Hey, that's not supposed to be easy this time of year, so it's it should be tough, and we're looking forward to it. It's good to catch up with you guys.
All right, hey, thank you for making time.
Take care,
seriously,
man.
I know you're slammed.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
Dan Miller, sports director, Fox 2 Detroit, and voice of the Lions radio play-by-play. Give him a follow at Dan Miller, Fox 2. Coming up, we're going to make official predictions. We're going to try to track down Rev T. We're going to play Jeff's hype song, plus Governor Moore and Peter Rosenberg. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something is not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a difference instantly.
Here's the best part. Ruud's systems are whisper, quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. You know how sometimes that thing clangs on in the middle of the night, wakes you up? Not with Ruud. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, also don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
Commanders versus Detroit Lions, Saturday night, 8 p.m. Commanders lead the series 31-16 and have won all 3 matchups in the postseason, but their last win in Detroit was 2008. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on the Lions.
They're all really good. Offensive line is really good. They're a scrappy team. The head coach has them playing hard, they're playing behind when they're up, and that's what makes them a very dangerous team. So we're looking forward to the matchup, and it's going to be fun.
Capitals topple Senators 1-0 on Alex Ovechkin's 874th career goal, 21 away from going past the great one. Suns beat the Wizards 130-123. Head coach Brian Keefe on the comeback.
We started defending, started playing with some physicality, started rebounding, play with some pace. When you start with your defense, you can get your transition game going. We got some easy layups, and then we obviously made some threes there in the fourth.
Georgetown basketball at 12-5 welcomes DePaul 7:45 on Team 980. Naomi Osaka retires from the Australian Open in the match because of an abdominal injury. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Shout out to Lampville. Buying lunch. It's nugget season, baby.
Got that bonus.
Yo, actually, we were going to talk about this. So everybody knows Lampville got the $1,000 bonus for being a very committed Odyssey employee.
Yeah. Committed.
Committed, confident, creative.
What's the other word?
Courage.
Creative?
I think courage was one of them, right? They all have to start with C for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think it's courage, community, creativity, and there's another one, but I don't remember it.
I think all of them work except community. He don't like being around people.
That's true.
It's remarkable. Whatever. I'm glad you won it. So Landfill won $1,000, but it required him to fill out a form, and he had to have some pictures of himself with other people, with coworkers. And I legitimately wondered if $1,000 was worth it for you to fill out a form.
I did fill out the form.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I sent you some photos.
I used one of them.
Great.
That's why you got the mac and cheese.
My man. I left it in there. Don't eat it, Essig. Now, the question...
David, did you send a picture of me and told him that I was you?
I sent one picture of me
with the gumbo,
Jeff, JP, and B-Mitch, and then one picture of just me.
What about the picture that had Stevie and Wendy in it? I thought you might want to use that one too. Just more Odyssey community.
That's true. I could have done that, but I went with the one where I was wearing the gigantic swag hat.
Oh, that swag
that
hat.
B-Mitch got me.
Also, I haven't seen Wendy in 2025. Is Wendy okay? Has anybody seen her?
She was here yesterday.
We saw her. I mean, we haven't been in here, dog.
That's a fair point. We're not used to doing the show from Ashburn this late in the year. Well, Lampville, here's the real question. You got a $1,000 bonus from Odyssey.
Yeah.
How much money actually hit your account? Let's all guess. Price is Right style. If you go over, you are disqualified.
All right, I'm gonna go with $605.
All right, I don't want to do you dirty, but I'm about to, because the number I had in my head before you said yours was $607. But I'll give you a little breathing room. I'll go $613. What about Jeff and White Brian?
I'm gonna say $735.
Jeff clearly doesn't pay much taxes, or like Jeff somehow avoids Social Security or something.
$672.
Landfill, you were given $1,000 bonus for being a man of the community.
That is correct.
How much actually hit your account?
Okay, so you all lose.
We all went over?
You all went over.
Oh, damn.
$552.
Oh.
Yeah, man. That's that bonus money. They get hit differently.
They got to knuckle up.
Yo, Uncle Sam, that is brutal.
Hey,
So, they took 45% of that joint?
at least.
Yep.
Well, at least you know it's going to go to something really valuable and important. I'm sure that will directly achieve something in our country.
Maybe the GW Parkway can be completed 1 day quicker.
I doubt
That wouldn't even much put a line on the GW Parkway.
I almost wonder if your $450 that the government took from you will elongate the GW Parkway.
I think it will.
Because they're like, oh, we can put one extra cone down.
No, we got some more money. We can take our time. They can pay us for some more hours.
That is a real kick in the ass. I'm sorry, Lynn. All right. Rev T's on the line. Is he ready to go, Jeff? Okay. We're going to give the Reverend a moment here. Rev, I need you to start us off with predictions, sir, from a man in the cloth, a man close to the big man above. Hello, Reverend. How do you think this weekend's going to go?
24-17, JP. 24-17, Commanders going to win. But, JP, guess what I've been doing all the way? I've been running, JP. And I've been trying to reach 100 people, trying to tell the people to believe in the Commanders. And I've been asking the question, why not us? I'm at 99 and a half. You hear what I said? 99 and a half, JP.
How you get a half a person,
what I'm
Rev?
telling the people is, come Saturday, 8 o'clock, y'all get ready. Put your mind in check. Get it locked in. And you start asking all these Bammers, why not with our offense? Why not with our defense? Why not with our special teams? Why not with our coaching? Why not with the 12th man standing and traveling only like they can? Why not us? Why not us? Raise hell. Raise hell. Hell to the Commanders. Sing it with me. The mighty, mighty Commanders. Y'all know who this is. Playoff weekend. The People's Hype Man. JP, B-Mitch, White Mike, Jeff with the sex appeal. Landfill. Y'all say it with me. The People's Hype Man. The People's Hype Man. Red T. Why not us? Why not us? Why not us? Believe, baby. March with me. Ow!
I still got one question, Rev.
Yes.
How you get 99 and a half people?
Oh, man, you know that's the gospel song. Stop it. You messing up the flavor, Bama. Let's go. Hey, man, who got my free ticket, man? Where's the Rams ticket at, y'all?
I don't think they got free tickets for this one, Rev.
Hey, those tickets cost $1,000 on up, Rev. Somebody said they couldn't get you a free one this time.
Goodbye, Reverend. Thank you.
He said EMB reached 99 and a half people.
I think we all learned something there. I think we all grew spiritually, mentally, economically, physically. Shout out to the Reverend. I'm glad we got him in.
That's my dog.
He's something, man.
He is special.
He is special. He is absolutely special. And to Reverend's credit, and I mean this for real, he's been saying why not us for a long time.
Oh, he's been saying it.
Similar to Barstool Nate, every year thinks the quarterback's going to be a stud, and this year he hit. Rev's been saying why not us for a long time, and I love for longtime fans to finally have this, to finally have something to enjoy for real. It is very, very different, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And I just, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow night, but I damn sure can't wait to find out. Let's go around the room here and make a couple predictions. I also love that Rev T called White Brian White Mike. And
he got the white right.
As our audience gets to know more and more about White Brian, who is largely boring, his food takes are god awful.
Is what?
He doesn't like the types of food he likes is awful.
What he likes?
I don't know. We're working on it. He doesn't like.
There is
cookies,
nothing
chips.
wrong with a bagel with cream cheese, tomato, and cucumber on it.
Yes, it is.
That's gross.
Go get you a
dude.
damn sandwich. What the hell you need bread for?
You mean go get a salad?
Yeah, salad. Yeah.
That's gross, dog. I just want to be clear.
There's got to be somebody in this chat that agrees with me.
No. They probably go like, hey, man, where y'all get this dude from?
We don't know. Yo, legitimately, as far as I knew, I had been out a couple days, and I came back, and White Brian was just here. So I was not on the search committee. For
Just
White
like
Brian.
the stream.
Yo, that's true. I feel like me and B went and worked the game, came back, and they're like, "Oh, there's cameras in the studio now." That's how we find that stuff out around here.
We find out when it happens.
White Brian, you start prediction.
I may. Yeah, Lions 31, Commanders 29.
Man, you gotta stop asking him. He's a Giants fan.
You know, he's a Giants fan from Philly, by the way.
That's why he don't go back home. That's why he moved away from Philly, because they want to beat him up.
Let's go to the professor. I have a feeling I know which team Jeff's going to pick. So let's go to Professor Landini. How do you do, Jim Andrew Mullins, the 10th?
I'm all right. I'm going to be hopeful and optimistic. I think they can get it done. It's going to come down to Jaden, and if the defense can just maybe take advantage of this mahogany guy. I'm never going to be a Jared Goff believer. I just watched him suck too much in L.A.
You still don't believe in Goff?
You led him to the Super Bowl, Landfill?
Yeah, where he was terrible. He was awful in that Super Bowl.
The whole team was. Even the play calling was.
Sure.
Bill Belichick ran circles around the show on that day.
McVay has owned that he got dominated.
He got totally dominated.
You know who else got dominated? Jared Goff. They didn't get rid of Sean McVay. They didn't get rid of Sean McVay. They got rid of Jared Goff.
Sean got rid of McVay.
Sean got rid of Goff.
Yeah, Goff. Sean got rid of Goff so he could protect yourself.
If Landfill's figuring out his rationale for taking the Skins, I'm not fighting you.
I'm taking them. They're going to need Terry to step up and De'Ami Brown to have another huge game and Zacchaeus and Gonzalez make a kick or something. I think they can do it.
How do you feel about a kicker with OCD?
It's
he made the field goal. That's all I'm
made
say.
it. That's correct. He made it. As long as he makes it.
Yeah, it's just the universe does what it wants, and people land in unique positions.
Yep.
That's just such a unique, high pressure, binary.
Listen to me.
If a linebacker messes up, a lot of times there's 10 other dudes involved.
You don't even know.
But the kicker it's yes or no. It's up or down.
He has learned to deal with it over all this
Which
time.
is impressive.
That's impressive. Handle your business, dog.
Jeffrey. Lions versus Commanders, Saturday night divisional round.
36-0.
Detroit, Michigan.
I'm going to go 35-28. Our defense make a stop. Jaden, we take the lead on our possession after we make that stop. Detroit will try to be playing from behind, but every time they score, we going to score. So I got us winning by a touchdown.
Jeff's got the Commanders winning by a touchdown. Me and B. Oh, breaking news on the fan. Jack Del Rio named head coach of the Paris Musketeers of the European Football League. Shout out to the Musketeers.
What?
I prefer 3 Musketeers.
That's my nephew's team.
Oh, is it the kid that goes for 8
touchdowns?
touchdowns?
My Lord. He got to get away from there.
That is amazing.
That is my nephew's team. Oh, I got to call him and say, dog, your coaching is different.
When we come back, me and B make predictions. Plus,
I think Paris is a good place for Del Rio.
Dusty?
They celebrate storming government buildings there.
Let's get out of here. When we come back, me and B are going to make some predictions, and we'll play Jeff Walker's hype song. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
It is.
Powered by Scotty's Vodka. Maryland made, amazingly smooth.
And Box still in CK's office?
I don't know. Might need to find
You
out.
might get started.
Although my flight just got delayed.
Good. See, now, what time you leave?
I was on at 5 o'clock. Now it's at 5:40.
I'll see you at the airport.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the same airport you are. Where you going?
Dulles.
Yeah. Oh, you on Dulles. I'm going to National. So
Well, if I see you,
we
listen,
can't hang.
I usually mess up what gate I'm at, but if I see you at National when I fly out of Dulles.
I have to admit something.
Uh-oh.
So yesterday, I had an appearance in Alexandria. So I was like, my grandson and my daughter was flying in. I said, I can just get them from the airport. And I'm flying out of DCA today. And I thought they were flying into DCA, but they were flying into Dulles. So I was at DCA.
Waiting for them?
To go get them. And I said, yeah. I was talking to Molly. She said, well, yeah. I said, I'm about a minute from the airport. She's like, already? I'm like, yeah. I was right there in Alexandria. I just came to DCA. She said, fool, they going into Dulles.
Oh, with the baby, too.
But, hey, I live close to the airport. She was there. She got him.
Monica picked him
Yeah.
up? Okay, so that worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to the wrong airport, Jay.
Hey, man, it happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
But, like, you just go to the wrong gates all the time.
I always go to the wrong gate. I never look for updated information. Whatever I hear first is what I'm going with. You and I, it's time to get serious. You got a prediction for tomorrow?
All right. I'm going to go. I'm going to let people understand, I have a good feeling about this game. And I've been feeling like this ever since the end of the other game. But I don't know if it's going to be like that high scoring thing.
I like the
average is 35. I think it's going to be 55. I know it's going to be under that. I'm thinking the score will be right around 28-24.
So you and I, and you're taking Washington.
Yeah.
I very much feel we didn't come this far. If you look at like the matrix of options here, right? There's generally.
Can you put that shirt on the right side? It's actually killing me every time I look over there.
I like it. I look like Eminem from 8 Mile.
No, you don't.
That's the look I'm giving.
No, you don't.
That's the vibe I'm giving off, right, Landfill? About to steal your girl. My buddy's going to shoot himself in the foot. Cheddar Bob or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I mean.
Speaking of Cheddar Bob, Rooster's here.
I don't hate the look.
I hate it, Landfill.
Give Rooster Mike. I want a prediction. And he obviously just showed up.
Is Rooster say he going to the game tomorrow? He driving up.
He obviously just showed up because Landfill has a bunch of nuggets. Hello, Chris.
I can't hear what you guys are saying because I don't have my earbuds. Oh, now I can hear. Okay.
Ooh, you'll get Jeff's head oil on your
Well, that's fun. Happy birthday to me.
The ladies love Jeff's head oil. Is it your birthday?
No, I was just saying that.
He had a burgundy shirt under that black shirt.
Are you driving to Detroit?
Yeah, I'll meet you there. Second quarter, 6 minutes left to go.
Are you driving to Detroit?
No.
You're flying.
I am flying, unfortunately, at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
And what time you
Why
land?
is that unfortunate?
Because it's 6 a.m. and I got to get up at 3:15.
What time you land?
You booked it.
I land at 10:45 because I got to go through Atlanta.
From?
Dulles.
And you got to get up at 3:15?
Yeah, for a 6 o'clock flight.
Are you crazy?
Hey, Mitch. You guys know me. I'm always
you know
early.
Where I live.
Chris,
I will leave my house for a 6-hour flight right around 4:45.
Yeah, that's what I would do too.
I would
that's
get
crazy.
up about 4:15.
You need to get there. Are you checking a bag?
No, I wasn't planning on it.
Okay,
but now I got to
the
bring
plane.
radio equipment and all that stuff, so I might have to.
Why are you bringing radio equipment?
Well, because things are going on. Like Grant was supposed to bring his equipment. I don't know if he's going to be there. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. I'm hosting a show from 3 to 6 tomorrow, right here on the Big Stick. I mean, they're letting the rooster out of the cage. Yeah.
Oh boy.
In the press box. You're going to come and join me?
Oh hell no! I'm not coming to the press box.
See?
So hold
Be
on.
nice.
So
I need you guys.
Hey,
if I'm
you may
in
not
there,
want
I
me
will
on your
come in there.
show. from 3 to 6 tomorrow.
He's going to Greektown, hang out
Casino.
with some feta cheese and the casino.
I might be at Windsor.
It's just a swim right across the river, B.
I don't
That's
think
all.
you should swim. Your flight that you booked goes from Dulles to Atlanta to Detroit?
Yeah, I originally booked a noon flight out of Reagan, getting to Detroit at 5:30 through Chicago O'Hare, and I was told that I was insane.
I would have loved to
for an
have
8
seen
o'clock
that.
game. I was told I was insane.
Loved to have seen that.
What
Guess what?
What hotel?
Sunday-
What hotel are you?
Well,
staying
I don't
at?
have a hotel now because the hotel was in Grant's name, so I don't know if I'm going to have to book a new
Just
hotel.
call the hotel and add your name.
I don't know what's going on. I just got hit with this information. I was more interested in Landfill's bonus.
Whoever made the original,
who booked this for you? You?
Hotel?
Me.
No, the original hotel
You
was
booked
in,
the
you said it was in
hotel
Grant's
in
name.
Grant's name?
No. Grant booked a hotel
So
for
have
himself.
Have Grant call and change it to
Okay,
your
well,
name.
maybe I'm going to try that. But Grant right now is he's sick.
He was talking about being sick on the air yesterday. I don't think it's a surprise.
I know. But I guess he's really sick. So I don't know what's going on. Either way, check this out. Sunday, I'm stuck in Detroit all day at scheduled. My flight's not supposed to leave until like 9:30 Sunday night.
Hang out.
Whoa, 9:30
Sunday night, and there's supposed to be 2 to 4 inches of snow in the DC metro area on Sunday afternoon. So there's no chance I'm making it back.
This place called 8 Miles, real nice. Just hang
Yeah,
out.
a lot of people look like me there. I'm dressed like Eminem from 8 Mile today, if you haven't noticed. Why did you book these god-awful flights? What'd you save, $63?
Guy.
No, there were no straight flights. When you got yours that night. There were no straight flights after that.
I didn't book a Sunday night flight because I didn't know if I didn't know if I had a credential. I'm not you.
You mean a Saturday night flight?
What?
I didn't book I'm saying I didn't book a flight Sunday night after the Tampa win Monday morning because I had to wait until I got approval for the credential.
I get that.
Which was Tuesday afternoon.
And this was just all that was left?
That's it, man.
bro.
So you're slated to spend
I mean that wasn't $1,000+.
Right. So you're slated to spend roughly 36 hours in Detroit currently?
Now, yes.
And you have no lodging.
As of right now, it's in flux.
If I have a sofa, I'll call you.
If you have a sofa?
You
Yeah, I'm
let
not-
Rooster crash on your sofa?
I let him crash on the sofa. I'm not laying in the bed with him.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Even if he won't foot head, I'm not doing that.
That's very. Oh man,
I'm not doing that.
Oh boy,
Hey,
that's very nice of you, though. I
passed over
appreciate
that stuff when I left college.
That's how there wasn't an offer from JP.
Hell no, because JP has stuff all over the room. You don't want to sleep in this room anyway.
That's not always true.
It's mostly true.
On these short little trips, I bring very little. I just
But
hang my clothes
Wherever you bring, it's all over the place.
One time he booked a hotel room with a stripper pole in it.
and a shower.
And a shower in the middle of the damn
that,
room.
that was odd. Shout out to Cleveland.
He talk about saving money. He like to stay in weird hotels.
I love the hotel I'm staying at this time. Bruce, if I got extra room, you can crash there.
Thank
but
you.
I
I
also
appreciate
think calling the hotel where you have it booked and just changing the name is very easy to do.
Guy, I'm going to work on that after my show, but I've
Well,
got
your show doesn't start for an hour.
I know,
before the
it's
show.
true.
The show doesn't start till 2.
It's true, but I need to listen to you guys during the 1 o'clock hour so I know
Give
exactly
me a
what to
prediction
repeat.
quick. I just realized we got the governor coming.
30-27 Detroit.
If they get to 27, they win the game.
We didn't come this far to pick Detroit. We came
He's
this
gonna
far
hang
to
me.
say that the Burgundy and Gold win 26-24. Maryland Governor Wes Moore when we return.
Commanders versus Detroit Lions, Saturday night, 8 p.m. Commanders lead the series 31-16 and have won all three matchups in the postseason, but their last win in Detroit was 2008. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on the Lions.
They're all really good. Offensive line is really good. They're a scrappy team. The head coach has them playing hard, they're playing behind when they're up, and that's what makes them a very dangerous team. So we're looking forward to the matchup, and it's going to be fun.
Capitals topple Senators 1-0 on Alex Ovechkin's 874th career goal, 21 away from going past the great one. Suns beat the Wizards 130-123. Head coach Brian Keefe on the comeback.
We started defending, started playing with some physicality, started rebounding, play with some pace. When you start with your defense, you can get your transition game going. We got some easy layups, and then we obviously made some threes there in the fourth.
Georgetown basketball at 12-5 welcomes DePaul 7:45 on Team 980. Naomi Osaka retires from the Australian Open in the match because of an abdominal injury. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Whenever you hear Warren G and Nate Dogg, it means there's only one dude cool enough to walk up to this song. It takes cojones to walk up to Regulators. This is an all-time classic. Joining us now, Maryland Governor Mr. Wes Moore. Gov, how are you?
Mount up. Mount up.
I love it, man. I love
Regulators.
it.
Regulators, mount up.
Gov, you are a very busy man. How excited are you for what could be the best weekend of football this year?
It's going to be one of the best weekends of the year because it's one of the best weekends for football of the year. This is a time when I'm just going to sit back. I'm going to grab a good cigar. I'm going to sit there and have my drinks ready, and I'm just going to just watch some of the best football all year being played on both Saturday and Sunday. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. And by the way, our state is the only state in the country with two teams playing this weekend. Only state in the country.
That is cool.
Huh.
That is,
let them know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Come on.
I didn't think about that.
Come on. That's right. Only state in the country.
And you probably know this. I mean, how much bigger is like New York, Texas? And where does Maryland rank population-wise?
Oh, if you look at the other states that have two teams, right? Only other states that have two teams in their state. You have California, you have Texas, right? You have New York,
Florida,
and Florida.
And
think about it. And think about it, right? Texas, what's Texas population? 30 million?
Too many.
Something like that. So it's like Texas's population is 30 million people.
Wow.
Florida is probably a little over 20, probably 20, 21, I'm assuming, something like that. We are at a population of 6.5 million people, yet we don't just have two football teams. We're the only state with two in the playoffs.
Wow, that's awesome.
Say something.
That's really cool.
Say something, Gavin. Say something, DeSantis. Say something. Who else? Say something, Kathy. Say something.
DeSantis tried to troll us. He declared it Mike Evans Day in Florida the day before the Commanders.
And then Dulles Airport destroyed Tampa Airport.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
Exactly. Say no more now. He ain't a real fan.
That's
no more
awesome.
now.
All right, Gov. Now we have a crack research team here at the B. Mitch and Finley program. You may not be aware of that because we keep it very, very well hidden. But so I don't know how we landed on this, but there's a lot of pictures of you in football jerseys. It seems like you wear a Lamar jersey to most Ravens games. I know you've worn a Sean Taylor jersey to Commanders games. When you worked out with the Terps, you were wearing a 24 because I assume it was the 24 season. But there's one photo of you at a Ravens game with a number 63 jersey. How did you get 63?
Because I'm the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland.
For real?
Yes, the 60. But so that's it. So when I came on board, I was like, what number do I want? So now the number I used to wear. So here's the thing. When I used to play basketball, I played with number 10.
Okay.
Then in football, I actually played with an 89. And so when I came on board, I was like, what number do I want to use? And I was like, oh, I know my number. I'm going 63. So so I told them I wanted 63. So they were kind enough to give me a number 63 jersey.
So there's been more governors. So when I saw that, I wondered that, but then I was like, I think we're only on the 47th president. There can't be more governors. But I guess there were governors back in the colonial days.
That's exactly right. So what's actually wild
We're learning
is
stuff today.
this is the only state in the country where our state capital used to be the nation's capital. Annapolis is the only place that actually used to be the nation's capital, and this is the oldest operating state house in America. People forget the history of this state is fascinating. We're the northernmost southern state in the entire country. The Mason-Dixon line literally runs through the state of Maryland. I mean, the state of Maryland, you can't understand American history if you don't know us.
That's fascinating. I didn't know the national capital thing. And Annapolis, the only bowl game, as far as I know, the military bowl that has its own bar crawl. So we also got that going.
and then there's that.
All right, Gov, let's get down to business. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's get what I think are the less consequential ones out of the way. Let's start in the college ranks, because we're going to pick the college national championship game Monday night. Ohio State, Notre Dame. This one, it should be pretty damn exciting. I can find reasons to like either side.
I can too. And Ohio State, I know, is the favorite on this one. And by the way, what's really amazing about not just college football, but this level of college football was the head coach of Ohio State. Literally a month ago, they were talking about him being on the hot seat after he lost to Michigan. I mean, after he lost to Michigan, they're like, yo, it doesn't matter how good you do. If you can't beat Michigan, you're going to be out of a job. And then they had the whole, fight and all that kind of stuff at the 50-yard line. And so there were real questions about whether or not he would return a month ago. Now, a month later, he's in the national championship game. So I guess he's answered those questions. I mean, Ohio State is looking really good. Ohio State really, and their line, specifically their offensive line is very, very good. And I know they are the favorite on this one. But as y'all know from my picks, I love an underdog story. And I really do believe that that Notre Dame is going to pull this one off. I am loving this kid Jeremiah Love. I think he is. I think we're going to be watching him on Sundays, and I think he's doing a really good job of helping to maintain and pace the offense because the running game is so strong. And so I like Marcus Freeman. I think he's been a good coach and what he's been able to do for them. So I think Notre Dame actually pulls off the upset on this one, and the Fighting Irish become the national champions.
That's wild. That would be so cool for them.
It'd be awesome.
It really would. I think for Marcus Freeman, B and I were talking about how impressive he's been, and there's a part of me that Brian Kelly left Notre Dame to go to LSU because he said you can't win a national championship at Notre Dame.
And the man's sitting there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty damn neat.
Brian Kelly might just be a fraud.
He might.
Well, and let me ask y'all a question on that. Sure. Let's say he wins the national championship, or let's say he doesn't win the national championship. Where is Marcus Freeman coaching next year?
In the NFL? Because they already calling him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you leave for another job, and I don't know that another job of that caliber is opening up unless like Bama decides, he's not
gonna be in college.
We'll see.
So both of y'all think he goes to the league?
I think he goes to the league.
I think he's coaching in Notre Dame next year. We'll see. All right, let's go. Why don't we go to the league, Governor? We got 4 divisional round games this week. Talking with Maryland Governor Wes Moore. You can give him a follow at I am Wes Moore, should you like to. Let's start with one that I'm not expecting you to go with the upset here. The Houston Texans headed to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs.
I want to go with the upset so bad. I want to be wrong. I want to see the Texans pull this off. They are not going to. They are not going to Kansas City. They are not going to Kansas City and beating the Chiefs. They're not. I mean, and listen, I'm not saying that the Texans are a bad team. They're not a bad team. But I cannot get Christmas Day out of my head. I can't. They were horrible against the Ravens. Absolutely horrible. And Kansas City is not one to be played with, and especially Kansas City during the playoffs. So I want to be wrong so badly on this one. I'm going with the Chiefs, and honestly, I'm not sure how close this game is going to be either.
It's going to be really interesting. A veteran-loaded team like that getting that much rest because nobody played Week 18 either. They could be in really good position.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to I think a trickier one, and probably I guess geographically the closest game to either of us. The Eagles are hosting the Rams.
The Rams.
Yeah. Again, I love the upsets. This is going to be one. The Rams are going to win. I think the reason that I think the Eagles are a tough team, and frankly why I think what makes them a tough playoff team is that offensive line is just absurd. They're really, really good. I think Saquon Barkley is obviously playing great football, and he's healthy, and these are all, he's been having such a really special year. I just think about how hot the Rams are right now. I think about the game that we just saw where the Rams literally put up almost like a perfect game last week. I mean, there were no holes. That's the game you watch and they're like, "What'd you think?" And I'm like, "No notes at all." They came out and they took care of business against a team that probably should have beat them. And I think there is an emotional push that the Rams are having right now, where the Rams know that they have a whole city on their back, and I do think that does matter. Even though it's going to be cold, even though in cold games the natural inclination is always go with the team with the best offensive line, go with the team with the best running backs, go with the team that's hot and healthy. I think the Rams are just playing special football right now. So this is what I think is going to be one of the big upsets of the week, where I think the Rams go into Philly and they take care of business.
That I like that, honestly. I definitely like taking the Rams with the points +6. Hurts has just not looked good in now 6 weeks or something. And I think
that's right.
The teams this time of year that are hot and healthy have a real shot. I think Washington is one of those. We'll do Ravens-Bills last because that's the biggest game of the weekend, but certainly the biggest game for us is Commanders-Lions. Tomorrow night in Detroit. Commanders are big underdogs. What do you think of?
So even before we get into the pick, can we just please acknowledge how amazing this season has been for the Commanders? I mean, honestly, I can't believe it's the end of January and we're talking about Commanders football. I mean, like that we haven't been able to have that conversation about Commanders football in years, and so they really have. They've had a pretty amazing year. And Jaden Daniels, like this dude, he is just showing that you're not going to shake him. No matter what defense you throw at him, no matter what new scheme you throw at him, you're not going to shake Jaden Daniels. And so I think there's a huge future that's ahead for both him and that is ahead for the Commanders. This is going to be a really hard game. Detroit, and playing Detroit is always difficult. Playing Detroit in Detroit is really difficult. Mm-hmm. Playing Detroit in the playoffs is not impossible, but it is really hard because this team, ever since the last playoffs, has kind of just been playing out of their minds. And I just think they're really difficult to beat. And so, I mean, when you're looking at the fact that the Lions are healthy, you're looking at what David Montgomery is out here doing. You're looking at the fact that their offense is just putting up points like it's nobody's business. The Commanders have had an amazing season, and they should be very, very proud of what they've gotten done. But I think it's going to be really hard for them to go into Detroit and come back with a win.
I think that is totally fair. I had a rant earlier in the week about there's a difference between haters and like analysis, and you can look at this matchup and think Detroit's going to win, and it's not hating because you know what? They went 15-2, and they're the 1 seed in the NFC. They're a really good football team. Doesn't mean Washington doesn't have a shot. I really think they have a shot, but if you think Detroit's going to win, it's based in merit.
That's right. They're a good team.
Right.
They're a good team.
Right.
They really are.
The last game of the weekend, Sunday night, 6:30. Dude, I really think this is going to become the highest watched divisional round game ever. Ravens, Bills, 2 MVP candidates. Both quarterbacks looking to escape the Mahomes legacy. Both of these guys are in Allen and Lamar in this zone where unless they can win a Super Bowl, kind of the rest of the stuff doesn't matter, which is crazy, but that's where they've entered. Who you got, Gov?
And you're right. You have two quarterbacks who the whole world is going to be looking at, and this is helping to determine who's next, right? Who's the guy? And I got to tell you, not only do I think Lamar, who is having just like a ridiculously special year, continues to just ball out of his mind this weekend. I think the Ravens win because they're just a better team, and I think they've been more tested. And I know they're away, and I know it's hard to beat Buffalo, but hear me out. One, the natural advantage of weather that a team like Buffalo has when you're going out there, that advantage is taken away when you're playing a team like the Ravens, because the Ravens are used to playing in the cold.
Yeah,
the Ravens are, what's that whole line from Bane? I was born in the darkness.
Right.
The Ravens were born in the darkness. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's not a natural advantage that Buffalo is going to have. Not to mention the fact that we're going to be handing the ball to Derrick Henry 25 times. So the cold does not impact Derrick Henry. We saw he was freezing last week, and what did he have? 160, 180 yards?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like, so Derrick Henry is not impacted by that. The second thing is, people talk about, well, the Bills had a better record. Do you know how many playoff teams the Bills played during the season? The Bills beat during the season? The answer is 3. They beat 3 playoff teams. So don't talk to me about their record was better when you were beating the New York Jets. It's like, come on, guys, this is not a real thing. The Baltimore Ravens beat 9 playoff teams during the year. 9 playoff teams to get to their record. They had a much tougher schedule. They had a much more difficult division to be able to win in. And frankly, I think that actually goes back to the stats as well, where not only did Lamar Jackson beat Josh Allen when it came to stats, he also beat Josh Allen when it came to beating good teams. So Josh Allen having really good stats when you're playing subpar teams, I just don't know if I'm supposed to be really impressed by that. So I think that not only does Lamar Jackson show why he is going to be a 3-time MVP this weekend, I think that the Baltimore Ravens are just built for games like this weekend. Their defensive line has been fantastic. You getting Zay Flowers back. So I think this is a team that is hot, that is healthy, that's ready to go. And I think Baltimore brings back some Buffalo Hide this weekend.
It's hard not to agree with you. I mean, they looked so good against the Steelers.
Yes, they did.
Gov, where do you – I know that for this Ravens game, you are a very legitimate fan. Do you lock in at Indianapolis at the governor's mansion? Like, where do you watch the game?
Oh, yeah. No, my phone's off. Don't call me.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, time for myself.
That's right.
You deserve it.
Right.
Self-help day.
I don't ask for much. Just let me watch my football.
You deserve it, sir. Enjoy the football. Let's hope you're right about all the games except the Washington one.
Listen, and let me tell you something. I hope I'm wrong.
Right, I get
about that.
I got you.
But honestly, and my only thing is, no matter what happens this weekend with the Commanders, there is nothing that the Commanders should be, or Commanders fans should be disappointed about. Again, it is the end of January, and we're talking about Commanders football. When is the last time that has been a real statement?
Dude, Reagan was president. Like
exactly.
It's been a while.
Exactly.
Governor, thank you so much, man. We'll catch up next week and enjoy your Ravens game. I know you will.
All right, y'all.
All right, take care, man. Be cool.
Thanks, guys.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Always appreciate getting to talk to the Gov. Listen, if you've been betting with the Gov, he's been on fire. He's like probably plus 32 units on the year. And if you went to the ESPN Bet Sportsbook, because all the action is heating up this playoff season at the ESPN Bet Sportsbook, think about this. If you like the Rams in Philly, and I know a lot of people do, if you take the money line on that, that is plus 225 at the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Or you can take them, it's plus 6.5 if you like the Rams getting the points. But that money line is juicy. You put $20 on that, you win, I don't know, 70? My math's off, but approximately. That is a awesome number. And if you like the Rams to win in Philly, you want to check out some of the props. Probably need Stafford to go over. Probably need Kyron Williams to have a big game. You definitely need Puka Nakua to have a big game.
Yep.
Whatever game this weekend you're looking to bet, whatever over-under, whatever props you're looking for, say you want Derrick Henry's over in rush yards against Buffalo, or you want Josh Allen's over in rush yards against the Ravens, or you're looking at Washington. You want that Terry McLaurin anytime touchdown money. ESPN Bet is the place to go. New ESPN Bet Sportsbooks customers can get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. And you can unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO to get started today. Make sure you're in Maryland or Virginia to participate. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Commanders versus Lions, Saturday night, the NFC Divisional Playoff at 8 p.m. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on the Lions wide receivers.
And then they have really good players. You know, they have 9 and 26 have real speed, okay? And so they're going to try to get matchups. They're going to try to do those things. And then you have, 14. He's just a great receiver, inside, outside, can do it all. So they're a good football team.
On Sunday, John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Zay Flowers with his knee has a chance to play. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. I'm Byron Kirk on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you're looking for plans to watch the Commanders game Saturday night, I got them. Join 1067 The Fan for Burgundy and Gold pregame show starting Saturday at 6 at Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. It's going to be a hyped scene for Commanders Lions. Honor Brew Company, Sterling, 42604 Trade West Drive. What happened? Peter dropped. He didn't. Okay. We're hoping to get Rosenberg, but he's also a very busy fella, so we're going to chill. If he can't join us, he can't join us, and we understand that. I just saw your text. Got it. As we were talking with the governor there, he made his picks for all the games. We don't need to pick the national title game because we can do that Monday. But let's run through it for the room. We'll go, which way would this be? Clockwise, starting with White Brian. White Brian, Chiefs, Texans.
Chiefs win, Texans cover.
Texans cover. He likes the points. Jeffrey?
Chiefs winning. It's hard to go against them.
Landfill?
I mean, come on, Chiefs.
B?
Chiefs.
Clean sweep. I don't think anybody. I am a guy that likes underdogs and taking the points and blah, 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 blah. But Chiefs are winning that joint. Let's go to Rams, Eagles. This could be a hell of a ball game in Philadelphia. What, WB?
I really want to see the Rams win, but the Eagles.
Every time White Brian says something, he says the wrong damn thing. Anybody else starting to pick up on that? Jeffrey, what you got?
I actually have the Rams going in and demolishing the Eagles.
Demolishing.
They've been hot. I think Philly going to think it's sweet, and they're going to get belt to bottom.
Belt to bottom, baby. Eagles have a loaded roster, man. It is kind of easy to forget. Landini, you once upon a time were a Philadelphia fan.
I was a lifelong Eagles fan.
Till you stopped.
For about 16 months. Rams.
Plus the 6 or winning?
Rams are going to win.
Wow. Plus 225. Might you put $3 on that money line? What does $3 pay at plus 225 be? $6.50?
6 what? $1.50?
If he puts $3 on a plus 225 money line.
Oh, he'll get about 600 something bucks.
No.
$6 and something.
Yeah, all right.
Almost $7.
Landfill, you might make $7. Get a
you get his $2 back, his little $3 back. You'll walk away with about $10, Landfill.
$10, you get 2 tins of Zin. B, who you got, Rams, Eagles?
I'm going Eagles.
Not worried about Hurts?
No, because they're gonna lean on Saquon.
I'm going Rams. Might be dumb, though, but I'm going Rams. All right, B. We're going to reverse. I'll go first, and then B will go last. Ravens, Bills. It is really hard to not see the Ravens winning for me. The only thing I can't get out of my head is what if Pittsburgh just sucked last week? Because they kind of looked like they suck.
They suck because the Ravens made them suck.
Is that the case?
Yes.
B, they had lost 4 in a row prior to that game.
Hey, they were handled in that game.
They were handled in that game. At some point, something's got to give for these dudes. Like Lamar has struggled in the playoffs. Josh Allen can't get past Kansas City. Like, something's got to give. I don't even really care about the spread in this thing because it's 1.5, depending where you're shopping. I probably won't bet this game. I'll just watch it. Maybe I'll get some props or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm taking the Ravens. On the road, I know that's hard. No result will surprise me in that because I think these teams are just so good. But I'm taking the Ravens.
How much?
You were supposed to go last.
Okay. Well, I don't like waiting.
Pair of Ravens picks. Landini.
I'll take the Ravens.
Well,
You
White
already-
Brian.
I'm going with Josh Allen and the Bills.
Ooh, Dub B. What about you, Jeffrey?
Maryland Mayhem, baby. I'm going for the Ravens.
Ravens picks are in. All right. I just got this tweet from Eric Bird. Solo Dolo Bird.
What a bird.
He says, if the Rams win and the Commanders beat the Lions, we will have the NFC Championship in Landover, right?
No, we won't.
That's wrong, Eric.
We'll be going to L.A.
Since the Packers lost, there's no way Washington's going to have a home game. Washington is the lowest
Got to look
seed
at the
alive.
seed, brother.
The Skins are the 6th seed. The Rams are the 4 seed. So if Washington wins this week, they're either going to Philly or Los Angeles. And if you're going to Los Angeles, that might mean you're going somewhere else, considering all the fires and everything else.
Arizona.
Which I ain't mad at.
Me neither. I'll take it.
If I get to the tunnel and I see you outside of the Commanders visitors locker room in Detroit, which is if you've never been down in the tunnel at Ford Field, it's incredibly awkward. The space is incredibly confining, and the walk down to the field is a significant incline. Like, usually tunnels are a very gentle
So you're
slope.
walking up to the field in.
Walking up and down, all of it. It's kind of a mess. So, 1, prepare yourself for that. But 2, if I see you there that night and we know Washington is moving on, will be pretty outrageous.
I'm going to be drunk. I'm Ryan and Yoakum right now. They win. I'm going to be a little tipsy on that show. Letting you know that right now.
But usually these things are going to the wire. You're going to get – how are you going to maneuver that in that period of time? You'll figure it out.
I figure it out.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
I know where everything is. That's why I go to the stadium 4 hours before the game.
Where there's
I scope out where the stuff is. You know, you get you a little teaser.
B, I have been enough places with you. I know you well enough. You will have no problem.
Hey, bro. Sometimes you got to just offer a price.
Here's what I'd like to do. So everybody took the Chiefs. Eagles, Rams was kind of split.
I took the Eagles. Y'all took the Rams, I think.
No, I think White Brian took the Eagles too. And then White Brian was the only one to take the Bills. Everybody else took the Ravens.
Yeah.
White Brian, do you know how to make graphics?
Yeah.
Why don't you make a graphic of all our picks?
I can do that.
My man. Because who didn't take the Commanders? Landfill?
Brian didn't.
Russell has them.
We're not putting Russell on our.
I think Russell has them getting blown out.
We're not. No, he said 30
he
to 27.
said about 3.
No, I heard Russell say 50-0 Detroit. You guys didn't hear that?
No, you trying to get people to call this show and go off on it.
I swear I heard that. Maybe it must have heard something else. I'd like to play Jeff's song one more time. We have to reconcile all of the betting action for the week. Landfill's giving me the finger for points unknown. I'm not sure why. I have to fly to Detroit, even though they keep delaying my flight.
Well, you may not be getting there, dog. You may have to
Better
start
start
driving.
walking.
No, you may have to ride with Rooster.
Dude, if I had to ride with Rooster to Michigan, goodness gracious.
Man.
Dude, if they really do mess with my flight, I would just have to drive. What would be a halfway point between here and Detroit? Cleveland?
Don't know.
Cincinnati?
You know who's not going to be there with you? You are.
Where
it
is
won't
your-
be. It
where
won't
are
be
you
Beach
headed?
in Philly.
Have you checked your flight? You don't have a delay yet?
I haven't received anything on my thing.
Where's your layover?
Newark.
Okay. Newark's not bad. I've been in that airport.
Yeah.
But if you have to change terminals, that sucks.
Yeah.
I am in the B terminal currently at
I got
Dulles.
one bag. That bag fits in my other bag.
Oh, yeah. I'm not bringing this is if anybody's traveling this weekend, knowing that there's storms coming, knowing that inauguration
You might
is coming,
want extra clothes.
F that. I'll wear the same clothes. I don't want to have to check a bag. You need
Pittsburgh is halfway.
Pittsburgh? Do we have any listeners in Pittsburgh that would welcome me to their home tonight?
Somebody just told me, my buddy Matt Chisholm said that Rooster can stay and can hang out and watch the game with them if he can't get into the stadium.
No, he got a credential.
Oh, so he's good now, man.
Yeah, he's good.
He needs somewhere to stay.
He does need somewhere to stay.
I wouldn't recommend that.
All right, as of right now, my flight's only delayed like 15 minutes.
All right.
So
we'll see.
We'll see. When we come back, Jeff's song, and we're going to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Get ready to elevate your game this NFL playoff season with FanDuel. Because right now, all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for any game. Just place a 3-leg NFL same-game parlay, and you'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. Same-game parlays are a perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So what are you waiting for? Get your no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian. FanDuel is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max wager is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, if you're driving in your car right now and you're like, man, what am I going to do for the Commanders game? I want to hang with Commanders fans. I got the answer. Join 106.7 The Fan for the Burgundy and Gold pregame show Saturday starting at 6 o'clock at Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. Get you hyped up for Commanders Lions. That's Honor Brew Company in Sterling, 42604 Trade West Drive. You can get there earlier than 6, man. Nobody's going to stop you. Hell, get there at 3. You can watch the early game.
Get you a seat.
Get a seat. Yo, my man Heavy Metal Chris, I'm guessing, is working it because he texted me. He wanted me to add this. Honor Brewing will be showing the game on a movie theater-sized projector screen.
That means it's outside?
I don't know that answer.
That better be inside.
And they have a full kitchen.
Movie theaters are usually inside, B.
That's what I'm saying, but
What if
every
it's a drive-in?
every building doesn't have an area to be able to put a movie-sized theater on the wall.
We're trying to encourage people to go to this.
I'm just trying to help people out. Yeah, because they'll be calling and saying, y'all told us to go. I'm going to say, no, Finley told you to go.
I'll be honest. This joint looks huge. I'm looking at a picture of it on the website now.
So it's big.
Yeah, look, it looks like Dulles Airport. Like you could make a movie theater.
Oh, hell yeah. They're going to be inside, so you're good now.
Yeah, that place looks
That's
massive.
just like to ask questions because the people going to ask the question.
That place looks very, very cool. And apparently, Heavy Metal Chris says the food is banging. Yo, this place is huge. So that's actually
They talk about the food, Chris, not the beer.
I'm sure the beer's good too. All right, we've decided. I think we've decided on something, Brian, but I'm not sure that you will sign off on this.
What?
We like to give the stream love. If you want to watch us talk on the radio, you can at 106.7 The Fan, youtube.com.org.net. And I like to shout out the first person from the chat that comments in the chat. The problem is, White Brian has told me this dude Strizzy just keeps winning. And I support Strizzy for
I have no problem with Strizzy winning. You can't we can't get like everybody else in the world. So people hate the Chiefs because they win all the time. They hated Jordan because he got MVP all the time. Strizzy keeps winning. Other people better get up earlier.
His comment this morning is one more sleep. What time we starting to drink tomorrow? # free Jupe. I hope Jupe's all right. Jupe's my guy.
Jupe's good. Everybody said Jupe went to jail because he didn't come on the stream. He got banged up.
In a good way?
Yeah, in a good night, yeah.
Good.
Just didn't get up early enough for the stream that day.
Well, and he was in Vegas, right? So that's 3 hours earlier.
When you're in Vegas, you can not be early.
Landfill had an idea in the true participation trophy avocado toast era we live in, that Landfill just wanted to start shouting out the second person that comments because Strizzy keeps winning. Do we have your support?
Hey man, I don't believe in hating on winners. Y'all hating on winners.
Out here hating on winners.
So what if Strizzy just start let the first person and then he be second all the time? We're gonna change it to the third person?
No, he's just ineligible. It's like we name the award after him because he always wins.
The Strizzy Award. If you do that, then I'm cool with it.
Yeah, it's cool with me.
All right, we'll we'll consider all our options.
Yeah,
we're gonna.
Strizzy, you already won that bottle of EHTL that JP buying you.
Don't recall that. Now Jeff wanted to introduce his song one last time, and I think this is you wanted to shout somebody out, Jeff, for no personal gain.
No personal gain. Shout out to Rachel. She's a big Washington Commanders fan, and all she wants for her birthday is a Washington win. So we gonna play this song to help that juju for our team, because we gonna beat the Lions. It ain't no we are gonna whoop them. Belt to bottom. Landini, let's hit that song. We in Detroit, right? When the Commanders go marching in, we take over your spot. Hey, Trill 800. Let me slide on this beat like a Detroit rapper right quick. Daniels in the Lions den? He ain't fair. Treat these felines like some kittens. Get blown out. Boy, you tripping. Been historic, run so far. Let's keep it spreading. We ain't worried about Rob. We couldn't handle business. Step up in the full field. Protect Jaden Force field. Y'all me running through your DB because that boy don't yield. Boy, I know we can win. I'ma die on that hill. At first it was a dream. Now we feel so real. Now what about the haters? Tell y'all. Say y'all season was luck. I ain't worried about the haters, and that's word to JP. Talking crazy on the net, but that crap don't faze me. Cause my trust is in the 53, rocking Burgundy, and the gold so bright. So a hater I can't see, and this train moving right. This the place you wanna be, and you better hop on quick, cause this train about to leave.
It ain't no space for no bandwagoners after this year. If you like this team before, welcome back. Left hand up.
Burgundy
Left
and
hand
gold
up.
so bright that the haters I can't see. I like that line, Jeff. Jeff, when you get that up, post it online. Let us know. We will share it. I like that song a
Yeah,
lot.
Jeff.
White Brian, let's total up the week's bets.
All right, everyone gather around. Heard it here first.
I like the acapella version of Heard It Here First. Go ahead, WB.
Well, it wasn't a great week for any of us. B. Mitch finished above 500.
Well, I mean, I won.
Yeah, you won.
But just say that. What's your idea? It wasn't a good week for y'all. Y'all lost. Chumps.
No wonder you're rooting for Strizzy. What's your favorite bet this weekend?
I'm going to take that plus 8.5 and the under.
I like the under.
Got it from my dog, Big Trab. Bet on black, baby.
I think I like the Rams plus 6 might be my favorite bet this weekend.
Mine is Commanders money line.
That
you love that money line.
You actually going to put your money where your line is?
I actually am this
You gonna
weekend.
bet it?
I'm going
You
to
gonna put
bet.
100 down?
I don't even know. I will know before
You
the
gonna put
game.
100 pennies down, Jeff?
It will not be 100.
Yeah, I was about to say probably about 50. Man, you know what? 100. Scared money don't make no money.
Plus
Hell
4
yeah.
hundo on ESPN bet.
Yeah, scared money don't make no money.
Plus 4 hundo is legit. There's some variance on
I'm
that.
with that, Jeff. Go for it.
Landini, what's your favorite bet this weekend? Dortmund, Aston Villa.
Landfill bet you right now he's not going to be, he won't be not high.
Me taking a nap when I get home.
Minus 10,000.
Minus 11,000.
Landfill, you could parlay Landfill to get stoned and take a nap. Then
You
you pay
win
you
every
plus
day.
money.
Hell, every damn day.
Yo, if you need a place to go for the football game, check out Honor Brewing Company in
Dreaming.
Sterling. Me and B just looked at the pictures. Place looks awesome.
It's awesome.
It's going to be a fun weekend, folks. Grant and Danny, where are they at? They're in Manassas. Darius, where are they at? What's the name of the bar?
Uptown Alley in Manassas.
Uptown Alley.
Is Grant there or just Danny?
Danny and Toby.
Uptown Alley, isn't that a bowling alley?
Yeah. I think it's a bowling alley. They got booze and food.
Yeah.
They got Danny and Tobinator. Go check those boys out. Dude, you can feel the buzz building in the city for this game tomorrow night.
man.
It's going to be so dope.
Been out there.
Thank you to everybody that listened
It's
to
real
the
out with the people.
Thank you to the program. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Glover Quinn. Thank you to Dan Miller. Thank you to Jeff for making a dope song. Thank you to Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Thank you to everybody that called in. We're headed to Detroit, people. You're going to watch the game at Honor Brewing Company. Let's hope we're playing we're talking NFC Championship next weekend.
Let's do it, baby.
Grant and Toby coming your way next. You made it this far. White Brian owes you a beer.
This update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. Washington Commanders versus the Detroit Lions Saturday night at Ford Field. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., Marshawn Lattimore will bounce back from last week.
You know, when you go out there and you fight on the outside lanes, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. And I have full confidence that he's going to win because he's getting the reps now every day, and he's going to knock all that rust off. So it wasn't the performance that any of us wanted, all right? But I have full confidence in the young man that he's going to get it done.
John Harbaugh of the Ravens says that his wide receiver, Zay Flowers, with his knee injury, has a chance to play Sunday. Georgetown basketball against DePaul tonight at 7:45 on Team 980. Miami Dolphins home team next season for the first game ever in Madrid, Spain, and the Commanders could be the opponent. Ticket prices for the CFP title game are heavy. January 20th, it's Notre Dame against Ohio State at 7:30 p.m. Resale sites report prices start at about $1,800 per, and an average as much as $2,500 for the championship game. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let's go. Let's go. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You're not going to hear Grant. That poor son of a gun is laying down horizontal somewhere.
Feels so
coughing,
awful for him.
Just miserable. He is flued up. This is not his Jordan flu game. This is his rest up Friday. The poor guy is missing this show. He's probably beside himself. So here's what we did instead. I'm Danny Rouillet. That's not Grant. That's Tobias Funke, a.k.a. Toblerone, a.k.a. Tober Time. Toby Altizer here with me, live at Uptown Alley. What's up, bro?
I'm so excited. The first thing we saw, though, was Lions fans, which I was a little bit disappointed by.
Wasn't that neat?
I mean, look.
Very nice, man.
We're both in this together, right? This franchise has been irrelevant for a long time. Theirs has been irrelevant for a little bit longer. And hopefully, they don't get their first Super Bowl this year because Washington keeps going.
Yeah.
But, we got plenty of Washington, burgundy, and gold represented as well.
And Uptown Alley is awesome. We're here in Manassas. We'll be here until 6:30 p.m. This place rules. We were here before. It was great. We're back again. It remains great. You can play some billiards. You can bowl. You can eat foodstuffs. There's a whole arcade situation. I love this place. This is an awesome, awesome spot. So come on out, knock off work early, pretend that you're at work, do the thing where it's like, I just have a personal moment. It's a real quick, I'll be right back, and then don't come back. Whatever you do, come by and see us, and let's talk about the foosball. We've got a good radio program for you. Kirk Morrison, longtime NFL veteran, will join us at 3 to talk about our game, playoffs in general. And you may have heard of this guy, John Jansen. You know, that badass that played tackle here in Washington will join us at 5 p.m. We got all sorts of fun stuff we got planned for you. This is not a normal show, Tobes, because this is not normal, okay? Detroit knows this, and our Detroit fans here can speak this. I was talking to those guys before we went on air, and this is rarefied air. When you went 60-plus years with nothing to show for it, a lot of Scott Mitchell, you know what I mean? A lot of the best running back in the sport for -2 yards because the line stunk. A lot of Wayne Fontes, I don't know how it is, and I don't care. They're now awesome. They're where Washington wants to be in a couple of seasons, okay? Washington is just beginning their rebuild. When Detroit did, they went 4-13 or 4-12, 3-13. I can't remember which. They were stinky on ice. Now they are a juggernaut. They are the 1 seed. They are great. They have earned everything that's coming to them and more. Washington is trying to play spoiler. They are beyond ahead of schedule. We understand that. But before we get into kind of the teeth of the radio program here, we've got a nice dichotomy. I think I'm actually twice your age, like almost to the number.
Perhaps close.
I'm 45. You are
26.
That's annoying. Anyway, but no, I mean I'm closer to twice your age than I am to your actual age.
Sure.
Point of the dude's story is this. I remember. I was there. I saw it. It felt impossible to ever get back there. You've never seen it.
Never seen it. I mean,
so what is this? So I want to start here. I didn't mean to cut you off, but what does this mean? Like you see what I'm saying? Like you don't know. I do, but it's been a long time. Let's go into that.
I don't even know what it feels like, Danny. I've never been here before. In my lifetime, they've won one playoff game. I don't remember it. I remember plenty of playoff losses, so I don't know what it feels like. It's a feeling of joy, and it was something where in my lifetime, I've never felt like there was a legit chance that this team could go do anything. Like they could win a playoff game maybe, but there's no chance of ever winning a Super Bowl. You're thinking of you can pick a second team that's your playoff team, Danny. If you're my
I'm rooting against Dallas, rooting against Philly.
And it's not even that. It's like, oh, I really like Patrick Mahomes or I really like Lamar Jackson, and that's my playoff team because Washington's never going to be there. I don't even care what's going on around the rest of the NFL this week, Danny. I don't know this feeling. Where I was telling JP this earlier in the season, where this team was so special this year that it became something that if I missed a 4 o'clock game, if I missed a Sunday night game, if I missed a Thursday night game, as long as I caught Washington, that's all that mattered. And for the first time in my life, that's all that mattered. And that's how it feels. And I've never felt that way before. So it's a special feeling going into a huge game like this where my team, the team that I've grown up rooting for and loving, is the one that people are going out of their way to watch. They wanted to see them play last week against Tampa. They want to watch the guy that's wearing burgundy and gold wearing number 5, Jaden Daniels. It's never been like that in my life. And so this is a special feeling that, frankly, I don't even know how to quantify because I've never been here before.
I was talking to a Skins fan before, and the whole point here is I fully understand. I'm aware of the facts. There's a reason this is the largest spread of the weekend. Detroit, again, is excellent. That should always center our conversation here. That is an excellent football team, built incredibly well. Everything about them is what I covet and want, and we're doing it right now. We're beginning that process. Here's the point, though. They got to see us. As that final whistle, or really the final doink, happens against Tampa, and it's a Wolkoff. You win that game, I already started to think ahead to Detroit. You play this game 100 times, maybe Detroit wins, 75, 80, 84, 86. I don't know, and I don't care. They got to do it. Tomorrow night, they got to see our guy. Tomorrow night, they're going to have to contend with Jaden bleeping Daniels. If you're a Detroit fan, you sure? Are you sure it's going to go your way?
It's going to be a little bit of doubt.
I'm sure you believe it's your time and you're due and America loves you. The Hard Knocks cologne. Dan Campbell just going for everything. You love it. That quirky goon, Ben Jansen, turning people down. And he might take the Raiders job because he's a couple nuggets shy of a 20-piece. That's what we're doing. Are you sure that when the ball is in Jaden Daniels' hands in the fourth quarter, you comfortable? How are those britches? How's the exit? Puckered? A little bit? A little bit? You're going to have to see number 5. You're going to have to see McLaurin and Luvu and our guys. Cliff Kingsbury has a couple designs for that defense, which stinks. You think Joe Witt Jr. doesn't have a couple of things that he found out on film that you have a tendency or two? Maybe you're ready for the trick play? Listen, Detroit could come out and wipe the floor with us, and I'll still stand and applaud.
Absolutely.
It's like it's the masterpiece that was a fairly under-talented group, plus Jaden Daniels. Great coaching job, everything. We're at house money right now.
When you look at playoff matchups so often, Danny, it goes to looking at the team, and then you go, but the quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. You look at the quarterback and say, well, that's kind of the great equalizer, whether the other team is better, but the other team's got the better quarterback, or if it's a toss-up and this team's got the better quarterback, so I'm going to go this way. The Chiefs haven't been the best team the last couple of years in terms of how they played and maybe in terms of the roster. They've got the best quarterback, though.
They got Mahomes, man.
And guess what? You're going into this matchup. Detroit's probably better at every other spot. Not quarterback. Mm-mm. And so if Jaden Daniels decides to play Superman for 60 minutes in Detroit tomorrow night, then why can't Washington win? Why can't they? I've seen them go into Cincinnati when this kid is still a rookie. Early on, you guys were at the game, and they didn't punt. They didn't have to worry about it. They scored every time they touched the ball. You know how hard it is to lose when you score every time you touch the ball? It's kind of hard.
It's kind of hard.
Even when the defense gives up a touchdown every single time, it seems like the other team has the ball.
Yeah, pretty much.
It might happen.
Since he didn't score once and it was on a missed field goal.
but if Washington can go out there and just do their thing, when you've got the guy, you've got the dude that everyone else wants. You had that epic rant after the Eagles game. You've got the guy that everyone else in the league right now is looking at saying, I wish we had that guy. And he plays here in D.C. Why can't they go and win? Why not?
So for me in my age group, I'm 45, oldest I've ever been. Thank you for one person that got that. For people my age and up, we were all there and we saw that, and I think we probably all took it for granted to a degree, that run, beginning with the second half of Gibbs' first season, all the way through 1992, before we knew that this world would never be the same again in terms of our football team. The feeling that I always try to describe to young folks like yourself and others is, even if they didn't win a game, even if they didn't win in the playoffs, like you lose to the Giants in the 86 NFC Championship game, 17-0. That Giants team was unbelievable, went on to win the Super Bowl. You lose to the Bears a year after they were, or maybe the year before they turned into that 85 Bears team. You drop one of the 49ers. I mean, you see where I'm going. You lose to one of the great teams the sport has ever seen. You go, they'll be back. Think about that for a second. Process that with me. Every time we've gone to the postseason, talk about Washington, over the last, 30-some years, it's been a miraculous run. 99 notwithstanding. That was a good team from start to finish. Not great, but good. 05, 07, 2012, 2015. Whatever it was, it took mountains moving. It took, for Ron Rivera, the worst division in the history of sport to drag his carcass to the postseason, so like we could have a Taylor Heineke meme, right? It took incredible things just to get there, so you could be cannon fodder for a real contender. The idea that you would lose in a given year and the year would be over and be ripped away from you, they'll be back. That was wrong. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For the last several decades. Here's what I'm here to tell you. If they lose tomorrow night, which again is very possible, they'll be back. If they lose tomorrow night, they got a bunch of cap space. We got Adam Peters. He knows what to do. He sees the same things we see. He was right about more than idiot radio hosts, pointing right at myself, if you could see on the YouTube page, were about this roster and about the challenges they would face, etc. He's smarter than me. He's smarter than most. They're going to be back.
This is the floor, right? I'm not saying that next year they're going to win 13 games.
No, the schedule's tough. You never, you don't
Things
get a Hail
change.
Mary. It doinks the other direction. You could lose a few of these
But this
games.
is the floor of how this team is going to play. You're going to have a better secondary receiver than Terry McLaurin and then go into Olamide Zaccheaus or De'Ami Brown or Noah Brown. You're going to improve there. You're going to improve the D-line. You're going to improve in various spots. This is kind of the floor of where this roster is going to be, at least for Jaden Daniels' rookie contract. And so it's only going to get better. And this is the first time that you have the confidence that you can say that, right? I mean, if you go back to the last team that maybe you felt like you could have said that with a rookie quarterback, you didn't know because RG3 is coming off the injury. You didn't know if you're for sure going to be back. You felt like you would. You felt like this was the start of something. This feels like something that has been building, and it's gotten better as the season has gone on. And you talk about Detroit and what they have built. There's a lot of parallels in how Detroit
100%.
is doing things and how they're doing things here. Like you look at what Dan Quinn is doing, whether you want to buy into the leader of men stuff or whatnot, because you don't know exactly what his game day responsibility. He's not calling plays, right? There's something to it. Dan Campbell has created an entire juggernaut of a franchise out of a place that's been a joke for years by doing that, being a great leader, depending on his coordinators, building up the roster. Dan Quinn's kind of done the same thing in just a less brash, kind of meathead sort of way. He's done the same sort of thing, and it's year one of that.
They mirror each other.
Very much.
Really savvy offensive minds. A GM that sees the three-dimensional chessboard before you. A coach that says, this is our personality. And it's not just lip service. You do it all the time. Campbell's like, we're going for it. Coach, it's 4th and 15 from your own 7. Go for it. I mean, that's what he did. That's who they are. You don't just do it sometimes and then not follow through because it's a tough situation. This is what DNA is. And you're establishing something. And it makes sense now that I've seen it play out. It didn't as much in the preseason. Kind of going, well, this doesn't make as much sense. I'm not really sure. What's the plan here? Why are we doing this? Now I see. The vision was always there from Peters and company, really the Harris ownership group.
Well, and I think that they brought up a good point. I forget what podcast I heard it on, but it was a really good point about when you think about when Adam Peters brought in some of the guys that he brought in this offseason.
It was the Grant and Danny podcast available.
It probably was.
Wherever you get your
It probably
podcast.
was. Zach Ertz, right? When he brings him in, you think, okay, nice veteran. He's going to help Jaden as a rookie. They're probably not going to do anything, right? Like, it's not a big deal. You think about bringing in Bobby Wagner. Okay, he's been a solid player. He's kind of on the last leg of his career. Bring him in. Now, suddenly, Danny, they're in the divisional round of the playoffs. Those guys have been there. Zach Ertz has played and won a Super Bowl. Bobby Wagner has played and won a Super Bowl. These dudes aren't intimidated.
Right.
They're the leaders of your football team. Jaden's not shaken. He's still a rookie. This is the first time he's going through this. But you also have brought in guys that when we talked about this in the preseason, when they brought these guys in, it was like, okay, this is nice to help develop the culture and get all these things. But suddenly, they're playing a pivotal role as the guys who have been there before for a team that is way further down the line than we would have ever expected.
So I probably shouldn't tell this story, but it's been decades. So I'll go ahead and tell it. I'm not going to say the name of the fraternity, but a couple of guys from a fraternity at the George Washington University, they jumped a soccer player that we were buddies with. Okay. And we didn't like that. Because we were buddies with those guys, right? And now you get baseball guys and soccer guys, different bodies. They run a lot. We're a little bit we're built differently, okay? And I mean, look, dude, I'm built different. I mean, we're built differently, like stocky.
You run a little bit,
yeah, stocky, chunky dudes that go home to first. Occasionally, leg out some doubles, right? So it's me, a couple other dudes that are way bigger than I am, or was at that point, and a few guys that are medium sized. Point is, we go knocking on that door, and they open it, and we barge right in and started throwing haymakers, beating everybody's ass 6 ways from Sunday. One guy who was smaller than me comes down the stairs, sees the carnage and chaos that's going on. We lock eyes. You. They're not scared. They do winning time. Oh, it's a close game. Oh, it's the fourth quarter of a close game. No problem. We got a guy. Oh, no, we're down a little bit at some point in the game, and we're not playing that great. We ain't scared. That is dangerous. That's dangerous. When you've got a group that probably deep down knows they don't really belong just yet with some of the big boys. You got a group that deep down probably realizes they're not as talented, not quite as good, but they're also not scared because they're battle tested. They've been through it. They've gone on a streak. They've won in close games. They've won every way that you can win, even when they shouldn't have won these games. My point here is, let's see. They got to deal with us. They got to deal with our guys who are here for a street fight, and I'm here for it. I cannot wait for tomorrow.
It's a dangerous feeling when all 53 guys feel that too, Danny. It's not something where it's just the offensive guys. I got to talk to Quin Martin a couple weeks ago and asked him about that. And he said, you just feel like find a way to get it in Five's hands. Just find a way to give it back to the offense. When's the last time, by the way, that you could say that about this team and this quarterback and the people on this football team, this offense, that you just want to give them the ball back with, down 4 with a minute and a half left, they're going to go win. You have confidence. The feeling I had when they got the ball back with 4 minutes to go against Tampa Bay last week was confidence, Danny. I haven't felt that about this team, and I don't know how long, if ever, that you get the ball back, you put it in the Jaden Daniels' hands, and just let him go win the game. And that's dangerous when the defense feels that, where they're like, we don't have to be perfect. Let's just make it close so that Jaden has a chance at the end. It doesn't have to be perfect. Let's just keep it close until the last second, and we have confidence our guy's going to get it done. That's how everyone feels over there. And that's a dangerous thing to have going into Detroit because, look, if Detroit blows them out, it could very well could happen. Yeah. And they could just stomp on them, and it's over early. But I tell you one thing, if Washington's 53 believes it, and Detroit's 53 starts feeling the little bit of tightness come in because it's close in the fourth quarter, you know who's not going to be tight? Jaden Daniels. And I have every faith and confidence that if you give the ball back to this guy with a chance to go win the game, he's going to go do it.
It's going to get one. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We're live at Uptown Alley in Manassas. Fans, quite frankly, this is your day. This is your time. We are here. We are a conduit for you to express yourself. We are a vehicle for you to share the excitement, to share in the joy of the fact that the Washington 53 is playing in the most meaningful game they have in a couple of decades, maybe more. 800-636-1067. Here's your question. How? How do they do it? Write your script. Give me the formula. Whatever you want to say. However it's got to go down for them to pull off this upset. How do they do it? Toby's got an answer. I got mine as well. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. Want to hear from you guys. How do they pull this off? How do they go into Detroit as 9.5-point underdogs and win this football game? Your calls on this next.
Less than 30 hours away from Commanders and Detroit Lions, 8 p.m. Saturday night. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., confidence comes from all three facets shining against Tampa Bay.
This game here, so it was a 2nd and 1. All right, we got to stop. And then 3rd and 1, they sort of bobbled it. We get the stop. They punted to us. I think it was 4 minutes or something else. All right, we're going to go down and win. That's winning time. We got the stop that we needed. The special team secured the ball, and we went down there and kicked the field goal. That's what complementary football is all about, playing as a team.
John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Zay Flowers with the knee has a chance to play Sunday for Baltimore. Capitals' Alex Ovechkin had goal number 874 in a 1-0 win over the Sens. Pittsburgh is in town tomorrow night on The Fan. Ticket prices for the CFP title game have reached $1,800 per ticket on average. Dick Vitale returns to the mic for the first time since 2023 when he will call the Duke-Wake Forest game January 25th. Right-hander Amos Willingham has been claimed off outright waivers by the Atlanta Braves. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny here on 106.7 The Fan. We are live. We'll do it live at Uptown Alley in the heart of Manassas. I am scarfing down pizza dip, which is pizza, but a dip, and a chicken cheesesteak. Now, you're probably going, why don't you go regular cheesesteak? And my response is, mind your business. You know what I mean? Like, why are you so invasive with your questions? That's kind of what I felt like getting, so I got it in a way. Like, I saw the judgment from you, that's Toby, and I saw the judgment from a few people around when I said chicken cheesesteak. I don't need that, all right? It's my pregame thing. I'm worried about it. You don't have to worry about it. You get what you want from Uptown Alley. You feel me?
Yeah, I was loving the Boom Boom Shrimp. That was a little bit of spice to it, a little bit of the Yum Yum sauce. I'm going to have to get some more of that. I'm a big-time fan of that. The pizza dip looked good, though.
Yeah.
I'm not a dip guy, I was telling you.
Which is strange because you're a human being. You know what I mean? Like, human beings love dips. That is a scientific fact.
My food takes are not quite Grant Paulson's, but they are unique.
Well, respectfully, nobody's are. He didn't put milk on cereal. Wouldn't go to the Cheesecake Factory because he thought all they did was make cheesecake, which would actually make me think you would want to go there more.
Exactly.
He's a toddler. But we do wish him well. That poor guy is sick as a dog. So, G&D here on The Fan. Toby's in for GP. As always, Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. If you're just joining us, talking about this enormous football game that you guys may be familiar with that's coming up tomorrow evening. Washington is an underdog. They're a significant underdog, the biggest underdog of the weekend. Them and Houston tied, I would say, I guess maybe with the current spread. Actually, last I checked, they're around the same. 8.5, 9.5, whatever. Depends on your book. If they upset the Detroit Lions, that's what it is. It's an upset. If they just upset the Detroit Lions, how? Write me your script. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How do they do it? Let's start line one, Darius. Let's go to Drew. They're not booing. They're saying Drew at the Detroit airport. Drew, what's up, dude?
Hey, right now I'm in the Uber to the hotel.
Hell yeah.
And I agree having Jaden Daniels is key. But also, Dan Quinn has done pretty good when he was a defensive coordinator against Dan Campbell's offenses. And my view is, you got to stop the Detroit Lions like a couple times. Right? If you add up punts and turnovers, if one team has two less than the other, I think that team wins, and I think that's Washington. So that's kind of what I'm calling.
Appreciate you. Yeah, thanks for sending me to cut you off there. Enjoy the trip. To me, that's one of the things that you're going to see a lot, I think, is the weaker of the two units for both teams is their defense. That's obvious, right? Can Washington do something? You're not stopping them. You're not holding them under a certain yardage total. They're not going to self-destruct. Likely maybe they do, and if so, you take it happily. But for the most part, can you make that one play? When it's 3rd and 14, can you get them off the field? Not give up 8 yards, but then they can go for it. I mean, can you get off the field? Can you get that sack? Can you get that fumble, that tip pass interception? Something to find a way to change this game on the weaker side of football.
Yeah, defensively, they're going to have to play their best game of the year. And it doesn't have to be something where they hold them under 30 points, because I think Washington can score with them.
That's what'll do it is the time, yeah.
Every single time you get an opportunity to make a play, you got to make the play. And you look at Tampa last week, Tampa kind of self-destructed, right? I don't, like you said, I don't think Detroit's going to do that. I don't think there's going to be a botched handoff. I don't think that, their center is suddenly going to snap it too early. I don't think that sort of thing is going to happen. But if Jared Goff throws you one, even if it's a difficult play, make the play.
Got to make it.
Right? Like, if someone puts the ball in the turf, you got to be the one on it. So anytime there's an opportunity to make a play, or like you said, 3rd and 14, don't let them get into a spot where they can go for it. So whenever there are the plays to be made, which there might not be a lot of them because Detroit might just walk right up and down the field all game long. But whenever there's that chance to be made,
got to do it.
You only got to come up with a handful of stops. And it's not like you're coming up with, holding them to 17 points. If you hold them to 28 and you lose, it happens.
That's as good as most teams
They're a
have
better
done.
team, right? So I think that's what it's going to be. Make the plays that are in front of you. If you can, give your offense a shot. I think they could get it done that way.
Write the script, 800-636-1067. Let's go to Brian in Charlottesville. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, hey, Danny. So, look, they just got to keep the game close. And if they do, and we got the ball in our hands in the last couple of minutes, whose time is that? That's our time.
Yep.
When it gets into overtime and somebody's got to step up and play ball, that's our time. And what is the playoffs if it's not the overtime of the regular season? That is our time. We are going to win this game. We're going to keep it close, and we're going to run down there at the end of the game, and we're going to score that last final touchdown.
That's the script for me, by the way. And thank you, Brian. That's it for me, Tobes, is there are a couple different paths this game goes. One, Detroit does what they've done to most everybody, and they run you out of the building. Tip your cap. Go, that's a well-built team. It's a machine. They're great. If it's close and Washington has the ball at the end, I think everybody here at Uptown Alley, I think everybody listening to your voice and my voice goes, where do I sign? Sign me up for a clutch moment featuring Jaden Daniels. And even if it doesn't work out, you go, that was our best ball. That was our chance, right? I don't want to go down with, thinking back to some Nats playoff collapses. I don't want to have my 7th best pitcher on the mound and have the opposing team cheer when I take out Max Scherzer. Right? I don't want to go down that way. I want to go down with Jaden Daniels. Win, lose, or draw, that's the formula to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's proven time after time that he is ready for these moments. He's up for these moments. And the thing about it, you give him 4 downs to pick it up. I mean, him running, him finding someone. And the other thing, who's going to step up outside of Terry, I think, is going to be huge. Is it going to be Zach Ertz? Last week it was De'Ami Brown. Yeah. It's going to be big on who else steps up. But I think with Jaden Daniels, you put the ball in his hands, you're going to feel good. And I think you look on the other sideline, there's a little bit of nerves when Jaden's got the ball in his hands 100%. With a chance to win it.
Let's go to line 3. Shane in Switzerland. Shane, how do they do it?
Shane, what's up?
Shane. Wow. All right, back on hold for Shane. 800-636-1067. Line 5, DP in Sterling. How do they win this football game, sir?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, man, I'm going to go old school. They got to control that line of scrimmage, offensive side and defensive side. Offensive side, they'll be able to run the ball, and they'll open the doors for Jaden to do his thing, get the ball to the outside receivers. And like the caller said earlier, there is going to be a receiver that's going to step up. I think it'll be, what's the guy named? Zacchaeus?
Zacchaeus,
I think that's the guy's name. And, but mainly, they control that line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. They're going to get this victory.
DP, I love that. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry about that. Here's the thing, Tobes. I generally start to shiver and break out in hives when we start to go full Chris Russell, right? Where it's like, run the ball, stop the run, said the guy from 1987. But I'm telling you, there's a lot to that, especially running the ball because of how poorly they've run it. If you're able to, I'm not talking about rip off like you did against Tennessee. That would be fantastic. Obviously, I would take that, running for 260-some yards as a team. But if you are doing those body blows, 4 and 5 on first down, 2nd and 8, 4 yards, you keep it manageable, you're doing the thing that I want you to do. This offense, what's been amazing about it, not just the point totals, not just the yardage, not just Aiden Daniels, but they've played ball control without doing the thing that you play ball control
Exactly,
with.
yes.
I think it's an underrated storyline here down the stretch is they have held the ball for 33, 35 minutes against Tampa without being able to run it a lick. That's incredible. That's your best offense. That's your best defense, rather, in this game, is limiting possessions, limiting the amount of times. So all you got to ask your defense to do is make that one stop. Get that one turnover. Do one thing because you don't punt, presumably, and they don't really either. And that's your formula. That's the way to do it. And that starts with being able to run the ball, at least early down.
So this offense all year, to me, they've had some explosive plays, but they've been built off of efficiency, right? It's not, 20-yard plays down the field. You look at Detroit, they're built off explosive plays.
Yeah.
Washington's not. It's 4, 5, 6 yards a pop, and it doesn't always have to be the run game. In the first part of the year, it was the run game. The last half of the year, it's been anything but the run game, essentially, at least with running backs. And so I like his point of controlling the line of scrimmage, but if there's one thing that I have no hope in, if the thing I'm least confident, it's controlling the line of scrimmage. They can still get it done without doing it.
On both sides, frankly.
Exactly right.
Yeah, even without Kevin Zeitler, I still don't feel good about it.
If they find a way, though, to control the line of scrimmage, there's an easy way to find a way to win this game because I have no confidence they're going to be able to, especially a D-line against their O-line, no confidence that they're going to be stopping their run game.
Kirk Morrison joins us at 3 o'clock to talk about this game and all the others in a wonderful sports weekend. We got the national championship game on Monday, but the professional business to attend to first, Saturday, Sunday, doubleheaders on both days. It's perfect. I love this sports weekend. Kirk Morrison up next here. Grant and Danny live from Uptown Alley in Manassas. What's up, guys? Danny here for Window Nation. Heating costs, they're so miserable. It's so annoying. It's getting colder, by the way. You thought it was going to start to warm up with all that snow on the ground. How about no? It's going to be more miserable next week, and those costs are getting out of control. And experts say it's going to get even worse before the springtime. And if you want to save money, replace those old, cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation. Go to windownation.com right now and save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest with no payments for 2 years. Window Nation's products are built to protect your home with top-quality insulation and seals and often outperform the expensive guys. So you save money on utility bills year-round, just like I have. Plus, lifetime warranty, and they can be installed in a day or less. Hurry. This sale ends January 31st. That's only a couple weeks away. So don't miss out on your chance to save 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. You guys realize that's what we're talking about? That's what we're talking about. You win this game. You now get to have frank and open conversations without being called a lunatic about Super Bowls. Not the other team, not the other city. It's like, who do you want to see? Obviously, now that Washington's been eliminated. No. You get to have that conversation. You're in the Final Four. That's what's on the line if you beat an excellent Detroit team. Welcome back. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. No GP. He's got the flu. Tobias Altizer is hanging out with us. Kirk Morrison joins us in about 14 minutes. Until then, I want your calls. How? How do they do this? How do they win this football game? I'll give you my answer super quick, Tobes, and I want yours. To me, you got to get a break of some kind. And it doesn't diminish how good they are. It doesn't diminish how well they've played. It's got to be that Jared Goff brain fart. What are you doing, guy? That's not. Don't throw that pass. Just take the sack. Or the tip pass that goes up in the air that could be 50-50. That's an interception. The fumble. They got guys that basically haven't lost a fumble all season long. David Montgomery, I think, has lost a couple. They're really, really good at taking care of the football while being prodigious on offense. That's very rare. Get that break. Get that one where the announcer's going, that's last fumble this year for Jahmyr Gibbs. That's the first time Ross St. Brown has coughed it up. Get that. That's got to happen for you. You need that fortuitous break. That's number one. You play hard in case you get it. Number two, I think they've got to do what they did against Tampa, to borrow from Spinal Tap, turn that to 11. That football needs to be yours. You need to manipulate the game. You end the first half with the football, and you start the second half with the football. Those kind of things can happen for you and can dramatically influence the outcome of a game. The offense of Detroit is a juggernaut. If they're off the field and literally not playing for an hour in real time, as you hold the ball and go down the football field, end the first half with it, start the second half with it, go on time-consuming drives, it's not easy just to come out and be sharp again. So to me, it's that break that you keep fighting for and you hope it happens, and ball control. That's my formula. What's yours?
Yeah, my number one is, we talked about this after the Eagles game. You're going to try to run the ball with Brian Robinson. You're going to try different things. If it's not working, just let Jaden be Jaden. If it's not working early and you're Cliff Kingsbury, get rid of the other sections. Just put the ball in Jaden's hands, let him do his thing. So early on, figure out what's working. If that run game's not working, just let Jaden be Jaden. Number one to me. Number two, you cannot let them get the home run runs. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to break some. It can't be a 65-yard touchdown. It can be a 25-yard run, and you stop him at the 50. It can be a 15-yard run. It can't be a 65-yarder, because that's how you go from being in this game to suddenly being out of it. If something happens, you go 3 and out, and Jahmyr Gibbs breaks another one. You cannot allow the home runs from Gibbs, which I'm really worried about. You know, you'd love to say stop the run game. I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't think that's going to happen. But if you can limit it where, you know, they can have a couple 10, 15-yard runs, that's going to happen. You can't have the backbreaker 50, 60, 70-yard touchdown runs. I think if you do that, make Goff beat you a little bit, I think you'll stand a chance. But if you give those big, big runs up, good luck.
800-636-1067 is the number. How do they do it? Line 6, I do believe. Josh in Virginia Beach. Josh, how do they pull off this upset?
Hey, gents. Happy Friday. How's it going?
Good, pal.
Good. I got to say, I'm 32. This is uncharted waters. I've never talked about an important game in mid-January. How we are going to do this is, in the first half, across this win streak, we've been kind of an empty shell of a team. The second half, we've come out as an absolute force. We need that second half play in the first half, those back-breaking drives that you were talking about, and maybe a turnover or two, but we've got to be able to make those adjustments before halftime to give ourselves a chance in the first half.
I think that's smart, my friend. I appreciate you, Josh. Yeah, I don't know that we talked about this during this winning streak, Topes. They were living dangerously. Like, you have that first half against Philly. We forgot about it, but it was one of the worst halves of football they played. It was penalties. They couldn't get out of their own way. They looked lost. Everything was broken. And then it was Jaden Daniels time. That was awesome, but you can't live that way, right? You can't do that. You can't turn it over as many times as they did and still win a football game of this magnitude against Detroit, in all likelihood. Those quick adjustments have to happen. I think to this Tampa game, before we go to the rest of the calls real quick, remember in real time where Tampa switched up everything that they were doing in some of the red zone situations where I don't know if they had played zone at all. I don't know if it was a different zone. Point of the dude's story is all of a sudden Washington had no play calls on that sheet. where you go, I don't know what's going to work here. Our pass concepts or our designs weren't against this defense. They couldn't run it, certainly. They couldn't throw it, and it was kind of a hot mess for a second. And you lost a possession or two because of it before the change was made. It's got to be quick. It's got to be quicker.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about them not being able to have a bad first half like they have against some of these teams, the other teams that they played, like I think Tampa was a better football team overall than what Washington, maybe not playing better than Washington. They find a way to win. You look at some of the teams during the winning streak that they've beaten, and I think they're better football teams, and they've had bad first halves. I think against arguably the best football team in the entire league in the Detroit Lions, you cannot do that, because one thing about the Lions is they're not afraid to go up 28-0. They're not afraid to go up 35. They'll hang 50 on you if they can. Other teams might not do that. They're willing to do it. So you cannot have a bad first half and expect to bail yourself out in the second half. If you can make those quick adjustments like you're saying, even if it's after a drive, and just find a way to find little bits of success, you got to stay in it. Stay in it.
Let's go to a Lions fan. Line 7, Anthony in Detroit. Anthony, you're a fan of an excellent team. Please tell us how to beat them.
Guys, thank you for having me on, and please take your finger off the dump button. I got nothing bad to say. But I'm coming from Detroit. I listen to the Detroit radio out here, and the topic right now is how does Washington beat us? And callers are calling in, and I have a consensus concern to share with you guys. The consensus concern, of course, is Jaden Daniels and an RPO game that you guys can run. When Jaden Daniels runs the ball, you guys probably already know this, I'm sure you do. When he runs the ball more than 7 times a game, you guys are 8-1. So his legs are what would beat us. Also, our corner, Terrion Arnold, rookie corner, every game he gets a crazy bad call, pass interference. So if Scary Terry can play his game against Arnold, you guys will get that one big giant call that could flop the field and turn the game. Also, you guys possess the ball so well. If you can wear down our defense that is beat up by just holding on to the ball and keeping those guys out there and going for him on 4th down, that'd give you a really good chance. That's my take to you guys and the fears that are coming from Detroit, if there is fears, that is. But those are the ones.
Yeah, there probably shouldn't be a lot, but Anthony, appreciate the phone call, my friend. By the way, that checks out. He's a Detroit guy. You can hear a little of that accent. It's not full Wisconsin, but it's that Midwestern where it's like, why can't I get the air through my nose? Midwest.
Well, and by the way, he brought up a really good point about Detroit. When's the last time you get to face maybe the best team in the league and you're not scared of one of their units? You're not scared of their defense, right? Like, their offense is a juggernaut. Their defense is all beat up. And by the way, I think Washington has one of those guys that gets a bunch of PI penalties as well.
Not familiar. I don't know him.
Can't have that this week. Can't have it.
No.
None of that, please.
No. Well, you have to be close enough to commit the penalty.
Exactly.
And I'm worried about that against their speedy wideouts. But here's the thing. And that one loss, by the way, when you referenced if Jaden Daniels runs 7+ times, that's week 1 was the one loss. That was when they lost to Tampa Bay, and they didn't have much going. This is a different team since then. Appreciate the phone calls. We'll take a bunch more as this show progresses. We got longtime NFL player Kirk Morrison joining us here at 3 to go around this busy weekend in the NFL playoffs. We'll talk about our game, talk about the 3 others as well. That's next on The Fan.
Getting so close to what we all been waiting for. The Commanders at 13-5 against the Detroit Lions at 15-2. NFC Divisional Playoff, 8 p.m. Saturday night, Ford Field. Doc and Toby live with Burgundy and Gold starting at 10:30 p.m. tomorrow night after the Pens and the Caps. Your preview. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on the Lions wide receivers.
They test your discipline. I think Ben does a really nice job of understanding coverages. He understands horizontal spacing as well as vertical spacing. He understands the responsibility of every player, and he's going to test the discipline of those players and of the coverage. And so you have to be where you're supposed to be. Let your eyes be true.
The Lions have lost 2 games at home this season to Tampa Bay and Buffalo. Capitals beat the Senators 1-0. Alex Ovechkin goal number 874. Caps in Pittsburgh tomorrow night, 6:45 on The Fan. Suns beat the Wizards 130-123. A rough first quarter, but then the comeback. Head coach Brian Keefe.
We didn't have the necessary force to start the game, and then we found it in the fourth. But you got to, in this league, it's hard to play catch up. You want to start the games like that. That's the area we got to get better at.
Wizards and Warriors Saturday night. Georgetown against DePaul, 7:45 tonight on Team 980. Dick Vitale returns to the airwaves Saturday, January 25th, his first game since 2023, calling Duke at Wake Forest. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Call. Let's see who'll win this battle of strategy.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
What a tremendous play. But the key to this play was motion.
Live from Uptown Alley in Manassas, Virginia. Grant and Nanny here on 106.7 The Fan. No GP. He's down for the count with the flu. Toby Altizer sitting in for us. We got plenty more to come on this radio program. Knock off work early. Come out and see us and hang with your pals. We'll be here all show long. Thrilled to jump to the hotline now with our guy, Kirk Morrison, Sirius XM NFL Radio. You can hear Kirk every Tuesday as he co-hosts the Sirius XM Blitz with Bruce Murray from 12 to 3 Eastern on Channel 88 and the Sirius XM app. Kirk, good afternoon, man. Thanks for the time.
Oh, man, no problem. Thanks for having me.
You got it. All right, let's go in chronological order here. We'll get to Washington. We got plenty to talk about with that game. But let's start Houston and Kansas City. I don't know how Kansas City has done it all season long. I know how they're going to do it in the postseason with Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce turned up to 11. But here they are once again. They seem inevitable. Is there a way Houston wins this football game?
Yeah, I think there's always a way, and the way is that Houston getting off to a quick, fast, hot start in the game. And what I'm saying, getting a couple turnovers early on, scoring on their first couple of possessions, that will get them going, and it kind of puts some doubt in the minds of the Kansas City Chiefs. Regardless of what they've done prior, there's always that moment of doubt in a football game, and they have to create doubt. That's what Houston has to do, create doubt throughout the game, and still don't make it close in the fourth quarter, because if this game is close in the fourth quarter, you feel like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, they will find a way to get things done and probably get past this little round and get to the divisional round.
With Houston last week, I think a lot of people were thinking that the Chargers were going to get it done. They find a way to beat them. What worked for them last week that they can carry over to this week?
Yeah, see, I was a little bit different. I don't think anybody from just tradition and just looking at the wild card round of the NFL, especially since they went to the expanded playoff with 14 teams. To me, the home teams always win. I mean, last week it was 5 of 6 home teams won that game. Obviously, you mentioned Washington. We'll talk about a little bit later, but the 5 home teams, or even the Rams, who are considered the home team, they all won. So I was not surprised by that. I think you feed off the energy at home at your place. But that all changes in the divisional round. That's why this is one of the best rounds of all of the NFL playoffs, even better than championship weekend, because we get high-level football, and more than likely we get the division winners all going up against each other. So that's what makes this the best round of all of them. And I think that's why it's going to be a much better games this week as well.
Kirk, let's say that Kansas City wins this game against Houston. Who's a tougher matchup for them between Baltimore and Buffalo?
Both. I mean, like, let's just be real. We're talking about they're going to go up against an MVP finalist. right? With the top two winner in the MVP category for the NFL this year. There is no right answer to this, fellas. Like, you can try to corner somebody into it, but you're going to get Lamar Jackson or you're going to get Josh Allen. Like, that's just what it is.
Good luck. Yeah.
And good luck. Two hungry franchises. Baltimore trying to win another Super Bowl, which they haven't done in a long time. And then obviously Buffalo, where I spent my last 2 years of my NFL career. You know how hungry, how starving they are for a Super Bowl. So there won't be an easy say, oh, who would you rather play against? Both teams are going to be fantastic. But, you know, I think we keep forgetting January 20th, 2022. And everybody said, well, what's that date? That was the last time the Kansas City Chiefs lost a playoff game. And that was that Cincinnati, that AFC Championship game. That was the last time they lost a playoff game, was 2022. They've spanned almost 3 calendar years, and that's why I think it's just such a difficult task for the Texans.
Skipping ahead to Sunday before we get to the Commanders in a little bit, Rams and Eagles at 3 o'clock. I thought the Rams looked incredibly impressive in their win. And then the flip side, I didn't necessarily think Philly looked all that impressive against the Packers. What does Philly have to get figured out? Are they, is Jalen Hurts going to be back to the guy that is winning them ball games, or is he going to be a little bit of a liability down the stretch here? What do you like in this one?
It's a week-to-week league. And what you saw last week or weeks prior, that all goes out of the window. It's all about how can you win the day? That's what it matters. It doesn't matter if you won by 30, if you win by 1, is can you win the day? And I think Philadelphia is built that way. I think the Rams are also built that way. A lot of people talk about their matchup back in week 11 for the Rams and Eagles. And the Eagles had their day against the Rams. I think we just have a much better matchup. Now, weather could also be a factor. You may have snow as well. What does that do for how this game is being played? So a lot of factors in what I think could be a really, really tight game against, like I said, 2 division winners. I don't think it's a situation of quarterback, can he get back? It's can you devise a game plan for one day? It's Sean McVay versus Vic Fangio. It's Kellen Moore versus Chris Shula, man. That's the matchup I'm looking at, these coordinators and head coaches.
If you watched the NFL between 2005 and 2009, you saw Kirk Morrison, our guest from SiriusXM, tackle people more than 116 times every single year. Kirk, let's go to this Rams team most specifically. What they've had to deal with adversity-wise, I understand this is just regular sports adversity. People are dealing with real-life adversity, so that caveat obviously applies. But it's pretty unusual not to have your home game. It's unusual to kind of have to fly around. They didn't know if they're going to be able to practice when they got back in the whole 9 yards. But my question is just about that defense. Was that just a Minnesota-only thing, or did they find something? And all of a sudden, that group to me looked like they were flying around, really comfortable with themselves.
No, this was the succession plan to Aaron Donald, and a tip of the cap to Les Snead, who had to put this plan together. After the Super Bowl, remember for the Rams, the Super Bowl 58, the Rams had to, I'm sorry, was it 56? I'm sorry. I'm so many Super Bowls away.
I can't do it either, Kirk. I'm like, remember the one a couple years ago?
Yeah, Super Bowl 56. So this is actually Super Bowl 59 approaching, but Super Bowl 56. After they won, Aaron Donald had to make a decision. Would he come back or would he not? And I thought that was what planted the seed for Les Snead. And all he did was, in the last 2 years, were draft defensive players to help succeed and ease the pain of Aaron Donald retiring. He's drafted Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, and his first-round draft pick since 2016 is Jared Verse, who obviously made the Pro Bowl and should be Defensive Rookie of the Year. This group has matured so well. The chemistry that they have, everything from a first-year defensive coordinator and play caller and Chris Shula, this defense has gotten better week by week, and that's what I think the Rams are not talked about enough. They've been winning games with their defense, not necessarily their offense.
Well, I do want to talk about that offense real quick. I thought Matt Stafford looked really, really good. People that weren't, counting the Rams as a legit shot.
Don't say that. You got it's Matthew. Don't say Matt. You're gonna get in trouble. You say Matt Stafford around him, he'll give you a side eye. It's Matthew Stafford. Go ahead.
Matthew Stafford, I thought was really, really good in this one. It seems like people are maybe not giving them enough credit. I mean, this is a guy that's won a Super Bowl. Can he be a difference maker down the stretch and get them to that point? Because you look at, like you talked about, that defense is playing a lot better. They've got a solid run game. Puka Nacua didn't go crazy in this last one. Cooper Kupp didn't go crazy, but Matthew Stafford looked really, really good in this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's the most experienced quarterback in this final round, right? This final 8 teams that are left. He's got the experience. He's a Super Bowl champion. And remember, the Rams really took their foot off the gas last week. They were up 27-3, so they didn't have to throw the ball deep down the field. They played a little more ball control. And so I feel like this is one of those games where everybody's saying, okay, who's it going to fall on? I just know if you give the ball to Matthew Stafford with 2 minutes to go, either down or up, he's going to make the right decisions to get you to victory. That's what it comes down to. If this is a game in which everybody's jumping in the pool, you're just trying to get the Philadelphia Eagles to the deep end and see if they can tread water a little bit. In the way that the Rams have that chemistry, he's got players he can work with. You mentioned Puka Nacua. I still think this is a monster Cooper Kupp game, as he may have a good matchup. That's just going to be fun to watch. But Matthew Stafford will continue to show why he's still playing at an elite level where you may not put him in your top 5 rankings of quarterbacks, but he'll show you that he's still one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
Sirius XM's Kirk Morrison with us here on G&D. Toby in for a sick Grant. All right, let's go to the Ravens and Bills. This is the game of the weekend. I know we're here in Washington, Kirk, and we're obviously got a lot vested in that one, but just in terms of a pure on-paper football matchup, this game is perfect. You already mentioned the MVP finalists and kind of the stake on this thing and how just incredible it is. The weather, is it a factor? Just how do you see this game going? What's the key? What's important?
I got a question for you guys, though.
Yeah.
If this game was pay-per-view, would you pay for it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
No question.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the number is where I go, that's too much, but it's more than it should be.
It's quite high.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I'm just saying, like, we have all of these great fights, right? These monster fights that you have in Vegas and all these, UFC fights. But I said if they put a pay-per-view, $34.99 for Ravens Bills on Sunday evening, it would shatter records. I mean, I know at least clearly over 2 to 3 million people would shell out to watch what is a once-in-a-lifetime type of game. We're talking about Bills, Ravens, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. I mean, this is bigger than Brady versus Manning, right? This is bigger than some of those matchups that I think we grew up watching. So it has everything to do with, we think, the legacy of these quarterbacks moving forward. Even though, hey, you may have a date with Patrick Mahomes ahead, I feel like this may be one of the biggest playoff matchups I've probably seen in my lifetime.
You talked about home field advantage being so big in the wild card round. You got Buffalo at home in this one. Is it going to be enough to swing it Buffalo's way after what happened in the regular season in this matchup?
I always say playing in Buffalo for my last 2 years, I don't know if it's necessarily home field advantage because I feel like both teams are going to have to play in it. And we're talking about if it's snow, one thing. If it's cold, it's still the same weather that's in Baltimore as well. They play in frosty temperatures as well. So it's really about, can you have a solid running or rushing attack if you're if you're in Baltimore while you're in Buffalo. And that's why you went out and got a Derrick Henry. That's why you went out and bring in all these offensive linemen. That's why Patrick Ricard is still the 30th time all-pro fullback, tight end, whatever you want to call him. To me, that's the big factor in this game. It's not even the home field advantage. I just think that which team is going to establish their identity. Is it the Bills? It's the Ravens. That's what it's about.
All right, Kirk Morrison with us here on G&D. Talk about Washington. We are here in D.C. We are underdogs, as Washington should be, quite frankly. Detroit's excellent. They're a buzzsaw. They are so good. Write me the script, though, for Washington going to the NFC title game. How do they beat Detroit?
Wow. Turning the ball over. Getting turnovers, creating turnovers. If they're able to create some turnovers and convert on third down, that's what this game's going to be about. Is Jaden Daniels being special on third down to keep the chains moving? Because that's how you're going to quiet that crowd. You talked about home field advantage. It is a factor in this game. Maybe not as much so, I think, in Buffalo. But when it comes to Detroit, that place is going to be loud. It's going to be raucous. How do you quiet that crowd? It's converting on third down. It's running the football effectively and creating a couple of turnovers, which they were able to do against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's how you're going to win this football game.
Defensively, how does Washington slow down this Detroit offense? I don't feel like they're going to be able to stop them. I think they're still going to put up quite a few points, but how do they slow them down?
it's really stopping the run, that two-headed monster. Jahmyr Gibbs, also David Montgomery. We'll see what his status looks like coming back this week from injury. But if you're stopping this run, I would definitely feel like that helps out in slowing down Jared Goff and his play-action passes. They don't really throw the ball deep down the field. And if you go back and look at some of the numbers, I remember I looked at it, it's probably like 3/4 of the season, they don't get a lot of pass interference calls in terms of their wide receivers. So I think you could play some sticky man coverage, allow, Bobby Wagner to kind of roam the middle a little bit, take away those underneath routes. I think you've got a shot at disrupting their game, but it really comes to taking away the perimeter runs from Jahmyr Gibbs and Jameson Williams. If you're stopping the run, man, that is going to be the key. They are predicated on what? Being physical and tough up front. If you're stopping that run and putting it on Jared Goff, you can get Jared Goff 5 interception Jared Goff, or you can get 4 touchdown Jared Goff. Honestly, which one shows up will be probably how this defense plays against the run.
I mean, you talk about importance of stopping the run. What are you doing to stop that? Are you putting extra guys in the box and just loading it, and depending on the man-to-man on the outside? Are you blitzing? Like, how are you going about trying to slow down that run game?
Yeah, this is what Dan Quinn has been coached to do, right? This is what he's been a head coach to do. His system, his scheme, getting guys up the field, penetrating, and bringing an extra safety down in the box. He's going to have to do a little bit of everything. Your corners are going to have to tackle as well, because that's what the Lions try to do to you, right? They get you out there on the edge and the perimeter with Jahmyr Gibbs, and then they'll do that in round with Jameson Williams. Your corners are going to have their big boy pads on. They're going to have their mouthpieces in, trim straps buckled, because that's how you limit their game. They're not a big between the tackles team, right? When Montgomery's in, yeah, maybe. But they get a lot of stuff done where out there on the perimeter. So Bobby Wagner's got to be sideline to sideline. Frankie Louvu, these guys, man, if they're able to handle business, trust me, I think they have a big shot of limiting the explosive play that they get in the running game on the perimeter.
Kirk, what about the noise? It's something that we haven't talked a ton about. We probably should have. That Detroit fan base is ravenous. That building is loud. It's going to be bat bleep crazy. It's a rookie quarterback. I know he doesn't play like a rookie, but still, this is an offense that, a lot of time runs tempo, and communication is so key. What are the logistics trying to handle that, and will that be a challenge? Will it be a factor?
I don't even know if I should say this, and this may be blasphemy when it comes to NFL stadiums, and maybe the people of Detroit may find me and blow up my mentions on Twitter, but if you said the most raucous place to play, would you think it would be Ford Field or Death Valley Tiger Stadium on a Saturday night at night?
Yeah.
I think he's been in those environments down at LSU. He knows how stadiums can be loud, and how it's when you play in the SEC, everything is loud. So I think he's played in these big moments. He's played in these big crowds. And for me, it's his ability to take off and utilize his legs when it's not there. You're not going to be able to audible as much. It's going to be maybe 1, 2. If it's not there, take off and go. And that's what you saw, last game versus Tampa. When you needed the big play, it was who? Jaden Daniels. And he did it not only from the passing from the pocket, but he did it when you needed them most, when you put the ball in his hands and say, go get us a first down. That's how it's going to be able to do it in that raucous crowd, is his ability to just say, you know what, go be a playmaker, which he's been doing ever since he's been in high school.
I mean, you look at this offense, they haven't been able to run the ball, it seems like, for the second half of the year with outside of Jaden. Is that something where if they can't run the ball, they're still going to be able to get it done, or do they need that run game to get it done in this one because you want to control the ball, because you want to be able to have the ball in your hands to keep it away from Detroit?
You just want to be able to convert on third down. You want to get, if it's Austin Eckler, getting him, the ball on those check downs. That's what you're going to have to do. Brian Robinson is going to, get hopefully, 3 yards, 4 yards. If they're stubborn about it, so this is a big game for Cliff Kingsbury, right? And if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, I've got a chip on my shoulder. I'm going against Ben Johnson on the opposite side. And everybody's talking about Ben Johnson, but if Cliff Kingsbury is able to put together a nice game plan, they'll be talking about Cliff Kingsbury after this game. So I put it more on Cliff to see how physical he wants to make this game. But if you don't stack up early on and running the football, then just how do you convert? That's what the game is about. How do you convert? Stay on the field, move the chains, and try to play ball control. We always think it's about running the football, but to me, it's honestly just getting to third down and getting Jaden Daniels in 3rd and 5. I like my shot with Jaden Daniels at 3rd and 5. No one's talking. We haven't even said Zach Ertz's name. I think Ertz is going to be huge. Like, he's going to be big in this game. Can you get him the football on those 3rd and 5s, right? I mean, you got to pass interfere him. if you don't, we saw it last week against Tampa. If they don't do that, he could be the guy that can, I think can be open on those 3rd and shorts to keep the chains moving as well.
Kirk, this is great, man. Really appreciate the time and insight, and enjoy the games this weekend, buddy. Thank you.
Oh, man, best of luck to you guys up there, man. Somebody in that region is probably going to a conference championship game, hopefully.
Yeah, think about that, man. Very, very cool. Good stuff. Appreciate your time, buddy. Thank you.
All right, no problem, guys.
There he goes, Kirk Morrison, Sirius XM. Love having him on his insight. Toby, you're too young. You sleep. That dude was nasty. He hunted, and he tackled everything. If you had the football, he was going to tackle you. He had just casually averaged 130 tackles a year for a handful of seasons. Really appreciate Kirk jumping on with us. So we were talking about the Saul show. This is a big one. You're aware of it. It's a divisional round playoff game with a chance to go to the conference title game for the first time since Washington beat Detroit in 1991. It was actually 92, the 91 season. Don't mess up the crest if you make another one. Point of the dude's story is this. This is the biggest game since 800-636-1067. Beltway Blitz at 4. Want your calls now. 800-636-1067. Interesting to get some perspectives on this, because people around my age in their 40s remember some of the real big games where there were parades afterwards. Oh, Tobias over here is 18 years old, barely able to vote and buy nicotine. Doesn't remember any big games. His biggest game was like a Week 7 tilt against Atlanta one time. So I want to get their perspectives on that. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Your call's next.
Getting ready for Commanders and Lions. That'll be Saturday night at 8 p.m. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on what he sees from Detroit.
They're all really good. Offensive line is really good. They're a scrappy team. The head coach has them playing hard. They're playing behind when they're up, and that's what makes them a very dangerous team. So we're looking forward to the matchup, and it's going to be fun.
John Harbaugh says that wide receiver Zay Flowers with his knee has a chance to play on Sunday. Georgetown against DePaul tonight, 7:45 on Team 980. Ticket prices for the CFP title game for January 20th, Notre Dame, Ohio State. Ticket resale prices start at about $1,800 per ticket, and the average is $2,500. South Carolina announces that Dawn Staley has received a contract extension through the 2029-30 season that makes her the highest-paid women's coach. Deal worth over $25 million. Former Nats right-handed pitcher Amos Willingham has been claimed by the Braves. A.J. Minter and the Mets have agreed on a 2-year, $22 million deal. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We want Dallas. The chant still goes. I tell you, that's got to be intimidating. 50,000 people screaming, "We want Dallas." Play action fakes to Dorsett. Hit the ball well. Set up a screen, batted in the air, picked off by Darryl Grant. Touchdown, Washington Redskins! I don't believe it. Unbelievable.
That's your We Want Dallas game. Sorry about that. Sorry about that NFC title game at RFK. Sorry about Dexter Manley tipping the pass. Sorry about Darryl Grant rumbling to the hoose to go to the Super Bowl. Sorry about that memory. Sorry about that parade. By the way, we didn't go to that parade when I was a kid. My dad pulled off one of those all-time dad lies where you're just a kid. You're like, "I trust you." And you're British. "Daddy, I trust you. I do. Everything you say makes perfect sense to me, Daddy. Paternal figure." He's like, "There are no kids allowed at the parade."
Oh,
there are no kids allowed. You can't do it. Otherwise, son, I would love to take you, but there are no kids.
It's a great lie, by the way.
I turn on the TV. I'm like, there's a kid. Wait, there's another kid. He's a kid. How come there are kids? Too late. Already over. But we went in 87. You couldn't hear anything in 87. Actually, again, I always say 87 season 88. Well, we went, and the sound system was, 1980 sound system. So you'd hear, and then we'll go, "Yay!" And then the next person would talk, "Yay!" You didn't know.
Yeah.
But it was joy. Just hugging people. Welcome back. Grant Danny here on The Fan. Hanging out with you. No GP, but yes, Toby. He is here with us as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're live at Uptown Alley in Manassas. This place is awesome. You can do whatever you want to do. You want to roll? You want to get a league night going? Get that happening. You can eat delicious food stuff, which I have. There are adult sodas. I see people drinking. They're drinking alcohol, Toby. Are you comfortable?
I'm okay.
Okay, good.
I'm okay.
Good. I've had water. I'm just saying, I've had straight water. A little bit of ice. I like water on the rocks. That's my drink of choice. But we'll be here until 6:30. Come on out and say, hey. The topic of the moment, we got a little winning off the field we'll do next. We got the Beltway Blitz at 4. This is a big one. Got a chance to go to the NFC title game for the first time since the early 90s. I ask you first, Tobias, as our resident young person. For you, this is the biggest game since?
2012 wild card game against the Seahawks, RG3's rookie year. It's the only team that I felt had a chance to do anything in my lifetime. You think back to some of the other playoff losses, Taylor Heineke diving for the pylon. Even if they found a way to win that game, they're not going any further, right? There was no chance they were winning. It was fun, but they're not winning. Think about the Packers playoff game. Maybe you felt like they could beat the Packers, but they weren't going further than that. 2012 felt special. It felt like they could keep going, and to lose that one was a devastator. But that one felt like the only team in my lifetime that could go somewhere. This team has that same feeling where it could actually go somewhere. They've won a playoff game. You could maybe get to the NFC Championship game. You're just one 60-minute game away from that. So to me, it's that 2012 wildcard game.
800-636-1067. Biggest game since? Here's my answer. And that 2012 game was amazing. That was huge. It was Griffin. It was mania. It was so exciting. 7 in a row. We know the whole story. But there's a backdrop for me as a fan. my belief had all but been ripped away by that point. Okay? It was coming back, and maybe Griffin was going to be the difference maker, but it wasn't like the return of Joe Gibbs. So you see, to us, the gentlemen and ladies of a certain age, Joe Gibbs meant ultimate victory. Not okay. It meant he's here, it's going to be fine. We just went through that darkness of the 90s when he took off for the first time after modern free agency, and the team struggled under Richie Pettibone, Norval Eugene Turner. They were just a hot tire fire. Steve Spurrier, unserious at best as the head coach for a couple of years, just a mess. Here was Joe Gibbs, the man who fixed it. Joe Gibbs was going to fix it. He was going to bring all of Joe Gibbs' buddies with him, which was correct because they were great. He's going to bring back Don Bro. He's going to do the Joe Bugle bit. We're going to do the dance, and Joe Gibbs is here to make it happen. That first year, taking over for a bad team, they weren't very good, but my God, they smacked you in the mouth. You were going to catch hands. You were going to be dealt with. Teams that played Washington mostly lost the next week because of how physical it was. It was a fight every time you played them. 2005 comes rolling around, a scrappy, I admit it on the under-talented, but that's what these Redskins teams were back then. So they were called. This wasn't always the most talented roster. I mean, 91, they were as talented as anybody that's ever been. But for the most part, some of those teams in the 80s, it was, the undrafted free agent. It was Timmy Smith. It was, the guy that nobody else wanted but fit what Joe Gibbs wanted to do. Innovation. Everybody pulling the rope in the same direction. It felt like when they went to Seattle, if they beat that Seattle team, who went on to lose in the Super Bowl that year to Pittsburgh, if they beat Seattle, a lot of us thought, here we go. This is the beginning. Joe Gibbs, year one, did almost exactly what he did the second time, year one. A group that wasn't that great, but man, they were tough. You didn't want to see them on your schedule. Year two, postseason, you get something great going. It felt like the beginning of something. So to me, January 14th, 2006, ultimately would be a loss against the Seattle Seahawks. To me, it's the biggest game since then. It's the biggest game since that divisional round 20 years ago. 20 years ago, thinking this was the beginning of something. It's taken me a long time, Tobes, to believe again, but I'm here to tell you what we're doing right now, this is the beginning of something. Not fraudulent, not empty calories, not eating a donut and wondering why I'm fat later, a.k.a. 7-9 Ron Rivera making the postseason. Yes. This is real, and it's the first time since then I felt that way.
Yeah, it feels so good. It feels like, Danny, last week you have the high of the wild card round, then you kind of come off a little bit as the week. Right now, it's like ready to explode, the excitement around this team, and it feels like they can actually go do it. It feels like, what if they just went and did it, right? Like, we do these what ifs all the time with this team about different things, and in the past, it's been what if they were good, or what if this is what if they could go to the Super Bowl, Danny. Mm-hmm. What if they win in Detroit and they're one win away from the Super Bowl, and it doesn't feel like a unrealistic dream? Like, it feels like something that could happen. Like, we're breaking down actual football things and saying the quarterback on this side could do it. So I think you're right. I mean, the last time they were in the divisional round, I think it's appropriate to say, like, that team felt like it might have been able to go somewhere. That's kind of how I felt with RG3. I just really didn't get to appreciate that experience. Mm-hmm. This team feels like it can go somewhere. It's been so long, at least a decade, since you felt like this team could do something. They could do it. They could do it tomorrow night.
800-636-1067. Biggest game since? Let's go to Jamie in Annandale on line one. Jamie, biggest game since?
I'm going to agree with Toby. I was at that game. I was at the prior game when they beat Dallas to win the division. That's it for me until if they win tomorrow, then go back to the 90s, Danny. With all those games at RFK, I was at the Dexter Manley sack and the Darryl Grant. I mean, my birthday tomorrow, I'll be 53. And I remember those days yesterday.
Love it. Appreciate you, dude. I want it for you. I want it for us. I want it for the whole fan base, man. It's easy to dream. Let's go to line two, Glenn in Fort Washington. This is the biggest game since.
This is Glenn. I go by the name of G, but you forget Gus Perrott in the Detroit Lions game, all right? And then we proceeded to go to Tampa Bay. Sean King, they robbed us for that pass interference play.
Totally right. Yeah, no, I remember. I appreciate you, G. Yeah, we got screwed in that game. I'm saying we again. Washington got screwed in that contest. Absolutely. Still, get a snap off, get a kickoff. I'd love to see what might have happened. But yeah, they beat Detroit in that 99 wildcard game. They avenged a loss during the season, one of their worst games of the year, where Brad Johnson, who was outstanding that year, really struggled. The offense wasn't good. There wasn't certainty that they would win that postseason game against Detroit. Throttled them, handled them. A lot of fun. Went to Tampa, and it turned into a rock fight. Let's go to line 3. Here we got Chris in Hyattsville. Chris, this is the biggest game since?
Bears divisional round in 1988. Darryl Green game.
Why do you go back there? No, I love that game so much, obviously, and it's like one of my core memories. But why that game?
So all right. So if you remember, the Vikings had upset the 49ers the day before. Right. And the 49ers were the class of the NFL. And probably second to that was the big bad Bears, who weren't too far removed from a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So I remember being so excited because if we could get past the Bears, it was we all thought it was going to be a cakewalk to beat the Vikings and get to the Super Bowl. Detroit is the class of the NFC, and I think if they beat Detroit, I mean, it's game on. Pack your bags, book your tickets to New Orleans, in my opinion.
Love it. Let's go to Will, line 4 in Rockville. Biggest game since when?
Yeah, Danny, you and I are a similar age, and that 05 team, that game, when we knocked out Sean Alexander in the first quarter of the concussion, I thought, we got a chance to win this thing, and then we couldn't do anything. And then that fourth down play to Santana, they kind of sealed our fate in that one. That was tough. But biggest game since 05, in my opinion.
Love that. Yeah, I mean, that one was nip and tuck. Washington was within a score the entire time. I remember I think that's the game. There are 2 Seattle games that I sometimes run together for me. But they recovered a kickoff that bounced in between a bunch of guys in perfect scoring position, moved back 7 yards and kicked a field goal. And you went, oh, that was deflating, man. What an empty deal that ended up being. Seattle was a better team than went to the Super Bowl that year, but you could have stolen one. And that's kind of the point. You get an advantage like that, you get something good happening, you got to take advantage of it. Appreciate the calls on this one, 800-636-1067. Normally, it's such a big day. It's such a big game tomorrow. We might just not do this. But I feel like we're all in such a good mood. The vibe is so good, dare I say, here at Uptown Alley in Manassas. Let's win off the field together.
Love it.
You can talk about how you're going to watch the game tomorrow. You can talk about who you're watching it with. You can talk about a normal winning off the field. However you want to do it. I got a couple examples. I will give them to you. Toby's got some. We'll get this done. Let's win off the field together. Because remember, this ain't the Bruce era no more. He's done screwing us over. He did that for a long time. He's gone. That little twerp is gone. Now, this ownership group, with this GM, we go to the postseason sometimes. That's how it goes around here. 800-636-1067. Beltway Blitz at 4. Let's win off the field together next. Mr. Calloway, what precedes that? I see. Yeah. Okay. So if I put my hand, then I got to go up, then I got to stay there, and then go up, down, up. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Calter.
Left hand up?
No. Both hands. Both hands in the air is fine. You can put your right hand up for some reason.
You said left hand up?
No. We should say that. People should be way more embarrassed. That's Toby. I'm Danny. This is Grant and Danny. You notice I didn't say that's Grant, but that's Toby because Toby's in because Grant's out. That poor guy has himself a D1 All-America case of the flu. 800-636-1067. The vibe is good. It's a good vibe. It's very strong. We're talking about a football team playing in Detroit for a chance to go to the conference title game for the first time in 33-plus years. Okay? Everyone's happy. So I figure why not went off the field together. Let's do it. 800-636-1067. Tobes, if you don't mind, I can explain how I'm winning off the field. So it's got to be something teeny, tiny, small, and insignificant. It's got to not matter to anybody else, but we give breath and life to that small little victory that you're going through just to celebrate with you. Because years ago, Bruce Allen, who stunk, stood in front of the assembled reporters, and he said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
And this group has, Bruce. You rube. This group has won on the field. In fact, 12 games for the first time since 1991. Add a 13th, why not? Sure. That's a wild card win on the road. I remember your playoff win that time. Actually, you didn't get it. You weren't even here yet. You didn't win any playoff games, Bruce. Screw you. Anyway.
Winning on the field.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the clarification, Bruce. Miss you, buddy. Here's how I'm winning off the field, Tubbs. Grant has the flu.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan's probably got the flu. As of right now, wait, let me get a wooden chair here. Let me knock on it. As of right now, I don't have the flu. But if I do, I have already picked up the prescription that you're supposed to get if you do get the flu. I'm already taking it preventatively, pre-flu prescription. I never even heard of that, but I'm doing it. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Tubbs.
Yeah, this is incredibly lame off of that because Grant has the flu.
Yep.
Because Ryan has the flu.
Yep.
I'm out here hanging out with you guys. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
I see what you did there. You capitalized. You built on it. Oh, wait. Darius? You have one?
Yes, I do have one.
Please share it, buddy.
Grant has the flu.
Yep.
Ryan has the flu.
Yes.
Toby, you don't have the flu. Danny, you don't have the flu. I don't have the flu, so therefore I am
winning off the field.
I see. This is our version of the flu game. It's or don't have the flu game. That's us.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Let's go to line one. John in Fredericksburg. How are you winning off the field, sir?
Well, this is going to be a big one. I'll prep you. So my grandfather raised me to be a Redskins fan because my mom didn't care. So I was going to be the kid that cared. My grandfather passed away 15 years ago, and at that point, she became a fanatic. I am winning off the field because tomorrow is my mom's 69th birthday.
Oh, I love it.
And she is getting a win. And here's what's better. She knows this is her big birthday present, but I don't care how much it costs. We're going to this game in New Orleans in 3 weeks if it happens. So we're going to be winning off the field, and we're going to see us winning on the field.
Winning off the field.
There you go, John. Atta baby.
I like it.
Atta baby. And by the way, yeah, go ahead. Fire it up. You know what's so cool is it's not one of those years where the Super Bowl's in a dumb city.
No.
That's down there in New Orleans. John, if you get to go to New Orleans, you swing by Brennan's. You let the general manager, Mr. Christian Pendleton, you got to let him know, hi, Christian, my name's John, and I'm a Washington sports fan. And watch the joy roll in. That place rules. I hope to see you there. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Bobby in Alexandria. Can you please tell me how you're winning off the field, Bobby?
I am winning off the field at this point in time because I've got 6 daughters, raised, grown, and I finally had a grandson, and his birthday is today, and we've got a Ricky Bobby theme because if you ain't first, you're last.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, we are winning off the field and
winning
we're
off
going
the
to be
field.
first.
I love it. Thank
Love
you,
it.
Bobby. Thank you, Bobby.
A lot of birthdays.
First of all, it's interesting to me. I noticed that too. We have 2 calls, 2 birthdays that are relevant. I also anytime you can do whatever that is, where his name's Bobby, and you incorporate some sort of like Will Ferrell pop culture type situation into a birthday deal, and it's a theme, I'm in.
I never had any of those.
I never had a single one of those. The only thing, so obviously my first name's Danny, right? Or Daniel, but everybody called me Danny. The only thing I got was Danny from Caddyshack. Was Judge Smales. I'd like to come over to mow my lawn. Like that kind of stuff. And I was like, no, I just want Nintendo games. Let's go to line 4. Jesse, how are you winning off the field, sir?
Fellas, I'm winning off the field because I got out of work early, picked my daughters up from elementary school, and we are headed to Uptown Alley in Manassas.
Oh, I know who's there.
Chill with the with the radio show and meeting one of my best friends who's going to bring his sons as well. That's how I'm
Winning off the field.
Excellent, Jesse. I wish I had your girl. Fantastic. Thank you for calling. That's how, people, we win off the field. We did it together as a community. I thank everyone for your participation in that. Beltway Blitz time. John Jansen's going to join the program at 5 p.m. We've got a whole lot of Washington football talk to kind of go through here on the Beltway Blitz. We'll spin you around every angle from this game. We're talking about a divisional round playoff game with a chance to go to the conference final. Got a couple numbers that I found interesting as I'm watching the Capitals highlights from last night, including Ovi's game winner.
Oh, yeah.
A couple nuggets there, but a whole bunch of Washington talk to come because there's a football match tomorrow. It's a big one. You might have heard about it. It's Great Danny here on The Fan, live from Uptown Alley in Manassas.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Counting down for Commanders versus Lions Saturday night, defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on the Lions wide receivers.
They test your discipline. I think Ben does a really nice job of understanding coverages. He understands horizontal spacing as well as vertical spacing. He understands the responsibility of every player, and he's going to test the discipline of those players and of the coverage. And so you have to be where you're supposed to be. Let your eyes be true.
John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Zay Flowers with his knee has a chance to play Sunday, but he's listed as doubtful. Raiders interviewing former Commanders coach Ron Rivera today for their vacant head coaching position. Georgetown at 12-5 welcomes DePaul tonight, 7:45 on Team 980. Dick Vitale will announce his first game since June 23rd when he announces the Duke-Wake Forest game next Saturday, January 25th. Ticket prices for the CFP title game are reaching $2,500 on average. Dawn Staley gets a new deal with South Carolina through 2030 that makes her the highest paid coach in women's basketball, worth over $25 million. Former Nats right-handed pitcher Amos Willingham has been claimed off outright waivers by the Atlanta Braves. Alex Ovechkin now at 874 goals. Tomorrow they welcome in the Pens at 7 p.m. live here on The Fan. Get a degree, certificates, or take an enrichment course. Live within 6 miles of MGM. You could go for free. The local impact grant makes it possible. Visit pgcc.edu for more info and explore the freedom to learn. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
G&D here on The Fan. Tobias Funke, a.k.a. Toby Oldheiser, in for Grant H. Paulson, who is home with the flu. We're live at Uptown Alley here in Manassas. This place is awesome. People are packing the joint, eating delicious foodstuffs, having all sorts of fun. You can do whatever the hell you want here. You can bowl, play video games, eat food, watch the circus animals, a.k.a. Toby and me, whatever butters your biscuit. We love it here. Come on out and see us here till 6:30. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them the Great Nanny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It's time to talk about the local 53 on the Blitz, Darius. By God, that's Denton Day's music. Denton, before I ask you a legitimate football question, what are you doing tomorrow?
Danny, I'm hanging out with the best fans. We're going to be at Honor Brewing in Sterling. It's like 10 minutes from where I grew up. You know, the Pride of Freedom High School South Riding. It's like right down the street. So it's going to be a great time. It's my neck of the woods. And I think me and a bunch of our favorite friends, Danny, are going to be out there hanging out and potentially seeing the Commanders get their first NFC championship since '91.
Yeah, that's what's on the line. No big deal. They're the underdog, and they should be, right? Detroit is excellent. Write me the script. We talked about this at the top of the show, but write me the Denton Day script for a win.
Well, it starts and ends with Jaden Daniels, right? That's kind of been the script for the final, 18 games, if you will, for this Commanders team. But what it really comes down to is kind of following the same game plan that they did against Tampa Bay. If they get two drives that are longer than 7.5 minutes and they both result in touchdowns, I have a pretty good feeling about how this one is going to go. Your best defense is keeping that Detroit offense as far away from the football field as possible. I think Jaden's going to have the best game of his career. And I know he had a 5-touchdown performance against Philadelphia, but in order for Washington to win this weekend, he needs to go absolutely crazy. And as a guy that I've seen multiple times perform under the big lights, I think he's going to do just that.
Denton, who's going to step up in the De'Ami Brown role this week? Someone outside of Terry, outside of Jaden that's going to step up on the offense?
I think it's going to be De'Ami Brown. I think the De'Ami Brown role is now just going to be De'Ami Brown. I love the way that they utilized him, Toby, this past weekend, and I think this one's a little personal. You know, Amon-Ra St. Brown distant heavy the last time these two teams played. He said he didn't remember his name. I was like, buddy, we've all seen the 15 different specials you've done when you recite every guy that was named in front of you, but you forget his name at the end of the presser at that? I don't think so. I think De'Ami Brown has a point to prove this weekend. I think he has another stellar performance. I love the way they used him last week. I hope it continues this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, Amon-Ra St. Brown says names before he goes to bed, like Arya Stark, if you know your Game of Thrones. Defensively, Every time I look at this, I don't know what the answer is. I have no idea how you stop them. Nobody has. Nobody's really stopped them consistently. You kind of got to hope that they implode or mess up or, they run out of time or who knows what. Can this defense do enough? I'm not talking about a stop. I'm not talking about being the 2000 Ravens or 85 Bears or in the Legion of Boom Seahawks teams. Can this defense do enough disruptive to maybe force a punt, get a turnover, to get it back to their offense, which is where this game's going to be won?
I think the answer to that question is yes, Danny. They're not going to be the 2000 Ravens, 85 Bears. I don't think we're going to see a vintage, Daron Payne in a contract year performance where he is just destroying the interior line of scrimmage. I don't think that's going to be the case, but I do think there is enough there on defense to, at the very least, stop them twice. And when I say stop them, I mean hold them out of the end zone twice. If you can hold them out of the end zone twice, I think you give your offense a really good opportunity to do the rest of the heavy lifting. And now, if they stop them just from scoring, period, a 3-and-out here, just maybe a 6-play drive that ends in a punt, maybe Dan Campbell gets a little too aggressive, goes for it on 4th down, and you stop them. All of that is possible, but really what it comes down to, fellas, if you just stop them from scoring a touchdown twice, I think you put yourself in a position to win this one.
Defensively, which of these guys scares you? I mean, they've got so many dudes on offense. We talked earlier with Kirk Morrison talking about slowing down the run game. Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, is going to be having a big game. Monty's back. I mean, they've got so many dudes. Who are you keying in on that you think could be the X factor for Detroit if they're going to win, that Washington needs to slow down?
They got to stop. They got to stop. Honestly, fellas, they got to stop Jameson Williams. If you can run the football and hit the deep shot, you're done. Like, this is not going to be a game. They're going to score 50 on you, and we're going to be crying on Monday. But if you can stop the downfield threat that he presents, that Amon-Ra presents, but really Jameson Williams, that dude's a burner. If you can stop him and stop that downfield threat, keep everything in front of you, at the very least, you give yourself the ability to be a bend-don't-break defense.
Denton, offensively for Washington, Toby kind of hinted at this, but you can't afford any slip-ups. And I'm worried about the crowd noise. Not necessarily Jaden Daniels missing a signal. He played in Death Valley every weekend is, I don't know, the loudest environment imaginable. It's inside of a jet engine. But communication-wise, looking at some of the blitz and different looks that Aaron Glenn's going to try to trick you with, it's sort of like from a Todd Bowles school, basically trying to force one turnover, knowing that that's probably enough for his offense. Are you concerned at all about the environment?
Yes, but no, because I think you mentioned it. I mean, Jaden played in Death Valley. He played in Tuscaloosa, and I think because he is the leader on offense, everybody kind of falls in line with him, which is a really great place to be considering what he has done in hostile environments so far this year. I think it's going to be loud. I think they should expect for it to be loud. It's going to be a raucous environment. It's going to be a great environment. Like, if you just take our fandom out of this, it's going to be popping in Detroit. And I can't wait for that. But I don't think that's going to be as much of an issue because of the guy that you have at quarterback. I think Biotish is going to do a great job at the line of scrimmage. We've seen how important he has been over the course of the last few weeks of the regular season. I think they'll be okay in that regard.
Denton, both of these guys like to go for it on 4th down. Do you think that's something that's going to work in both teams' favor, or do you think it's going to hurt one of these teams on tomorrow night?
Well, I really hope it works in the team's favor with burgundy and gold, and I really hope that Dan Campbell shoots himself in the foot a couple of times. I think if there is a guy that is going to do more damage than good, it does feel like it's going to be Dan Campbell because he is balls to the wall. We are going to go for it. We are going to be aggressive for the sake of being aggressive. I mean, this is a guy, when they played Buffalo a couple weeks ago, he tried an onside kick with 12 minutes left. Like, buddy, you can't be that aggressive all the time. So I think if there's one team that is going to be on the bad side of the aggressiveness, it would be Dan Campbell of the Lions.
Denton, have a great pregame show tomorrow, buddy. Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, fellas. I'll see everybody down at Brewing. Can't wait.
There he goes. That is Denton Day. Kevin Sheehan Show and pregame tomorrow with Linnell Willingham at Honor Brewing. Let's talk a little puck, please, super quick. That's Ethan Cadeau's music. He will talk about the Caps from last evening. Some guy, he's a newer player, Ethan. How do you pronounce his name? Is it Ovechkin? I've heard his name a couple of times. Seems like a bright young prospect. Shtick aside, oh my God, how cool was that?
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, this whole season has been kind of insane, honestly. After last year, him scoring 31 goals in 79 games, we didn't really know which Ovi we were going to get this year. For him to be scoring at the highest rate of his career is insane, one, considering he's doing that at 39, and two, last night, I mean, one shot, one shift in overtime That's all it took for the win. That was awesome to see in an otherwise probably pretty boring game, at least the first two periods.
Yeah, what was going on last night? The offense wasn't great. Obviously, great defending, didn't give up a goal. But what was going on with the offense that they weren't able to get any real quality chances until that overtime period?
Yeah, I don't think it's just a last night thing. It's something that's kind of been going on for the last 12, 15 games, and Spencer Carberry has talked about it enough. I mean, this team, like at the beginning of the year, the first month, they're scoring over 4 goals a game. That's obviously not sustainable over an 82-game season, but now it's kind of they're just struggling to hold the puck for a long period of time. They've been really good defensively. Obviously, they're on a 9-game point streak, which is great, but offensively, there are definitely some concerns. It's dragged on where it's not really so much of a slump anymore. It's just kind of who they are, and hopefully after the Four Nations break in a couple weeks, they can kind of get back to that team they were when the season started. But I think yesterday was just the latest game of kind of who they are right now. They're going through a little bit of a scoring drought, especially 5-on-5. But, I mean, if you're picking up points, winning games like you did last night, still at the top of the table, I mean, there's not too much you can complain about.
Ethan, I think I got this number right. I apologize if I'm off by a goal or two, but I think the point stands. Between Washington, then Redskins, now stupid new name, whatever. Between Washington playoff football wins, Alex Ovechkin scored 848 goals. I think I've got that number correct. Just sort of quantifying. Is that the right number?
Yeah, that's correct.
I don't really have a great question about that other than, oh, my God. Like, just quantify this for us. Like, just to give an idea, it's bad for one, amazing for the other.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't know if it tells you more about how good Ovi has been or how poor the Commanders have been the last, 20 years? I mean, just kind of thinking of that, how rough is this for Saturday night? We don't know how many more Ovi-Sid games we're going to get, but it's an hour before the Commanders' first divisional playoff game since 2005. So I feel like the DC sports fans are kind of put in a pickle here. But, yeah, I mean, that's incredible streak. Obviously, both teams are the two teams talked about the most in the city right now, and hopefully the Commanders can continue doing what they're doing, and Ovi can continue to score goals and keep things exciting around these parts.
Be fun for everyone involved. Ethan, thank you, buddy. Enjoy the weekend.
Appreciate you guys.
See you, my friend. Let's go back to the local 53, Darius. Our guy, Nick Ackridge, Pro Football Focus, to help break down this matchup where Washington is a huge underdog.
Nick, how do they slow down this run game for the Lions? It's going to be a big part of Washington potentially getting a win. How do they slow it down?
Yeah, Bobby Wagner's got to be special. He's been one of the best linebackers in the NFL this entire year, and that's kind of mostly because he's really been saving the interior of the defensive line when they make mistakes. So you're going to need a special Bobby Wagner game. You're going to need Frankie Luvu to make some plays, whether that's off the edge or in the box. But that's kind of the key is the linebackers have to play kind of out of the world.
Nick, you're a youthful, smart person, so I want you to explain to me why I'm incorrect here. The paradigm, and I hear a lot, I've heard it from Tobes, I've heard it from some of our guests, I've heard it from a lot of fans, is, and I understand it, you got to slow down the run, you got to stop the run. I'm basically willing to say, this is me, Danny Rouillet, unqualified to be defensive coordinator. If you want to hand it off, thank you. Because you're not ripping off 25, 30, 50-yard gains. You're not gadget playing me. You're not throwing it to Jameson Williams behind guys that can't cover him. You're not daggering me with Laporta and Tim Patrick at times, and I'm on Ross St. Brown, and this passing game that I don't think I can stop. I'm way more terrified of big plays in the passing game than them matriculating down the field. If they want to take their time and run the ball, I say have at it, Haas. Tell me why I'm stupid.
The only reason, that you would kind of want them to run the ball is it's harder to sustain drives if you're constantly running the ball all the way down the field. Mm-hmm. It's tough for offenses to, like I said, sustain it and then capitalize it on it in the red zone. So, yes, you want to limit the big explosive passes because that's how you quickly get down the field. So I'm kind of in agreement with you. Yes, they do need to stop the run and prioritize that, but I think that is the biggest thing. Like, you just need, if they want to run the ball and they want to keep kind of slowly getting down the field, then I'm all for it. You just got to stop the explosive plays.
Sticking with the pass defense, Lattimore was not good last week against Mike Evans. What do you think they're going to do with him this week? And do you think it was just something of a little bit of rust and having a game under his belt now he's going to be back to a little more of what we're used to seeing from Marshawn Lattimore?
Yeah, I think last week was it was a tough watch, like you kind of mentioned. But I don't think he's fully healthy. I don't think that hamstring is fully healthy. Just kind of watching him, he was never very confident planting and kind of pushing off of it. He just didn't seem like the player that we've seen in New Orleans. So I'm hoping that it's just kind of chalking up to still kind of recovering from that hamstring injury. But, I think if you're Washington's defense, you can't try to play man coverage with them and follow them across the field. You're going to have to switch things up. Detroit kills man coverage. They kill a lot of coverages, so it's just kind of the lesser of two evils there. But I think you kind of, you work with Vanderbilt and Lattimore on each side, and I don't think you have someone follow, a Jamison Williams and or an Amara St. Brown who plays in the slot a ton. So, I think the whole kind of defensive game plan is really just hold on as long as you possibly can.
Nick, it hasn't mattered who their opponent's been. Talking about Washington, they have not been able to work the traditional ground game. Now, it's been Jaden Daniels running the ball. It's kind of masked their, how ineffective they've been. But Brian Robinson averaging sub 3 yards per carry more than half the games here down the stretch. They have really struggled handling the football off, pitching it, running it in, out, whatever. Do you think anything improves this week, even though Detroit's obviously so banged up, they're missing a million guys on defense? Is there anything that might fix it? I'm not talking about being good like they were against Tennessee or really good first half of the year, but just good enough to help kind of take some of the pressure off. Do you see an improvement this week, or is it more of the same?
I hope so, and I think what you kind of said there was kind of spot on. Is you don't need them to constantly get 6, 7, 8 yards on every single run play, but you need better than one. And that's what we saw on against Tampa, and Jaden really saved them on a lot of run plays where they're getting contacted in the backfield. So it was kind of incredible that they were able to sustain drives like they were last week with pretty much no run game. So I don't see that sort of thing happening again this week. And like you said, you have to have some sort of run game. It can't just constantly be tackling the backfield, tackle for no gain, or tackle for 1 yard. It's got to be something that can't just be Jaden, making multiple people miss and getting 5, 6 yards. But you've got to have something. And like you said, there's no big Vita Vea in the middle for Detroit. But I think right now you just got to hope that it's better, and you just got to execute. Keep it kind of simple. Don't do anything too crazy, and hope guys can sustain some blocks.
Danny's been a big advocate for this guy, Austin Eckler. Do you think it's something where they get him more involved in the run game and just give him more touches overall to see if they can remedy that with just getting him more involved?
Yeah, I think it's been a huge thing for this offense. Before Eckler went out there, they're kind of two back packages with Eckler and Robinson in the backfield. Was honestly one of their most successful packages.
Average game, meaning kind of, what their normal numbers are, or not impactful, meaning, they're kind of below where you normally expect them. All right. I'll start here. Zach Ertz.
I would say, now is this for if I wanted to see, if I was seeing a win, or just kind of what I think is going to happen?
What do you think is going to happen?
I would say a kind of average game for Zach Ertz.
Austin Eckler.
I would say average as well.
Olamide Zaccheaus.
I could see a bigger game for him. I think one of those kind of secondary wide receivers is really going to have to step up. Detroit takes a ton of man coverage, and he's been pretty good at sort of separating against that. So I could see Zaccheaus having a pretty good game.
Lastly, De'Ami Brown.
Same thing. I could see him having a big game. You got to win against man coverage. That's kind of the key to the game for me is who else other than Terry McLaurin can separate consistently against man coverage. So I think this game will be a lot closer than the spread says. So I would say that De'Ami has a good game as well.
You concerned at all that they're going to deploy the same sort of game plan they had against the Vikings? Obviously, a different quarterback in Daniels compared to Darnold, but just blitz everybody, play man, and see what happens?
Yeah, I am. I think I don't know if I'm really concerned with it. I do think that's their strategy. It's been their strategy all year. But I think that Daniels is kind of better equipped for it. We saw it a little bit against Tampa. They did a pretty good job at picking up these blitzes, and it led to some pretty big gains, specifically the first third down conversion of Terry was them kind of communicating all along the offensive line and with Jaden picking up a blitz perfectly and hitting that big play. So I think them playing a ton of man coverage and blitzing kind of works in the favor of Washington. Again, Detroit struggled against scrambling quarterbacks. So if you make that one guy miss, if he's a free rusher, you've got big games potentially. Quarterbacks running against kind of man coverage is another huge thing. So I think that if they kind of go with that game plan, which I think they will, I think that this offense can kind of keep up a little bit.
Nick, thank you, buddy. Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
There he goes. That is Nick Ackridge, Pro Football Focus. And that, my friends, is how we Beltway blitz before a playoff game. Took a little message, took a little caps dosage in there to talk about Ovechkin, who now stands 20 goals shy of Wayne Gretzky for, I don't know, what is it? Oh, the number one all-time goal-scoring record in NHL history. He's 20 shy from tying the record. Now I bet you got a playoff game tomorrow, though. Got that Washington football 53 against Detroit. They're underdogs. The computer simulations are not kind to Washington. The prognosticators are not kind to Washington. The people that get paid to bet on these games, not that kind to Washington. I ask you at 800-636-1067. Toby will tell you. I'll tell you. We'll have Darius tell you back in studio. Why do you believe? Why? What's got you confident? Why do you believe that Washington not only can, but will win this football game to go to the conference championship for the first time since 1991? 800-636-1067. Why do you believe? Next on The Fan.
This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together. Latest preview for Commanders against Detroit Lions tomorrow night at 8 p.m. in the NFC Divisional Playoff. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. gets specific on the Lions wide receivers.
And then they have really good players. They have 9 and 26 have real speed. Okay. And so they're going to try to get matchups. They're going to try to do those things. And then you have, 14. He's just a great receiver, inside, outside, can do it all. So they're a good football team.
John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Zay Flowers has a chance to play Sunday, but the official injury report still lists him as doubtful. Left-hander A.J. Minter and the Mets agree on a 2-year deal. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. I'm Byron Curl, the Fan.
Thing I would say that stands out, and probably a good bit of it, Rick, comes from the quarterback spot of poise in those spots. And that comes from, one, the work that you put in, and you can tell that he puts in the extra work. And we've had to be in some fights. So as a team that's still growing here, Red, I would say we haven't had great, we haven't won all those tight matches, but man, you got to be in those fights. We're, as you're getting into 13 wins, you think, man, there's some blowouts. Just the opposite, man. We've been in 8 or 9, 10, hell, I don't know, even more close fights. And as a coach, I couldn't be more pumped for that, because when it does get into those moments, we don't tighten up, man.
That's the voice of Dan Quinn, and that's my answer. Welcome back. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. We are at Uptown Alley in Manassas. The crowd is bumping. Food stuff being consumed. I've seen some people, it's fine with alcoholic beverages. I've seen that. That's okay, as long as you're of legal age, Toby. A couple years for you, you're almost there. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Why do you believe? Before we bring John Jansen on, former Washington great, at 5 o'clock, they're underdogs. We're not doing this. We're not celebrating today a great season. We're not celebrating an opportunity to go to the NFC title game because we all think they're going to get their butts kicked. There's a little voice inside you. Some people it's a shout, some people it's a whisper. I believe they can do this. So the question is simple. I'll get back to it. I just kind of teased my answer here. Toby, but why do you believe? 800-636-1067. What's got you thinking, you know what? They could do this.
3 times this season, they have not turned the ball over, not punted. You think about that game in Cincinnati where they scored every time they touched the football. It's hard to lose when you score every time you touch the football. When you've got Jaden Daniels on your side, you've got the better quarterback going against, a better team, but you've got the better quarterback, you've got a shot. And so when you've got an offense that has shown me throughout the season, in different iterations, by the way, we've seen iterations that look incredibly unstoppable. We've seen iterations that can't run the football. We've seen iterations that are entirely dependent on Jaden Daniels. And they've done it in all those different ways. Right now, they're probably entirely dependent on Jaden Daniels, and he's gotten it done. And so outside of just saying a simple 2-word answer of Jaden Daniels, Danny, I'll say this. The offense has shown me throughout the season that if they need to go win the football game, they can go win the football game. And by the way, it's not something where they just have to go put up 40. Last week, the defense did a good job and kept them in it, and the offense did a good job of controlling the game and holding the ball. But if you get the ball to Jaden Daniels in a one-possession game with a couple minutes on the clock to go win it or tie it, you feel confident he's going to get it done. And so my answer is this offense with Jaden Daniels gives me confidence they can go to Detroit and beat them.
Dan Quinn said it. 800-636-1067. But they didn't win all these games. Okay? They didn't. They were in them, though. And here's the point. When you're talking about a young player, you're talking about a guy that's done this at the highest level, college football, obviously, but now in the National Football League, you got to experience some adversity. You got to take that mouth punch. You got to take this isn't going my way, and I know what the difference is from when it's bad to when it's good. They lost that Steelers game. You guys go back to that. Remember that Steelers game. They score a touchdown, talking about Pittsburgh, scores with, I think, about 2 minutes left. They're kicking the ball off to Jaden Daniels in this offense. I think everybody thought they're going to go win the game. They may or maybe not should. I don't know. They got outpossessed. Pittsburgh was probably better for a lot of that game, but Washington had a lead. Everybody thought they're going to go down and win the game. They ended up not. Go down the stretch. Awkward game against the Giants both times, right? You think about the Dallas game. I know that wasn't necessarily Daniels doing that, but you start adding up the New Orleans game. You add up the Atlanta game. You add up the Philadelphia game. You have the experience of what it takes both to win and to lose, and that's almost as valuable in both cases. This group is battle-tested. They are not scared of the tight one. They are not afraid of a moment that to a lot of teams and a lot of people, a lot of players would be too big. They are, as Dan Quinn said, battle-tested. A lot of times you sort of roll your eyes at that kind of stuff where some guy, the coach of an 8-8 team's like, we've been to a lot of close games. Like, well, yeah, because you're not that good, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you can't put anybody away. You're very mediocre. This is a good football team. They are. They're not great. They're not as good as Detroit is. That's not the contest. The contest isn't to see who has the better DVOA. The contest isn't to see analytically who's the best team. The contest isn't to see anything other than who scores more points on Saturday night. And I hate to be the hat-on-a-hat oversimplify Oklahoma drill guy, but here's the thing. When you suit up, you put the same laundry on as a bunch of other guys, put your cleats or turf shoes on, depending on your preference, and you go play, a bunch of weird stuff can happen, a bunch of adversity can strike, a lot of things can go on in a football game. And I believe in Washington's ability to either take advantage of or overcome any of those things that come their way because I've watched them do it. They've done it all season long. When they were reeling, losers of 3 straight games, dropped that one to Dallas where they played their worst football game of the season. This was okay, do they have a better chance of A, winning a playoff game, B, not making it to the postseason? I remember conducting a poll on Twitter. And I think more people said not making the postseason given the way that they were reeling. They self-corrected. Wasn't a whole bunch of personnel coming back. Wasn't some magical fix other than Jaden Daniels, I think, getting fully healthy. But they ripped off a bunch of wins in a row. A couple of those games they probably shouldn't have won. Doesn't matter. This group is absolutely battle-tested. 800-636-1067. What gives you hope? Why do you believe? Let's go to line 1, John in Richmond. John, why do you believe?
I got to tell everybody here that I am a fan of the New York Football Giants for 55 years. But let me take you back to 2007. The Giants went into the playoffs at 9-7.
Mm-hmm.
They've got 3 consecutive road games at Tampa, at Dallas, and then -12 in Green Bay. They win all 3, go to the Super Bowl, and beat the 17-0 Tommy Brady-led Patriots. This team does not have any fear, and Jaden Daniels is a hell of a lot better than Eli Manning was at that point in his career. And remember, Eli is going to the Hall of Fame later on this year.
John, I appreciate the call, dude. I got a bunch of guys on hold. Didn't mean to cut you off there, but yeah, I mean, they're different constructed teams. That
Definitely
defensive
different.
line was so incredible, and that defense was hotter than hell, and the offense would do just enough each week. This is obviously built differently, but I see the parallel where you go, you're going to get in a fight with these guys. They're going to compete with you. They're going to make it tough.
Yeah, resilient. I mean, if you're in Detroit, you're talking about this on the ticket today, our sister station in Detroit. I'm saying don't give them a slight chance, because if you give them a slight chance, they'll win it. So if Washington's in it at the end, similar to that Giants team, they'll find a way.
Let's go to line 4, John in Chantilly. Why do you believe in Washington?
Good evening, boys. How we doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. Part A, Jaden Daniels is a stone-cold killer. I think we can all agree on that.
That is correct, sir.
Part B, listen, I think we might be underestimating our coaching staff here. You know, we have Joe Jr., Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury. These guys are all straight gangster ball coaches, and they're getting their team to play along and support this young superstar that we have.
It's the level of buy-in, John. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, we've gone through this a million times on our show, and a little bit, tongue-in-cheek, but every coach has their slogan. Every coach puts up their little sign, or they want their little message out there. Remember Ron Rivera's group when they were feeling about it themselves? They'd throw a rock at the wall, and everyone would go nuts. And you wanted to be where your feet are, and you're not drawing a map unless you've been there. And the guy before had a slogan. The guy before that had a slogan. Everyone's got one. And guys do it or don't do it or kind of in, half out. This is different. Culturally, this is different. Starts with Peters, And then by an extension, of course, it's Dan Quinn down to the assistant coaches. That level of buy-in is rare. And it was frankly what it was like under Gibbs. That's what it was like. Either you bought in or it was your ass. But here, this feels a lot more opt-in for some of these guys. A group of free agents, some mercenaries, some one-year guys have really come together as a culture. Let's go to line 2, Musa in Arlington. Why do you believe?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call, first of all. How can you not believe? We just keep getting the job done. We're playing with house money. We got nothing to lose but everything to gain. We play 4 quarters. We're a hard-knock football team. We're well coached. Sky's the limit, man. I just think if we beat the Lions, I hope we do, of course. I think we're going to go to the Super Bowl, without a doubt. I really don't. I hope we don't play Philly again. I like to play LA.
Yeah, same here, buddy. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, when I hear no doubt, I kind of roll my eyes isn't the right term, and I'm not ripping Musa at all, but I've heard that. I heard people that are so supremely confident. There's too much data. There's too much information, Tobes, for me to guarantee anything in this game. The point, though, that's not me to be a pessimist. That's not me to be down. I know people usually associate me with being a negative Nancy or a pessimist or whatever. I'm sitting here telling you, this undermanned group 100% has a shot.
Yes.
I want to see. Let's shuffle them up and deal, man. The odds are stacked against you. It's going to be loud. Detroit is excellent. They still got to see us.
Yeah, and the thing, too, is both of these teams, like we talked about earlier, are so similarly made that Dan Campbell's preaching the same thing of house money to an extent, right? Like, we shouldn't be here. They're against us and all this stuff. Even though they're the 1 seed, they're both preaching it.
They're the overdog.
But the thing about it that the last 2 callers brought up, the coaching, Danny. The coaching has done such a good job, regardless of what the roster is, whether it's great or not. They won 12 games because what they've done is they've put these guys in positions to succeed. They're not asking these guys to go out there and do something that they're bad at. It's what Belichick did a great job for so long. People would go elsewhere, they'd suck because they're asking them to do stuff they're not good at. Washington's done a great job of putting their guys in positions to succeed. And so are they going to win for sure tomorrow? I have no idea. I know they're going to be put in a position that if they go out there and play their best game, they're going to have a chance to win.
Let's go to Dan in Fairfax, line 3. Why do you believe?
Hey, boys. I believe because, like everyone else, Mr. Daniels, but my vibe is more of NBA playoffs, kind of hero ball. Allen Iverson of the world, the LeBron James. The closer we get to crunch time, the more time you put the ball in Mr. Daniels' hands. And special, and able to capitalize on that, where maybe during the regular season you spread it out or you didn't use everything you had. And I think the pressure gets ratcheted up and you can answer the ball.
Dan, I think that's an astoundingly good point. So normally in the regular year, I'm sitting there going, you can't run Jaden Daniels X number of times. You can't have him take these shots. Now, there's no tomorrow. The first time Brian Robinson doesn't get 4 yards, I'm going, that's it. Enough. I don't have time to figure it out. Jaden, please. The instant one run gets stuffed or someone doesn't, or someone misses an assignment, I'm going, enough. Just give it to 5 for God's sakes. I don't care how many times he scrambles. If he gets to 20 carries, I'll go, okay. Probably not great, but that's fine because if you don't do it, you may never get a chance to.
Win by any means necessary. If you have to go down with Jaden Daniels doing everything for the offense, you live with it.
Yeah, that's called the last 6 weeks. 800-636-1067. John Jansen joins us at 5. Your call's next. Why do you believe? Simple question. Can Washington upset Detroit? They're great. Washington is a huge, heavy underdog in this one. Question is simple. Why do you believe? Next on The Fan.
Coach said he loves the last 5-6 games. This is why you coach, is to be in those situations where you can pull it out. Sometimes it doesn't work out for you. What's it like for the quarterback of this team when you're in it to win it at the last minute?
I mean, it's like kind of what he says, what you live for. It's what you kind of play the sport for. To when it's time to go out there and make plays, you're going to see who rises to the occasion and make plays. So, we kind of thrive there. Obviously, we would rather go out there and win by 20. But when those situations come up, that's what DQ and preach so much, and they teach us about situational football, so we're always prepared for those moments.
You know those voices. You know ours as well. It's Great and Danny here on the Fan, live from Uptown Alley in Manassas. We are hanging out with a bunch of Washington fans. There are a few Detroit-type folks that have infiltrated. They're nice enough. I mean, they get it. I mean, here's the deal. It's easy to be annoyed with a lot of fan bases, Philly, but, it's easy to despise certain fans, Dallas, and it's easy to really get irritated at the mere presence of, a couple fan bases, Giants, Patriots, but, their most fan bases really are fine at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I feel a kinship with Detroit fans, and I mean that, because they've earned it. You know what I mean? They have been through 7 different Shawshank endings, 500 yards of fouls. The thing that Andy Dufresne called through, they've done that for 60 years, dude. They've got a Super Bowl trophy case. It's just tumbleweed and a draft in there. They got nothing. They had the most exciting, beautiful football player in history named Barry Sanders, and they couldn't manage to get out of the huddle. You know what I mean? So they've earned it. This Detroit team is excellent. They are awesome. I got friends who are Detroit fans. I'm happy for them because there's no arrogance to it, Tobes.
No.
You know what I mean? They understand. They're like, listen, we're so starving. We just want it one time. Please, please, please. So there's a kinship there for me where I'm not annoyed by this fan base.
Yeah, they're not out there being super brash like other stupid fan bases that get really, really annoying and everything about every single little thing that goes their way. No, I mean, congratulations. They're going through it. They're having a good team for once in their lifetime. So it's awesome to see it for them, but I'd be thrilled to see their season end tomorrow.
Yeah, but you're in the way. Could you move out of the way? Just kind of slide to the side a little bit. Could you just move real quick? Because we got a thing going on, too. 800-636-1067. John Jansen joins us in 12 minutes. Right now, the question is simple. Why do you believe? You heard it in these last couple answers coming into break that Derek's done a great job of putting some audio together for us. But Dan Quinn said it. Terry McLaurin said it. Jay Daniels has said it. This group is battle-tested. This group has played, won, and lost these close games. They are in these tight games. The moment has not been too big for them, and that's what's exciting, going to a really hostile environment here this weekend. That's my answer anyhow. Let's go to Brian in Herndon. Brian, why do you believe?
Hey, Daniel Tobster, happy eve of a Washington Commanders W, baby. I am fired up.
Love it.
Love it.
You know why I believe, Daniel? I believe because we have the Washington Commanders magic, man. When was the last time we saw a Hail Mary? When was the last time we saw or heard the doink heard around the world? We got the spirit of Sean Taylor going through all of us. Man. We got that guy in our corner. We got Jay Daniels, the guy's a stone cold killer. We got Bobby Wagner. The guy's got the heart of a lion. He's going to lead us to victory tomorrow, man. We just need to turn the ball over. We need to play good, strong offense, score some tutties, go for those 4th downs, complete it, score some points, control the ball, control the clock like we've been doing all season, and we're going to be just fine. I'm excited, man.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. Thank you, dude. Let's go to line 5. Don in Ashburn. Why do you believe?
What's up, Don?
Danny, before the end of the show, you got to play the other guys. Lion tastes good. Let's go get some more lions.
Yes.
Got to do it. Hey, I think the defense has just got to step it up and come after Goff. I think if they do that, do something that we haven't been doing all year and just get reckless with blitzes and coming after the quarterback relentlessly. I think that's what they're going to try and do to be different and win it on the defensive side.
Man, I appreciate the call, dude. Counting on the defense. You know what I mean? It's not to say they can't make a play. It's not to say they can't do anything, Tobes. But to me, I'm going, my confidence comes from the offense. It comes from Jaden Daniels, right? It respectfully does not come from the guys on the defensive side of the ball who are asked to do just enough to me. My expectation, my hope is for them to win. do something, not carry us, right?
Correct.
That's a tough way to live.
Yeah, I'm not real confident that the defense is going to be able to come up big time in this game. But if you can come up with a couple of stops, you can come up with a couple of ways to keep them out of the end zone, force them to kick a field goal, force them to go for fourth down and stop them, whatever it is, if you can come up with a couple of ways of doing that and just give it to your offense, sign me up right now.
Yeah, it can't. So that 3rd and 12 can't turn into a 4th and 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's a first down. They're getting
exactly right.
They're you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Line 6, Santo in D.C. Why do you believe?
What's going on, gentlemen? I tell you, the reason why I believe is because watching this team in the beginning of the season and seeing where they're at now, you probably heard the term complementary football.
Yep.
In the past, we've always had a little bit of an offense, a little bit of a defense. This is quite a bit of a balance with the ball in Jaden Daniels' hands. It's youth. And the wonderful thing about youth is youth knows no boundaries. And I think the team follows around. If you watch what they did against Philadelphia, it was tick for tack. They knuckled up, they played. And if you really watch what they did with Tampa, it was playing the positions, but it was a game plan. Tampa's used to hogging the ball. They were able to take the clock and run it. And Skins against Tampa, if you watch, they flipped the script. They kept them off the field, and they kept it a close game. You're looking out in Detroit. How often has Detroit seen this particular caliber team? Not giving them all the credit in the world. But when you look at what Detroit had a problem with Baltimore, I feel that we have a few of those elements that Detroit had some problems with. And because this is a team, this is like the guy that comes to the poker table who you don't know. He can run the table. And with this team, it's adaptive. And I think when it comes to the game time tomorrow, when the Lions face the Redskins and it's all said and done, it's how much are they going to be ready to adapt? And I think that this team is built to adapt, and I think it's enough to pull up the upset.
That's a good phone call, my friend. Thanks for making
Appreciate it, man.
800-636-1067. Remember, got John Jansen coming up in a handful of minutes. Want to get Ben in Haymarket in. Why do you believe?
I believe because Jaden has found himself a zen-like space on the football field like no other quarterback we've ever had. I love Sonny. I love Sam and Joe and RG. Kirk, been watching for 50 years. But this young man, Jaden, has found something that I've never seen a quarterback find. Philosophically, I don't know where he's coming from, but he is in a zen-like zone. Nothing gets to him. He is amazing.
That's why I wanted to get that call in. Ben, thanks for making it, buddy. At no time should we take any of this for granted.
No.
It's impossible not to, when speaking about Jaden Daniels, to reference the last similar phenomenon, which was Robert Griffin. Right? While that was happening, it was so enjoyable. It was so joy-filled. It was so fun where the whole league is going, look at this guy. This is unbelievable, right? You're getting texts from friends who are fans of other teams who were jealous, etc. We know more now, but at the time, you felt that energy and excitement. Even with that in the backdrop, this is so different. And it's no disrespect to Griffin. This is something that you can't fathom. This is something that now you know what it feels like to be a fan of some of the best teams in football. Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. And I'm not putting the kid on that level yet because you need a lot more data points, a lot more deposits
Absolutely.
in the bank. And it's not fair to him, frankly, in terms of those expectations. But watching him be so unflappable, so at peace, so at ease when chaos is surrounding him. When that 4th and 3 happens and a defensive tackle that has been destroying things is right behind you, and you know what he had for lunch because you can taste that breath on the back of your neck, and he grabs at you, and he only comes away with a towel. And you scamper for the first down because you're Jaden bleeping Daniels, and he ain't. That's different.
I want to know what raises his blood pressure because it sure isn't getting the ball with 4 minutes to go. It isn't getting the ball first in overtime, having to go win it. It isn't last second you got to come up with a touchdown, 10 seconds to go against the Eagles. It's none of those things. I don't know what it is. Like, how does this guy never get rattled? How is he never frenetic? Like, you see this with quarterbacks all the time. It comes down the stretch, and it seems like their hands are shaking and everything. Not Jaden. Jaden, with 10 seconds to go against the Eagles, is laughing at Jalen Carter for diving to try and pick off the spike attempt. Like, what in the world?
Yeah.
He's just in his element. And so that's what gives you confidence going into this, because your leader, your football team, as a rookie, the guy that everything rides on, he's never going to get rattled. Never.
What if he was like afraid of spiders or something? You know what I mean? Like some really insignificant thing.
You know what it probably is?
What
He's probably the guy that has to turn the light off and run to bed, so he can't deal with the dark.
Can't be in the dark. Unbelievable. Speaking of unbelievable, the great John Jansen joins this program in about 6 minutes here on The Fan. He'll break down this matchup, played for both franchises. Can't wait to talk to John here in 6 minutes. Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. We're getting ready for the Commanders at 13-5 against the 15-2 Detroit Lions, 8 p.m. Saturday night from Ford Field. Don't forget Doc Walker and Toby Altizer live with Burgundy and Gold starting at 10:30 p.m. after the Pens Caps game tomorrow night. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., Marshawn Lattimore will bounce back from the Tampa game.
You know, when you go out there and you fight on the outside lanes, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. And I have full confidence that he's going to win because he's getting the reps now every day, and he's going to knock all that rust off. So it wasn't the performance that any of us wanted, all right? But I have full confidence in the young man that he's going to get it done.
John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Zay Flowers with his knee has a chance to play Sunday, but he's still listed as doubtful on the injury report. Former Panthers and Commanders coach Ron Rivera interviewing with the Las Vegas Raiders. Georgetown against DePaul tonight, 7:45 on Team 980. Dick Vitale will be back in the broadcast booth Saturday, January 25th, when Duke takes on Wake Forest. Former Nationals right-hander Amos Willingham claimed off outright waivers by the Atlanta Braves. Left-hander A.J. Minter and the Mets a 2-year deal. Get a degree, certificates, or take an enrichment course. Live within 6 miles of MGM. You could go for free. The local impact grant makes that possible. Visit pgcc.edu for more info and explore the freedom to learn. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Grant and Danny live, Uptown Alley in Manassas. No GP, the poor guy has the flu, missing one of the fun shows. One of these rare times you can talk about a playoff team playing a massive playoff game, and he's got the flu. Toby Altizer is hanging out. I want to remind you that as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Morai can help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them the Great Nanny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Without further ado, joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, former longtime Redskin, Detroit Lion, mornings on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit, Mr. John Jansen. John, good afternoon, man. Thanks for the time.
Hey, it's great to talk to you guys. It's great to be able to talk to the fans there in D.C. I miss them, but I'm glad some of them are going to be traveling here to Detroit to watch this game tomorrow night.
It's a big one. And you're there in that market, John, and you obviously know it so well. Just kind of give me the pulse here. I know a few Lions fans, and there's a kinship, frankly, between Washington fans and Lion fans, I think, to some degree. Like, I get their suffering. I get how deserving they are of that roof blowing off and everybody finally being able to exercise some demons. What's the environment like there? How are the fans sort of feeling leading up to this thing?
Well, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Like if you're a Redskins fan or a fan of really any other franchise, maybe say Cleveland, I'm not sure that you really understand or get what it's been like to be in D.C. here, or I mean in Detroit, because we've never been to a Super Bowl, never had a Super Bowl championship. The last time they went to the NFC Championship game, it was the Redskins that knocked them on their butt, and they haven't recovered since. So it's been a long road. The sense here in Detroit that this is finally the year that you know, even though there's been a bunch of injuries, they've been able to overcome every single time, and they've kind of conquered all the mountains that people said they couldn't do. It was the cold weather for Jared Goff. It was prime time. It was, you know, SOL, same old Lions, in the goats of seasons past. And they've kind of put that all behind them. And the sense here is that this is the year in Detroit for a Super Bowl.
John, I mean, you talk about that confidence that these fans have. I mean, it's got to be refreshing for the city to have that sort of confidence. Around here, the vibe is kind of growing as the week's gone on, that fans are getting this quiet confidence that maybe they can get it done. Is there any sort of nerves for Lions fans going into this matchup?
I wouldn't say nerves, maybe some anxious energy, because we had to sit there around, having had to earn the one seed, had to sit around and watch everybody else have all the fun. But, you know, the confidence comes from watching this team, the Lions, and what they've done all season long, especially offensively. It's the number one offense in the NFL. And They're getting David Montgomery back, so they're getting healthy on offense. Christian Mahogany is going to be playing right guard with Kevin Zeitler out, but he's come in before and played at a high level. So it's the ability to strike at every level of the offense, whether it's in the run game, in the pass game. It's the protection. It's the quality play that we're getting, a decision-making from Jared Goff, especially in the biggest moments. So that's part of the confidence. The other part of the confidence, and I don't mean to take a shot at Washington, but when you look at the 12 wins, there's only one team that Washington has beaten that's a playoff team, and that was Philly, and that was with Kenny Pickett. So I don't know that there's a lot of Lions fans even looking at that think they're going to make that jump from beating everybody that's not in the playoffs, losing to some playoff teams, and then all of a sudden they're going to come into the playoffs and beat the number one seed.
Great John Jansen with us here on G&D live from Uptown Alley in Manassas. John, I had to look his name up, but Jack Fox punts for the Detroit Lions. That's a great gig, by the way. We should all sign up for something like that. But he did have to punt a couple of times this year, and here's where I'm going with it. You mentioned it. Detroit's offense is incredible. It's as good as most any we've seen in the sport. I mean, it's 99 Rams level good as far as I'm concerned. They beat you in any way you'd like to get beaten. The few times where maybe it wasn't clicking or got out of rhythm, what happened? And is there anything Washington can do to try to make some of those times occur?
Yeah, the only guy that might have a better job in Detroit, other than Jack Fox, since he doesn't have to work every game, is the number 2 quarterback, since Jared Goff has been so healthy over the last 3 years. But when the offense hasn't worked, and it's honestly been self-inflicted wounds. It's either, and it doesn't involve Jack Fox, it's a turnover by Jared Goff. There hasn't been a lot of turnovers in terms of fumbles this year, but that is something that could hold this team back. But it's really, every once in a while there's a missed assignment, and a guy just, misses the block, or, they're not able to convert on third down. And it's, it leads to a 4th and 7 or 8. I mean, that's something that Dan Campbell hasn't gone to yet. 4th and 2 or 3, 4th and 5. Hell, he's going for it. But, it's being really good on third down, and that's going to be the key to this Lions offense, is being able to convert those third downs and at least make a manageable force.
How big of a deal is it that Zeitler's not going to be able to get out there? The rest of the O-line is just nasty as well, but how big of a deal is it not having Zeitler tomorrow night?
I don't think it's a big deal at all. They drafted Mahogany, Christian Mahogany out of Boston College, to be able to come in and for moments like this. He was a late-round pick, a 6th-round pick. He was banged up in his senior year, and he was sick at the beginning of the season. But, I mean, just a few games ago, Graham Glasgow was down. All of a sudden, you put in Christian Mahogany, and he's off and running. Didn't even notice it. The Lions had to do it last year in the NFC Championship game. Not that he was there, but Awosika. They put him in. And when you have as good of coaching from top to bottom as this team has, it all starts with Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson calling plays, but Hank Fraley. And we know him very well because he was up the road there in Philly as a player early in his career. He's a technician, and he has, whether you're in the first group, second group, every guy, if you're on this roster, you're expected to go in and not miss a beat. And they've really shown in a number of different positions, but especially offensive line, that they can get that done.
So, John, this is what I posited earlier. Would love your take on this. I know Detroit's going to move the football, and that's true of any opponent. If and when they get to the Super Bowl, I'm their opponent. I know they're going to move the football. I know they can score points. To me, if they want to hand it off, I'll say, you know what? That's fine. I'm hoping I can contain Jahmyr Gibbs, who runs like a 3.8 40. Basically, this point, the guy looks faster than anybody I've ever seen. But Jameson Williams might even be faster. I can't have the big play. Probably easier said than done to stop it, but I will back off and make you slowly but surely matriculate down the football field. I don't know if that's a winning recipe. I don't know if that's kind of defeatist, but I'll challenge you to do that 3, 4, 5, 6 times to get your points rather than give up some of these big chunk plays that Ben Johnson has. I mean, like this morning, he probably wrote down on a cocktail napkin the greatest trick play human beings have ever seen, and it's coming out in the third quarter, and I'm terrified about it. But I'd rather give up those 5, 6, 7, 10-yard bleeders underneath in the running game than any of the big shots. What do you think there?
I mean, you're just picking how you're going to die. And so it doesn't matter. I mean, okay, do you want the game to be a good game into the late second quarter, early third quarter? Then let the Lions run the ball or say, hey, we're going to take away J-Mo. We're going to try and limit Amon-Ra St. Brown or Sam Laporta. It's kind of an exercise in futility. That's why this offense is so hard. You mentioned it. I don't know if it's as good as that 99 offense in St. Louis.
Yeah.
But, it's pretty good. So, but here's the thing about Jahmyr Gibbs is, you don't want to give up the big play to J-Mo. There's been 14 explosive runs this year for the Detroit Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs has 13 of them. And so he could take it to the house either way, whether you're throwing it over the top to J-Mo or you're handing it off or throwing it to Jahmyr Gibbs. That's what also makes him a threat. And Ben Johnson is kind of always one step ahead of defensive coordinators where if they do say, you know what, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to stop the run, he goes to the short pass game or he goes to the middle pass or some swing routes. So I always love watching defensive coordinators, and I know Dan Quinn. All right, this is a guy that is extremely good. Obviously focused on defense. Jaden Daniels is the story, but I'm curious as to what type of game plan he's going to come into this game with. And I've been studying defenses all season long, and not many people have been able to slow it down. So it'll be interesting to see what he tries to put together to slow both phases, the run game and the pass game for Detroit.
John, the bye week for the Lions is big because they didn't have a bye for a long time, having their bye week originally in week 5. How important was it for them, and how did they attack this week? Do you anticipate maybe any rust early on coming out of the bye week?
Well, I don't expect any rust because it's a very veteran team, and even the young guys, have been playing a ton over the last 2 years. So it's really going to come down to leadership. And Jared Goff, Penei Sewell offensively, defensively, even though he's only in his second year, he's a tremendous leader. And Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, and getting back Alex Anzalone. This, for that Minnesota game, he showed that the arm surgery that he had wasn't going to affect him. There certainly are some issues with the Lions in terms of defensive depth. They had 13 guys on IR. Aiden Hutchinson, he's not coming back. Carlton Davis, Derek Barnes, Malcolm Rodriguez. I go right down to Lee McNeil, a guy that was having a Pro Bowl caliber season. Those guys aren't coming back, but to be able to get some of the more veteran guys like a Zadarius Smith up front, DJ Reader, over the last couple of years has been banged up. This year so far he's been healthy. Getting those guys the rest is exactly what they needed. You mentioned it. They haven't had a bye week since week 5, so it'll be nice to have this one. It'll also be nice to have that one right before the Super Bowl.
So let's get to that Detroit defense. Frankly, it hadn't mattered. I don't know that it matters this week, but maybe to win a Super Bowl, you might need to be closer to what they did against Minnesota, John, than maybe what they were doing against Buffalo, just to use a couple anecdotal points. How do you expect this defense to play tomorrow night?
Well, it'll be interesting because against Minnesota, it was all about Sam Darnold and getting to him. And we saw at the end of last year, and we definitely saw in the Minnesota game, that Aaron Glenn was going to bring a lot of pressure. He was going to throw a lot of man coverage. He was going to bring pressure. And he was going to change things up. It wasn't always going to come from the same time or from the same place. But the thing about Jaden Daniels, what's so impressive about him as a rookie is how he does handle the blitz, how he handles the pressure. I mean, that's kind of where he actually shines. And I know some of that is just, his athletic ability, and he can get out and he can extend plays. But I don't think in this game you can run some man coverage because I do think that Amik Robertson can keep up with, and I don't want it to be just no disrespect, but what I saw him do against Justin Jefferson, he could do the same against Scary Terry. So you're going to see some man coverage, but there needs to be more zone. There needs to be make Jaden Daniels hold the ball, make him make decisions, change some coverages, post snap so that the look isn't the same. Make him think about it, and instead of just blitzing them all the time. That's what Lions have had success with, but I think it's a little bit of a different animal playing against Jaden Daniels.
How concerned are they about Jaden's legs? If they're going to play so much man coverage, if he can break out of the pocket and get loose, are they a little bit scared of what he can do on the ground?
Oh, everybody's scared of a mobile quarterback. I mean, if this was Halloween, I think the scariest costume would be to dress up as a mobile quarterback. But, the thing about you have to realize, okay, at some point in offense, and if you're talking about Baltimore with Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, at some point those guys are going to get their yardage. And Jay Daniels, kind of the same thing. At some point, he's going to be able to pick up some first downs with his legs. He's going to make some throws. Even though he's a rookie, he's a damn good thrower. So you've got to accept the fact that that's just going to happen, but you don't let them string together an entire drive of those. And you force field goals when they get in the red zone, or you just keep them out of field goal range, and you make a nervous kicker go out there and kick. So that's got to be the theory. Okay, at 3 and out, that'd be perfect. It's not always going to happen. So you have to accept the fact that Jaden Daniels going to pick up some first downs with his feet. You just make sure that they don't end up in the end zone.
Washington's run game has really struggled. Non-Jaden Daniels division here, John. Their running backs just aren't getting going. There's not much in the way of holes and blocking. It's just the whole operation looks off. And Daniels has kind of bailed them out a whole bunch in more ways than one. I feel like that's the area that Detroit can really exploit, because you don't have to commit all that much. I think you're going to be able to get in those second and longs, third and longs, and kind of be able to tee off to bring some of those exotic pressures and things. That's something you guys have kind of talked about here this week, of where this Washington run game is trended in the bad direction.
Yeah, and honestly, I know Brian Robinson. It's a great story, and Austin Eckler. Him having him healthy is going to be good. But yeah, you're right. It's there's not really nobody's going to be scared of the run game. So you've got to be able to win on first down and force them into 2nd and 9, 2nd and 11. And then again, be good on second down so that you force it to be a passing game. And then when that happens, you not always bringing pressure. Sometimes it's going to be that way, but if you mentioned it, dropping guys into coverage, you drop 7 into coverage, and now all of a sudden that secondary looks like there's just nothing available, and you're rushing 4. And not that they're going to get home with 4, but it's not about getting home. It's about staying disciplined in rush lanes so that you don't give Jaden an easy exit route out of the pocket.
That atmosphere tomorrow night at Ford Field is going to be electric. How much do you think that's going to affect Washington's offense? I don't think that Jaden's going to get rattled. I don't know that any of us feel that way because of what he's already gone through and playing in the SEC. But the communication aspect, where they run a lot of no huddle, from your experience playing in a loud environment, how difficult is it for an offense to function when you've got a raucous environment, a rookie quarterback, especially with an offense that lives a lot off of the no huddle and signaling to the different plays and whatnot?
I always think it's really cute when people compare NFL stadiums to SEC stadiums. It's trust me, I get the college environment. I do college games, but the NFL environment, and you guys know what FedEx, and it's been a long time since you've had a ruckus environment. It's been that way for here too, but it's a different feel. And I do want to see how Jaden Daniels is going to handle 65,000 screaming people and, the shouting obscenities. And it's going to be a violent environment. How is he going to handle it? And I'm not saying he can't, but I want to see it because it is different at this level than it is in college. But it's the offensive line, and I guarantee you there's going to be a couple of times where, hey, it's 1st and 10, all of a sudden it's 1st and 15. Or there's a key third and 8, and then all of a sudden, hey, it's 3rd and 13 because somebody jumped off sides. That's where, Ford Field is going to be absolutely bonkers. Detroit's never been a 1 seed, and they've never had a chance to host an NFC Championship game. That's next week's business. But this is the task at hand, and I guarantee, especially since it's the night game, I know individuals that are going to be down there as early as 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll all be there by noon, by 1 o'clock. They're going to be priming the pump and ready to roll at 8 tomorrow night. So it's going to be a hell of a scene in Detroit.
All right, John, let's chat on this one. Call your shot. I have a feeling I know how this is going to go, but give me a prediction for this one. How does it go?
I think it's going to be Detroit. Let's just say 35, Washington 13.
Woo. Man, I hope it's a little closer than that just for everybody's sake, the national viewing audience notwithstanding. John, great to catch up with you, buddy. Really appreciate the time, man. Continued success, buddy.
Thanks, John.
All right, thanks for having me. Talk to you soon.
There you go. That's a great John. Jansen was really, really good here. You heard him. That's how they feel, and I get it. I'd have a little swagger too.
Absolutely.
If my team scored more points than the 99 Rams, by the way. I looked
Darn
it
right.
up. 99 Rams average 32 and change a game. This group averages 33 a game. I know it's a different league, but still, that offense is as good as you're going to find in the sport. I got a couple things I want to do before we get out of here. We're going to talk predictions, kind of break some things down. Who's the MVP if it's not Jaden Daniels, sort of besides that for Washington in a good script. Okay, I go through some scenarios. I want to hear your pregame speech. We'll do that in a little while. Give me, I want to hear from Tobes, hear from you guys. Let's fill up the phones on this, 800-636-1067. Give me the most important non-Jaden Daniels player tomorrow. Give me the most important player for Washington that's not Jaden Daniels. Take it wherever you want. Could be Terry has a big game. Could be Austin Eckler. Could be Tyler Biadasz trying to deal with the communication. Could be Marshawn Lattimore trying to play some semblance of defense for this team. Who's the most important non-Jaden Daniels player? 800-636-1067.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Washington Commanders versus Detroit Lions Saturday night. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., the Lions are a good team.
They're all really good. Offensive line is really good. They're a scrappy team. The head coach has them playing hard, they're playing behind when they're up, and that's what makes them a very dangerous team. So we're looking forward to the matchup, and it's going to be fun.
John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Zay Flowers with the knee has a chance to play Sunday, still listed as doubtful. South Carolina announces that Dawn Staley is the highest paid coach in women's basketball. Her contract extension through 2030 is now worth over $25 million. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
The kick, it's a good one. Green driven back to midfield on the far side. He's got the ball up to the 45, far side 40. A seam to the 35, bolts a man to the 30, breaks it to the near side 25. Watch out to the 20, near side, he's gone. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. Darrell Green returns.
Chills. Every time I hear it, man. 8-year-old Danny Rouillet, bowl cut. Now you're wondering, did his mom use an actual bowl? Yes, she used an actual bowl. To the point that I came home crying from school because people said, your mom uses a bowl. And I was like, doesn't everybody's? And they said, no. They go to a professional haircut place. You loser. So we stopped getting bowl cuts. But I had a bowl cut for that. Darrell Green against the Bears, saving the world. Had the breakup at the goal line next week against Minnesota as well to send Washington to the Super Bowl. Welcome back. We're at Uptown Alley. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. No GP. He's out with the flu. But yes, Toby, he is with us until 6:30. Hope you guys can swing by, come hang out. I've talked to so many Washington fans. People are so excited. The vibe, Toby, she's good. It's a good
Very
vibe.
good.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's a lot of fun. This place rules, by the way. Here in the heart of Manassas, they got bowling alley, Uptown Alley bowling. You get that. Unbelievable food. And there's a whole arcade section over there. I think you can play billiards. That's what you want to do.
Oh, yeah.
Some people call it pool. I call it billiards because I'm a sophisticate.
I call it pool. I'm not sophisticated.
That's right. So I got a bunch of things we want to do for the last hour of the show, leading you up to this huge playoff game. But I want to ask you guys on the phones as well at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's a given that the quarterback, especially this quarterback, quite frankly, Jaden Daniels, is the most important player for Washington. Duh. He doesn't play well. Great season. Thanks. Awesome. Still rookie of the year. He's still great. I wouldn't trade him for but maybe one or two players in the whole NFL. If they're going to win, he plays great. I think everyone gets that. Besides Jaden Daniels, who's their most important player in this game to you? Who's your one seed?
Yeah, I think the easy answer is Terry, but I'm going to go with Zach Ertz because I think it's huge tomorrow night that you have to continually convert on third and fourth down, and I think he's the guy that you can count on outside of Terry. And when you're looking for a 3rd and 5, a 4th and 4, and you just need that one dude that you can depend on to catch a ball across the middle, to keep you on the field, to keep Jared Goff and the boys off the field and on the sideline, I think Zach Ertz is going to be that guy. I think Terry's going to do his thing. Terry's going to get his receptions, and I think he's going to be necessary if you're going to win this game. But if you're going to need somebody outside Terry to step up, I think it's got to be Zach Ertz because he's going to be huge on those conversions. You cannot afford to give them short fields if you're going to go for it on 4th down like they have all season long, and you definitely can't afford to be punting. So you need someone that's going to be old, reliable on 3rd and 4th down. I think that's going to be Zach Ertz.
So I like that answer a lot. So let me kind of go into something here about my personal sports philosophy when it comes to games, big games. As a guy that played a lot of sports like everybody else did, and now I coach kids at all levels, from little kids, 5-year-old, up to high school kids, college kids, everybody in between. I work with a lot of young people, okay? If you're going to win a big game, the thing that you count on has to come through.
Yes.
So in order to win the big one, you got to have the thing that you count on. That's got to be a given. And the thing you're not sure about, it's got to break your way. What is that in this case? To me, this is the defense, most specifically the pass defense, right? I don't feel great about it. They've got to play better than I think they're going to play, than a lot of people think they're going to play. They're going to come up with a turnover, come up with a couple pass breakups, cover some really, really dangerous players with a great scheme, better than a lot of the national media, folks like us around here might think, right? So that I'm not sure about. The thing that I am supposedly, quote unquote, sure about is this offense with Jaden Daniels. What can break that down? You got Za'Darius Smith. You got a loud environment. You got a rookie in Brandon Coleman. And this is my answer, going to a place that he has not been. He is starting a playoff game. Jaden Daniels, that dude's pretty cool. He ain't bothered. Do we know that Brandon Coleman's not bothered? I'm not sure about that, to be honest with you. I thought he scuffled a bit last week, granted against a better defense, against a better group than they're going to be playing this week. But it's going to be super loud. He can't hear. He's got to be kind of looking down the line. Guys with maybe some of those wide sets, some of the exotic looks that Aaron Glenn, they're going to find and exploit the weak link. And I don't know that it's Brandon Coleman, but he's got to be really good. He's going to play better, frankly, than he has, both for purposes of the run game, pass pro. You know they're going to do the twists, the stunts, the games, the TE twists, the defensive tackle that engages with you and you're blocking him. Then all of a sudden the guy you're supposed to be blocking loops around and nobody's blocking him. You're going to see everything under the sun to try to harass and harangue Jaden Daniels to knock him off his timing and rhythm. So to me, this ends up being the thing that you have to have that has to be good. The analogy I have, it's not a good one, but it's what I came up with, is if you play the Golden State Warriors and you're a Golden State fan, what do you count on? Steph Curry shooting the lights out. So see, you got Steph Curry going to the foul line, and he goes 4 for 12, which is the most uncharacteristic thing ever, by the way, because it's automatic. But what can you do if that happens? You can't count on that happening. You never would. It hasn't happened in a million years. The thing that has to come through to give them a chance is their best thing, and that's their offense. That's Jaden Daniels being comfortable. What do you guys say? 800-636-1067. Toby's got
Zach Ertz.
Danny Rouillet has Brandon Coleman. Who do you have? 800-636-1067. Let's go to Michael in Germantown on line 3. Michael, who do you have?
Hey, gentlemen. I have, other than James Daniels, the general on the other side of the field, Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner needs to be in lockstep with Coach Witt, so the proper defenses are called to slow down Jahmyr Gibbs, to slow down David Montgomery, to get Goff off his mark, to disrupt the timing with his receivers. It's been proven that when Goff is not, his timing is off with the receivers, he's not as efficient. So I'm going to say Bobby Wagner.
That's a great answer. Because he's going to have to do a ton. He's going to have to cover a little bit probably, see Laporta, see Gibbs, see Montgomery. They throw Montgomery out of the backfield more than you think, by the way. You got to do that. You got to be lights out in the run game. All the check with knees, all the different stuff that Detroit might be run. Everything from RPOs to, well, there's strong side there, and I read this, seen that blitz look, so now we're going to move the play to the other side. They communicate. They're really, really on their P's and Q's, and you need a supercomputer that also happens to have, 150 tackle ability to sort of match you moment for moment, and that's on Wagner.
Yeah, I think that's huge because not only do you need him to play well, you need him to be impactful in the run game, in the pass game. You need to get him so that he's communicating with everybody well, and then so that he's getting these guys into the right look. So I think that's a really good point that Bobby Wagner, maybe more so in terms of his mental ability, is important to this defense because you can't have any busting coverage. You can't have any wide open holes where no one's covering them because they're going to take advantage. So if you play a sound game and they beat you, right? But you can't have any of those mental mistakes, and I think Bobby Wagner is going to be huge in that.
Who's the most important player for Washington if they're going to win besides Jaden Daniels? I think we all know that's the obvious answer, right? Their quarterback, who's a superstar, has got to be a superstar. I get that. 800-636-1067. Let's go to line 1, Bargoff. In Gaithersburg, who's got to be huge if they're going to beat Detroit?
What's happening, fellas? I'm going with Austin Eckler. I love that answer before me a lot. But I'm going with Eckler. I think behind Zach Ertz, he's the most dependable. Behind Terry McLaurin, him and Zach Ertz are the most dependable weapons we have. And I think just the nature of his position coming out of the backfield, he's more explosive, and just picking up the crucial 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, big catches, moving the chains, blitz pickup. I think he's going to be big, man. He got a huge 4th and 1 for us last week where he fell forward. B-Rob wasn't going to get that, in my opinion. So, yeah, Austin Eckler, man. Eckler the heckler. Let's go.
I want to tell you something. I agree with every word that you just said. Like literally everything that Bargov just said, I agree with. I don't think Brian Robinson gets that because it wasn't the first effort that got him for Eckler. He was kind of churning forward on top of the defender that got him that extra half yard to get past the line. This to me would be an Austin Eckler game. I said the same thing last week, and I would double down even more so this week. I get why they did what they did with Austin Eckler this year. You were trying to save him, right? You were trying to keep him healthy, keep him upright, keep him fresh. I think the common wisdom was that maybe he wore down a little bit over the years, and especially as the season went on last year for a Chargers team that kind of ran him like it was 2019 still, and that had been the case for some time.
Yeah.
To me, you kept him fresh. You got your thunder, you got your bell cow, and Robinson. You use Eckler as a supplement. Now it's not supplement time. Now it's shot clock, limited amount of season, limited amount of games left, maybe none. I'm riding with him. He's their best matchup advantage to me.
Yeah, this is do or die.
Yeah.
Give it to Jaden, give it to Eckler. It really doesn't matter. The one thing for me, because I completely agree with that, Danny, is they're going to start with Brian Robinson early. We know that. They're going to try.
Yep.
If it doesn't work, then just abandon that as quickly as possible. Run it with Eckler. If that doesn't work, try something else. But don't keep banging your head against the wall for the Brian Robinson stuff. If it's not working, I don't need to see 8 on the field the rest of the game. Give me 30. Give me all the other guys and see what happens. But if it's not working with B-Rob, go to Eck.
We've got predictions coming up. We've got game scenarios coming up. We'll talk game script. I want to get from Toby. Darius, I'm going to tag you in on this one. I want to get your pregame speech to the boys. I'll give you mine. Here's a hint. It involves Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
It involves the Rohirrim, the Battle at Pelennor Fields, overwhelming odds against them. The Uruks, you know them as orcs, Toby, not the Urukai, not to be confused with Saruman's white-handed Urukai, crossbred of goblin men, and the orcs. This is the Uruks of Sauron. I just wanted to be clear on that. That's what my pregame speech is going to involve. I don't know how fired up the young 20-somethings will be, but I'd be fired up. I'd run through a brick wall if I got the similar speech that Theoden King of the Rohirrim gave of the fields of Pelennor. Anyway, that's a digression. Most important player, that's not Jaden Daniels. We'll do more of that. We got plenty more content to get you ready for a massive playoff game for Washington tomorrow night at 8, live from Uptown Alley. It's Toby in for GP, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Super Bowl. Fourth down and 4. Wilson takes the snap, looking left, throws it into the end zone, batted away, incomplete. The Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Woo-hoo.
It was perhaps the single biggest play of the Redskins season. They won 17-10 with defense and depth. Now they had but one game to go.
Just stirring the memory banks, Terrace. Oh, I get so steamed.
So I grew up not having seen any of this.
None of it.
Okay? But I lived with my grandma and my mom growing up, and her twin sister lived just down the hill. I remember going down the hill, and we plugged in the old VHS, put in the old VCR, all these things. Gets me fired up like I'm 5 years old again.
Dude.
Like I'm 8 years old, like I'm 10
know.
years old. Gets me ready to go.
At those various milestones. I mean, my first memory, welcome back, Grant and Danny here, live from Uptown Alley in Manassas. Toby sitting in for GP, who's homesick. We got to talk about that, by the way, if he's even going to be able to go to Detroit. I got no idea. I hope he does. But my age range, the first Super Bowl, it's bits and pieces. I honestly don't really remember much. But I do remember the play. Right? Everyone knows the play that I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember most of the game or anything. I've gone back and watched it since, of course. But I'm sitting there with my dad and my uncle and a bunch of neighbors. All our friends are kind of over there. And there's this palpable tension in the room. Pitch to Riggins, and he goes off the left side. And there's a guy that's got him dead to rights until he doesn't. Breaks his finger as Riggins runs right through his ass on his way to the touchdown. And a win. And I saw stars. I jumped up and down and screamed so loud like everybody else. And we're hugging, and I did something like a Jimmy Superfly snook a suplex on somebody. I'm going top rope on my dad. And we're smacking each other. It was the greatest thing ever. Yeah, I couldn't have told you what a forward pass was. I mean, I didn't know what holding was or anything else, but I just knew that joy was shared. Old enough in '87 to remember that 35-point second quarter. Doug Williams shot out. Of course, remember '91 and steamrolling everybody on the way to another Lombardi. And that's the kind of air we're in right now. We're sort of talking about that. We're talking about those kinds of things being on the table again. And it's so wonderful. Having gone through the desert, Tobes, I'm not alone. So many, Redskins, WFT, local 53 fans here today have all talked about the same thing. It feels like it did then again.
Yeah.
Just making me, if you can make me feel like I'm 12 again, I'll give you some money for it. I mean, you know what I mean? That's all I want to do is make me feel like there's hope again.
How long have you been a professional broadcaster?
Or I don't know. I've been on the radio for a while. The pro part second. No, 15 years.
Danny, they've got you so fired up. You said we like 5 or 6 times today.
And I'm overdoing it. I acknowledge that. Like I made a pass. Like I caught a toe tap.
No, but
on the sideline.
It happens, right?
Know, it does,
you feel like a fan again. Like
you're part of it.
Obviously, when you go through and do what we do, you kind of lose a little bit of that, or you take yourself out of it a little bit. You still have the feelings. It felt so special this season that some of that is just gone. You're right back to what you were when you were a kid, cheering for this team again. And I'm sure it's the same way for fans all over, that if you've lost a little bit of that fervor, you've lost a little bit of that love for this team, you're excited about tomorrow night, because tomorrow night you get to feel like a fan about this team that you haven't felt like in a long time. So much has changed, so much. Doesn't matter. You feel like the same old team that you grew up watching.
800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels is the most important Washington foosball player. That's obvious. Who's second? Who's got to have a big game? Who's critical if they're going to pull this upset off in Detroit? Let's go to Charlie, line 4 in College Park. Who's got to play big?
Well, the guy already stole my thunder with Austin Eckler, but overall, offensive and defensive lines, they've got to have a better pass rush than they've had the last few games. You can't let Goff get back there with the receivers that Detroit has, and the offensive line has got to sustain the running game. If I had to pick one player, though, Austin Eckler. He runs angry. He's healthy again. You see the difference when he was out there last week. He's a weapon. He's an animal. He's got to have a big game, and if the offensive line has its way, he will. He's another Brian Mitchell on the field.
I tell you, there's some similarities there, and how good he is out of the backfield, how good he is in pass pro. You know, he's elusive, but he's also got more power than you think. I mean, he's a really good goal line backer. Certainly has been, talking about Eckler. Let's go to Joe in Annapolis on line 2. Besides Daniels, who's got to play great?
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Hey, Joe.
Doing great, Joe.
And so Detroit's let up 15 touchdowns to receivers this year. Only 6 of those have been to the number one guy. We're going to put up the offensive production to keep up with the Lions, guys like De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey, but most importantly, number 14, Olamide Zaccheaus, is going to have to get rolling and keep us in this game.
First of all, look at Joe
was about to say.
with a delicious nugget right there, dipped in sauce. Not one of the regular nuggets, but that special McDonald's boot-shaped nugget, which is chemically and genetically engineered to get the most sauce possible into your pudgy face if you're me. That's how good that nugget was by Joe in Annapolis. This is me clapping for Joe's nugget. I don't know if that's true or not, to be honest with you. I looked up a lot of stats. I had no idea if that's true. He could have made that up on the spot, but it sounded so good.
By the
delivery.
way, delicious.
Ladies and gentlemen at the jury, go ahead.
Delicious nugget, and he said Olamide Zaccheaus right. How many fans do that?
Yeah, one's the people. Line one, Chris and Ashburn. Who's got to be big league in order for them to win?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I'll preface my response with I had 2 tickets to the '91 Super Bowl on my desk. I couldn't find anybody to go with, and I just said, "Oh, I'm going to go. I'm going to go the next time they go." So, oops. And there have been so many, like, since '91 they've done this, since '91 they've done that. So who knows what's going to happen? But I think the 2 guys are Austin Eckler and Ertz, because if you look at how they play defense, it's going to be man. They're going to spy with linebackers. That's going to open the middle of the field, and that's what they got to capitalize on. And if the linebackers drop, Daniels takes off. It's going to be a chess match, but I just can't wait to see it. Thanks, y'all.
Chris, I appreciate you. Yeah, that's another smart call. I think there's something to that. If they play man, talking about Detroit, and they spy, which I would do, certainly.
Big time.
Right? That means that's Eckler. That's Ertz, kind of some of those soft spots there, winning one-on-one. That's Zaccheaus and Crowder to a degree, I think. But that's what's going to be incumbent upon, right? If I'm playing man, I'm shading and bracketing, thinking about where Terry McLaurin is and is going to be. But that's the other guys are going to have a chance there to feast. You got to win quick, and you got to find and settle into some spots that are, behind that linebacker that's watching and in front of maybe some safeties or other members of the secondary.
Yeah, I mean, Ertz isn't the same guy that he used to be in terms of explosiveness as an athlete, but what he is still good at that I don't think we give him enough credit for is he gets open. Whether it's zone or man, he just understands that savvy way of route running for being a tight end over the middle, simple routes, but stuff that you can always depend on. So it's going to be huge.
One big final segment here this week, live from Uptown Alley. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. Toby sitting in for GP, who's on the mend, hopefully, from that nasty flu that he's got. We got a whole bunch of things to do. We're going to tell you how the game is going to be won. We're going to go through all the other playoff games, predict some winners, losers, spreads, all that good stuff there. We'll talk about the game script. We got some pregame speeches to give. Whole bunch left here. Grant and Danny live from Uptown Alley in Manassas on the Fan.
Getting ever so close. Tomorrow night it'll be Commanders and Detroit Lions from Ford Field at 8 p.m. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., all three facets shined against Tampa Bay.
We're going to win. Like this game here, so it was a 2nd and 1. All right, we got to stop. And then 3rd and 1, they sort of bobbled it. We get to stop. They punted to us. I think it was 4 minutes or something else. All right, we're going to go down and win. That's winning time. We got the stop that we needed. The special team secured the ball, and we went down there and kicked the field goal. That's what complementary football is all about, playing as a team.
John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Zay Flowers with the knee has a chance to play Sunday, but he's still listed as doubtful on the injury report. Raiders have interviewed former Commanders and Panthers coach Ron Rivera for their head coaching spot. Miami Dolphins home team next season at a game in Madrid, Spain. Commanders could be that opponent, but the schedule has not been announced yet. Capitals beat the Sens 1-0. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 874 in his career. Georgetown tonight, 12-5 against DePaul at 7:45 on Team 980. Dick Vitale will return to the broadcast table Saturday, January 25th, when Duke takes on Wake Forest, his first game since 2023. Ticket resale sites are saying that the CFP title game is averaging $2,500 per ticket. Notre Dame against Ohio State, January 20th. Former Nationals right-hander Amos Willingham was claimed off waivers by the Braves. Left-hander A.J. Minter goes to the Mets for 2 years and $22 million. I'm Byron Kirk on The Fan.
Our fans have been unbelievable all year, whether it's a home game or away game. If you would have saw that crowd that we had in burgundy and gold, you would have not been shocked. And I know they've had a lot of hard times and a lot of times that haven't had a lot to celebrate, but it's so good to give them something that they deserve. This organization, this fan base is a group of people who are resilient, who love Washington football. And for us to put a product on the field that they can be proud of, a coach that they can be proud of, is unbelievable.
Love you, Terry. That's Danny Rouillet. That's how I feel. Great Danny here on The Fan. One last segment from Uptown Alley in Manassas. This place has been awesome. You guys that are here, thank you so much for making this a really cool Field Trip Friday. It means the world you come out and hang out with us. And so you have to eat all the delicious food and hang out and drink beers and play video games and bowl and do whatever your little heart desires, because this place kicks all of the ass. It lines them up and kicks it. It lines them up and kicks it. Maybe it hits the upright like Zane Gonzalez. I don't know, but I love it here.
Does it fix his hair first?
It does.
Okay.
It does a lot of hair fixing and a lot of taking the shoe off and putting it back on. And actually, just a quick side on that, I thought it was really cool that Zane Gonzalez kind of took the opportunity that he got after that with all the attention to bring some awareness.
Absolutely.
Bring some, positive attention is the right word, but just to, as I said, sort of bring awareness, say, hey, this is what it's like. This is what I'm going through. A lot of people are like me, and here's information about it. So he didn't shy away from it and pretend. I thought that was really neat.
The main thing, he made the kick. It might not have been pretty. He might have had to doink off the upright, but it went in.
Yeah, doink heard round the DMV. We got some predictions for you. We got to talk about all the football games, though. So let's get into the other games in this round. Usually, Tobes, this is the better round. Sometimes you get a great wild card weekend or super wild card weekend, whatever you want to call it. But this, typically, the pretenders are gone. The teams that limped in, the 7-9 Washington team, or the 8-8 team, whatever, they're usually gone. Now's the time where it's big boy stuff. But maybe the worst team left, it's either on paper Washington or Texas, or the Houston Texans rather. Texans at Chiefs, 8.5-point dogs are the Houston Texans. What's their opportunity here? What does it look like to you if we're going? Can you believe that this is the team that beat Kansas City?
I think it's going to be the same Kansas City thing, right? It's going to be close. Kansas City never blows anyone out. So it's going to be within a touchdown, but can this be the one time that the other team comes through? It seems like every single time KC's the one that comes out on top, they win by 3, by 4, by 6, never by 10. So I think that the 8.5, I think that the Texans will definitely cover that. I don't know that they're going to be able to overcome the Kansas City Chiefs thing where they just always win at the end when you've got Patrick Mahomes coming down the field to win it at the end. I don't know that they can, but they're going to be in it because that's how every Chiefs game is. And like we talk about with Washington, if you're in it late, you've got a shot. And C.J. Stroud seemed to find something last week to get going in the right direction, so why not? Maybe.
To me, the story is Houston's defense. Now, they don't look that great on paper in terms of points allowed, but they've had some games where you went, okay, Houston's defense, I see you. Right? And then there are a couple where you go, that's uninspired. There's nothing special there. Giving up 32 to the Tennessee Titans in a loss, which is ridiculous to think about. They got dominated by Minnesota earlier in the season. But they were pretty frisky against Kansas City a few weeks ago when they matched up. They were very much in that game. But to your point, Kansas City went full Kansas City. They do what Kansas City does, which is win a close game. They look calm. Mahomes makes a play.
Yeah.
This is a borrowing from the real Tenenbaums here. But what if he doesn't? Like, that's kind of the entire thesis here, is if you're messing around in a close game, you can end up winning that close game. I'm with you. Let's go to the other games now on Sunday, Toblerone. Rams at the Eagles. I seem to be in the minority, even though Kirk Morrison agreed with me. A lot of people think that Rams defense, how well they played against Minnesota, was just they played against Minnesota and Sam Darnold was shook. I think that's true. I also think this defense might have found something here since they gave up, I think the number was 4 billion points to the Bills. They've kind of been playing pretty good football against some mediocre offenses, not like the Eagles, but the Eagles' offense isn't playing that great. I sneaky think the Rams can be, at worst, annoying, at best pull off an upset. Am I crazy pants?
No, I think that they could pull this upset off because I thought Stafford looked incredible, especially the first half of that game.
Does that matter, Matthew?
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Matthew Stafford. I thought he looked really good in the first half of that game. And because, some of those throws were classic Stafford, right? Like the first touchdown throw, he's rolling left. He's directed traffic, throws back across his body. He looks like a guy that has won a Super Bowl before, Danny, and he has. He's the only one in the NFC that has. And so with Jalen Hurts getting back just last week, it's his second game back. Maybe that knocked a little bit of the rust off now playing in back-to-back weeks. But that offense did not look good. If Green Bay was not the sloppiest team in the wild card round, maybe outside of the Chargers, they win that football game against Philly last week. And so I think that if you're LA and your defense is playing well, like you said, and Matthew Stafford gets things rolling on the offensive side, why couldn't they go to Philly and win, especially when the Eagles just aren't rolling right now? But that being said, if last week was just what they needed, where they get everything rolling now this week, Philly should win. So it just kind of depends on what Philadelphia team shows up.
Let's go to the game of the week, Sunday night. Again, with all due respect to our local market here, the eyes of the nation will turn Sunday evening, 6:30 p.m., Ravens at the Bills. It's supposed to be freezing and miserable. Not as if Baltimore's a Phoenix or a Dallas or something like that, or Tampa Bay in terms of its weather. But still, you're talking about a pretty miserable, cold environment at Buffalo. How do you see this one?
Can we just say this? Whoever wins this game gets MVP. Can we just do that? Is that fine?
Oh, I would do that. I don't think the writers will.
They won't, but can we just do that? Like, I think that's a simple way. Like, these are the two guys. Whoever wins this one wins MVP too, because I think this one's going to be a heck of a game. We saw what happened in the regular season when Baltimore just destroyed Buffalo. This one's going to be different, though. I think Buffalo's ability to run the football, really for the first time with Josh Allen, where it's not all dependent on Josh Allen. I think that could be the difference in this one. Baltimore's probably the better team, but I think Buffalo playing at home, I think their ability to hand it off to James Cook and get some easy stuff and then let Josh Allen play Superman the rest of the time, I think Buffalo wins a really close one, but this one's going to be so awesome to watch.
Yeah, I have that same feeling, too, that Buffalo wins a close game. And this is no disrespect to Baltimore, who, frankly, is awesome. Their losses are all inexplicable ones. When you go back and look at it, they had leads, got complacent, got flat, sort of gave those games away. Their record against playoff teams, they have, I think, a plus 120 plus point differential against playoff teams. The next best team, I think, is plus 30 in those kind of categories. Baltimore, we don't give them the respect maybe they deserve because of some of those bad losses. They're going on the road, frankly, because of some of those losses. But this is a complete, excellent football team. I don't know if they win this game, though, after me finish complimenting them, without Zay Flowers being Zay Flowers.
Definitely.
I think you need one more answer against this Bills defense, which will play better at home. I like the Bills in this spot, but I don't have a lot of confidence in it.
Well, and do you think Zay Flowers plays? I believe he's listed as doubtful.
So there's hinting at. I mean, last I saw, and I could. There'll probably be an update maybe that I missed. I'm very focused on Washington, but John Harbaugh hinted that it might be possible. So unless he's been ruled out,
he's listed as doubtful, so he still might go.
Yeah,
but
so,
who knows?
But hard to count on that. So I would bet that he doesn't. But the latest I saw was Harbaugh hinting at that. So without him, I just don't know. I don't know that you have quite enough to be able to do it. I mean, to me, this will be about Not a lot of slinging it around because I don't know
No.
that you can in that environment, but just enough in the passing game. And I like that Ravens short passing game with Flowers better than I like the Bills one.
Well, and I like, too, that Lamar a couple weeks ago going into the playoffs basically said that, and this to me is some maturing from Lamar, basically saying that I get a little too amped up for these. I'm going through my reads a little too quickly. I'm trying to make the play that's not there, and I'm trying to do it too quickly, and I end up hurting myself. I think he felt calm last week against Pittsburgh. Now, that's a familiar opponent.
Yeah.
I don't think Pittsburgh's very good, but maybe as a kind of a layup sort of game to get into this Buffalo game, I think Lamar having taken that next step maybe as a future star quarterback, right? MVP quarterback. I don't know. Maybe this is the year that they get through, and maybe they can get past Kansas City too.
Love it. All right, Darius, thank you very much. That is a look at the other games. Let's look at Washington's game. A couple things by the numbers here. Over Washington right now, it depends on your sports book. I've seen them as low as an 8.5-point dog, seen them as high as 9.5. Depends on where you look. Consensus right around 9. Over under this week in this game is the highest of the weekend, 55.5. Meaning the idea is that points are going to be scored in this one. By a point of comparison, Houston and Kansas City, 41.5, almost 2 touchdowns less. Actually, exactly 2 touchdowns less than this Washington-Detroit game. So ultimately, Tobes, how do you see it? Like, if you got to bet that mortgage, you got to bet the house, you got to, make the bet to win. How does it go? What do you see? What are some of the things you'd be taking if you were a gambling man?
Yeah, this is so tough. I think that they can cover the point spread. There's no doubt about it. I think this is going to be a close game. I think this is going to be a fun one. By the way, I think there's 3 potential outcomes in this one.
Okay.
I think Detroit can win close. I think Detroit can win big. I don't think Washington can win big.
I agree.
If Washington wins, it's going to be close.
I agree with that.
And so I think 2 out of the 3 outcomes are that it's a close game. I think that can happen. So I think Washington keeps it close. But, Danny, I feel like a kid again. I can't pick against them.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. If you're telling me to put money on it and all my money on it, I'm not going to do it. But I'm not going to pick against them. I'm not going to pick that Washington can't go in to Detroit and find a way to get it done because they've got the quarterback. I think it's going to be high scoring. Last week I said 34-31 for against Tampa. I said Washington was going to beat Tampa. I think it's going to be a similar style game, although last week obviously didn't match that point total. I think it's the same sort of thing going in. They're going to have to score a lot of points. I'll go with the same sort of thing, 34-31. Washington goes in there. It comes down to Jaden Daniels at the end, finds a way to get it done, and we're talking NFC Championship football next week.
Darius, I go to you, sir. How does this game go? Just think about the spread. Does Washington cover? Is it a lower scoring game than we think, higher than we think? Can Washington win this thing? Just kind of give me your feel.
I wish it was a lower scoring game because I think if it was a lower scoring game, it might favor us a little bit better. But I do think this is going to be a higher scoring game. I think there's going to be a lot of emotions involved. Obviously, that crowd is going to be pumped up, but I think this team has the guts and the wherewithal to handle that crowd. Washington definitely covers. I think this team has too much passion and too much heart to be to not cover that 8.5 point, 9.5 point spread. Do they win? It's gonna be tough. It really is. Just like we've been saying all week, it's going to come down to if we can get that final possession. And if we can get that final possession, everybody in this area is going to have faith that that quarterback that wears number 5 on his jersey is going to get it done. And if we can get that final possession, I think he will. And I'm going to say that I want Washington will win. We'll see though. It's going to be a tough battle tomorrow night.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
They're great. Detroit's great, and I think that's
how Washington fans feel, right?
Yeah.
Like how Darius is saying, like I think anyone that is a big fan of this team, they want to say they're going to win, but you're like, oh, the other team's just that much better.
Yeah, you're doing they're going to win. You can scratch behind. That's got a chance to win. You start scratching the top of your head.
Yeah.
Here are a couple of things I think about this one. Number one, I think this goes under because I see a similar script, even though, again, Detroit's offense is incredible, but a similar path, a similar script for keeping the football away from Detroit. Right? Tampa Bay's defense is much better than Detroit's defense.
Yes.
I see Washington limiting possession. So instead of everybody gets 7 or 8, everybody gets 5 or 6. Okay, and I think that lowers the point total a little bit. I don't think there'll be a lot of stops. I don't think you're going to see either punter a whole heck of a lot based on 4th downs, based on the fact either of these defenses can really do much about the other. But I do think this game goes under simply because this is not the Big 12. We're not going bing, bing, bing pinball style, and everything will be deep over the top, open and obvious, and it's just a bunch of catch and explosions. I think everybody keeps everything in front as long as possible and makes teams drive. And I think they will drive, and I think they will score. So I think this game goes under. I think Washington covers in this game. I think Washington is close enough in this game because I don't think they're pushovers. Even if they get down, I don't count them out. I've learned my lesson. I'm sitting there sending those panic tweets when they looked abominable against Philadelphia, when they couldn't figure out which was their button, which was their elbow in some of these games, and came back and won them. I will not count them out, and nor should you. So I think Washington keeps it close enough. I will also say this. Sometimes you are watching something unfold that you don't completely understand. You know you're watching something special. You know you're watching something great. You know you're watching something that's rare, and you can't put your finger on exactly how. Fairy dust, camaraderie, brotherhood, togetherness, battle-tested, whatever catchphrase you want, the answer is yeah, because it's probably true. When you believe that you're capable of more, somehow you keep doing more, and that bar raises. Jerks like me can look at your roster and go, Jamison Crowder, Alameda Zacchaeus, De'Ami Brown, this is going to be a good offense? No. Back in the springtime. It's great offense. There's a reason they're pros. I'm a pudgy idiot hanging out with you guys at a sports bar. You see what I'm saying? This group is different. We're going to see how different. Detroit is about to experience how different this group happens to be. Detroit, God bless you. You deserve it, but it ain't your time. Detroit, hell of a season. Enjoy the offseason, which is about to start in about 28 hours. You got Daniels. That's number 5. Remember it. You'll see the back of his jersey an awful lot as he trots into the end zone. You might get to see a couple different touchdown celebrations. God forbid there's time on that clock when you give him the football back. I'll hear the collective sealing up with the buttocks of the greater 313. You're going to get Daniels. We're coming in on Monday afternoon, people, talking about a team going to the GD Conference Championship game. The Washington 53. Your team, my team, this team isn't here to get a participation trophy. They are here to smack you in the mouth, and your mouth will be smacked. We're gentlemen, so here's a handkerchief to dab it, but you're going to have to deal with the blood. Jaden Daniels versus everybody. 26-24, last-second touchdowns to Zach Ertz sends you to the conference title game. Washington wins. How do you like them apples?
Let's go, baby.
How do you like them apples?
Let's go, baby.
The times they are changing. One last thing I want to do before we get out of here. You got a pregame speech ready for the boys?
Oh, sure.
You got a pregame speech ready for the boys? All right, everybody, listen up, gather around. Coach Toby's going to talk to you. Toby, floor is yours.
Look around this room, gentlemen. Look around. The guys in this room are all we need. Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Marshawn Lattimore, Terry McLaurin. But most of all, we got the baddest man on the planet. He wears number 5. He's wearing that white jersey. That's Jaden Daniels. He's on our side. We ain't worried about all those dudes in blue. We got the one dude that matters, Jaden Daniels. Everybody in this room, we need him. But everybody in this room, that's all we need. Let's go get it done. Commanders on 3. Danny?
1, 2, 3.
Commanders.
See, I got the 1, 2, 3 part. See, I participated, but I didn't say the word. See, I tricked you right there?
I love it. Love it.
So, with apologies to those of you that are not dorks, but you got to stay with me here for a second. The great J.R.R. Tolkien wrote the epic trilogy, The Lord of the Rings. As you guys know, they're turned into Oscar-winning movies. It's not a big deal. The outnumbered soldiers of Gondor faced impossible odds against Sauron, the hordes of Sauron and the orcs. They have Oliphants. They have men of the Far East from the Witch King. It's a whole long story. Gondor's basically overrun, as Gilead has already been lost. You know, it's their biggest outpost, right? That's still to the edge. It's right there near the Tower of the Nazgul and kind of east-facing Mount Doom and more.
Sure.
Anyway, the point is they've already been overrun. The Pelennor Field, standing in front of the great city of Gondor, the bastion of humanity in the West, is about to fall as the 9 riders, formerly kings of men, seduced by the Dark Lord Sauron, wearing the rings that have made them undead creatures, including the Witch King of Agmar, by the way, are dominating. The Rohirrim from Rohan have won their own battle and could have stayed in isolation, but they didn't. They rode day and night to reach the fields of Pelennor to save the day. I hearken to that now, as Theoden, after days of consecutive riding, on the battlefield, rolls up. The orcs turn to the side, and they see the riders of Rohan as the sun rises in the east. Arise now. Arise, riders of Theoden. Dire deeds awake. Dark is it eastward. Let horse be bridled. Horn be sounded. Forth, Erlingus. Arise. Arise, riders of Theoden. Fell deeds awake. Fire and slaughter. Spears shall be shaken. Shield shall be splintered. A sword day. A red day. Ere the red sun rises. Ride now. Ride now. Ride to Detroit. He said Detroit in the movie. People don't know that.
He did.
The point is, they're riding to their doom. But you're going to have to face them anyway. They're riding into impossible odds. You're going to have to face them anyway. They turn the tide of the battle. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this playoff football game tomorrow and enjoy the show on Monday when we're talking about a win. I love you all. Thank you to everybody back in studio for making this happen. Thank you to Uptown Alley. Thank you to Toby. Tweet at Grant H. Paulson. Wish him feeling better. Sucks that he couldn't be here with you guys tonight. But until Monday, hail Washington. Let's go get a W. Let's go to the first conference championship game since 1991. I'm out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.